So, with that said, let's go ahead and we're going to create a new game. So we do have here where we can choose between the Iron Teeth and the Folktale. Um, ultimately, this is just kind of like what... One second, my volume's too low. Let me just adjust that up just a little bit. All right. But we also get to choose... Is this the game that you described as last night, but described last night games, but apocalyptic? No, this is a post-apocalyptic city builder with sentient beavers, is the way we describe it. Kind of the way I usually describe this is, it is a survival city builder game, but what stands apart for this game versus everything else is everything about this game is about water. That you use dams and levees and all sorts of stuff to manage your water, because instead of going, spring, summer, fall, and then you ride out the winter, instead with this game, you've got the normal season, the drought season, and the bad water season. So you have like normal, everything's happy. Drought, there's no water. And then bad water is your water is contaminated that's coming from the source. And so you have to be able to manage like retaining water and also being able to divert water and all that. And then there's a bunch of stuff that goes into all that. So you got your two factions. The Folktale is what you start out with, and then you unlock the Iron Teeth because it's a little more complicated. Ultimately, the Folktale are about working in line with nature and all that to help grow everything. Ultimately, the biggest thing that's different between the two factions is the population gaining on the Folktales is if you have food and housing, your population goes up. If either of those aren't true, population doesn't go up. Whereas Iron Teeth, on the other hand, you have growth vats, and it kind of becomes a labor to have more citizens. So you can kind of, based on the number of the growth vats you have, you'll have roughly a number of people kind of thing. There's a post-hackathon on the 2nd of February about how vibe coding is killing open source. Took you a long time to find it? Yeah, no, there's been a lot of discussion around that vibe coding has been really detrimental to open source specifically. I'm alright, DG. Thank you so much for the 60 stream streak and all that stuff. And so the Iron Teeth also are more mechanized. Both of them get the bots and all that. I think I'll go with the Iron Teeth this time. Now, yeah, so this is what they're talking about is... These are the beginner-friendly maps, so if you're new at the game, these are the maps they recommend. You got a whole bunch of maps, and some of them, like, are really, really interesting challenge maps, like the Thousand Island one is a really rough map in a lot of ways. You've got Helix Mountain, which I've done a couple of times. And then these are supposed to be... Whoa, that is certainly a different map. Oh, okay. So the brown leaf is unconventional. Oh, okay. So these aren't even the new maps, because we had a dare drop we did for Diorama, where this is just a micro map, and we had to have a really big population, but on this tiny little map, which meant building up a lot. Yeah, I think it was it Spillage was the one that I was looking at that was interesting? So Long Green Refuge, wastewater surrounded by aquifers that can be accessed by clever engineering. So this one, it looks like I'm going to have one water source right in the middle. And that's an interesting one. So you'd work from the middle and expand from there. That's honestly terrifying in the sense that when we have bad water, I will have to have that routed out or it'll just sit there forever. The beaver roam, this one looks rough. You get a lot of growing space to start with, and you could build on top of that, but managing that bad water to make that space usable would be a thing. Yeah, wasn't there usually toxic water in its own spring, but some maps water cycles between that? Well, I think it's all maps nowadays will cycle between good and bad water, and then they have dedicated bad water springs, and I believe all maps. Oh, we got Pressure and an Oasis. I think Spillage is the one that was curious. It's a shame. I really wish the maps were all the biggest size. It is one thing I shouldn't care about in these, but it's always one of those things that I get sad when you're like on a limited space, unless you're doing a challenge, but that's fine. So unconventional, this slope is full of small integrated enclaves. However, dangers abound in the region. Should you not tread carefully into areas will become inhospitable. Is there some full random maps? No, there's no full random maps. I think doing like a fully randomized map on this particular game would not work well. Honestly, a lot of these style games, when you're having to manage a resource that isn't just like put thing on that node, I find procedural generation to be a big negative in those cases. Whereas you're doing something like Factorio where you just go and find a resource and all that stuff. You have to download custom maps if you want to play player-made ones. Yeah, and they do have them. Alright, so this one's implying that we are going to run the palms as we expand, with stuff spilling over everywhere. Creative plumbing. Yeah, it doesn't really give me a lot of information about what the limitations are going to be. Yeah, so the maps are interesting. That I feel like Oasis would be an interesting challenge. The Beaverome would be an interesting challenge, and Spillage. Diorama we've done, and Pressure I don't actually really get what's different about that one. Let's go for the Spillage. You can see some really bad maps from RNG. Yeah, well, I mean, the problem is you'd have, like, non-functional maps. I haven't checked, because part of the reason I want to do this is for achievements. Is there any achievements that are based on difficulty? Let's take 2 seconds to peek at that real fast. Would you stop moving my stuff around? Let's see. None say hard, and none say difficulty. So if there is, I don't see them. So I'm going to go ahead and keep it on the normal difficulty, because the hard ends up just making... Yeah, the hard just ends up making it take longer, because if you want to see the difference, we start with moderate resources, and then we have milder, but they get worse. And this one, they start bad to begin with, and they just get worse. That's fine. I would actually argue this game isn't super difficult with that. You can actually go into your settings and change all this as well. But yeah, no, this is one of those things that there are some games that I find increasing the difficulty is necessary for the fun of it. Speaking of achievements, I 100% berry. Have some fun. Alright, unlock Iron Teeth Faction. We just got the achievement. Oh, is there an achievement for, like, only eating berries or something like that? I haven't looked at these beforehand, because I hadn't actually played. Yes, I'm not seeing any achievements that use the word only or berry. That's fine. If I have to go through and do more achievements later. So, what would you like your settlement to be called? Naming things is always the hardest part. Some beavers may die for this. Okay, so we got a little spot of water here. Yeah, so it's a very wide but narrow map. A lot of water resources, like a lot of water resources. Geothermal field, a source of constant free power that can be harnessed with the right contraption. A relic, which will give us a bunch of science if we demolish it. An unstable core, an old device that will inevitably explode and must be built on the ground. Oh. Okay. I get where this is going. Where is the bad place that is going to be dumped onto our lap? There. I see. So there is the danger. That's the reason they call it spillage. So we're down here, and what's going to ultimately happen is that's going to explode, unleashing the bad water, contaminating this spring. It's going to build up down here, go in here, fill in this basin until it gets high enough, then it's going to work its way there, and then it will be in my lap. So, and I also have bad water underneath me, which makes me very concerned about potential explosives underneath me. I see. So we're against a clock here to prevent the bad water from reaching here. Now, the quick and dirty way I can probably deal with this... Oh. And I got another one here. Alright, so we're going to need to dam this off, dam that off, as early as we can. If I do that, and then you're going to pop here as well, which is going to only contaminate up to this point, I think. Yeah, so this one won't be as bad. But yeah, so we're going to have those all blow. So this side and that side need to be blocked off early game. I'm also curious with this where... Oh, I see. So we have new resources, water seeps, versus, like, the proper water flow. We have, like, the full-on water flow sources? Okay. Because we used to just have blocks that look like this, that just seeped out near endless water. Alright. So we got things we gotta do. Alright, so first thing we need to do is just simply not die. So for that, I'm going to need to remind myself how to play this game, because it's been a hot minute. So go ahead and run your way over here, and I will need to put a spot for you to cut logs. We'll put 2 of those over there. And then we've got berries down there. Yeah, so this map is going to be a bit of a mess. We'll put 2 of these down here. And there's the delete button. And I will need the deep water pump. And then with that, I will need a place to store the logs. And some water storage. Right now, those will sit right there. And before I forget, because we are playing as Iron Teeth, I will need the breeding pods. We'll start with 2 of them, because I do not, for the life of me, remember with the breeding pods, like, what any of the ratios are. So you can handle 10 inhabitants, and we've got 13. Now, one of the cool things about this game is the ability to build up, which we'll do a lot of. So say I need another storage building, boom, I can put it right there. If I need another storage building, boom, I can put it there. And I can put it there. And I can put it there. You get the idea. I would have to make paths to go up there, which then can get, after a while, they can get out of hand. But that is one of the things that you'll get very creative on, being like, okay, you know, certain things can only be put on the ground, certain things can be put into other areas. How do I manage that? So we also got our warehouses. And so you are going to be for the berries, to have their own dedicated warehouse. You are going to be for the lumber, for your own dedicated warehouse. And I didn't really plan for the third one. I think we're actually okay on the third one for right now. So some of the things we need early. One of the interesting things about this is it used to be one of the mistakes you could make is if you didn't beeline to research, you could find yourself unable to build the forestry, which is a requirement for progress. Versus now that doesn't seem to be nearly as much of a concern. Because if I can get to that and tear that down, I get 200 fast research. We will put a path down here for now. So we're going to get our woodcutters doing all this. I wonder... Nothing to do in rain. Oh, right. I have to go in here and say, hey, where are you at? These trees are open season. Just cut them down. Nature looked at me funny and it needs to get its upcomings. And then these ones, we don't have to flag them. We will need to make a farm relatively early to accommodate our food so that we're not eating just berries, because we need the berries to deal with other stuff. Alright. Yeah, I'm noticing that keeps getting some bad water and then going dry again. Which is a curiosity. Should probably also break these. So if we do get over here, I just want to rip those out. Wait, do I want to rip those out? Let's not do that. Because that might be a thing where I can fix my water with that. We need to prioritize this. At least 2 of those. Prioritize one of the pods there. Found wood and water, a new beginning. Now, with this game, you have a bunch of resources you need to manage. You have food and water. Your beavers need that to live. If either of those run out, your beavers start dying. You do have the bad water. If your beavers get exposed to bad water, it's not necessarily that big of an issue. But if they get exposed to it too much, they'll become sick. And once they're exposed to the bad water and become sick, if you don't treat them quickly, which is later game tech, it is like in real life when someone gets infected with rabies. If you don't get the treatment right away, it is a death sentence. Once they're too far gone, you know, there's no fixing it. Like that is it. You know, it will kill them. So we're gonna try and get our water set up real fast. The berries are a source of food, but once I get the water production going up, we'll get the stuff here. Very early game, I want to get the forestry set up, because the forestry plants trees and then these cut them down. So you need both, one to cut down the trees to get the wood and the other one to replant them. If you don't do that early enough and you exhaust the wood you can get to nearby, you can get yourself in a stuck state. Did they roll in new update yet? We are doing the experimental 1.0 release branch, so it is an experimental. You could just get it right now. It's not some special streamer or anything else like that thing. It has been an experimental for a little while now, but it is going to be one of those things. The 1.0 release is in March, very beginning of March. But generally speaking, this is the branch that will be that release, plus whatever bug fixes and tweaks they make. But it's actually been out for a good while now, actually. A couple months. I just hadn't had a chance to stop and play it. It's been on the back burner to do. Okay, so they've already started working on demolishing this relic, which will give us a quick lump sum amount of research. But we are checking out the new maps, one of the new maps, Spillage, which what we've discovered is if you look up here, we got all this gross bad water. And then I got this thing here, which is an unstable core that is going to eventually explode. And when it does, all that bad water is just going to follow this route directly into my home. So we are on a little bit of a time limit that we need to get ourselves stabilized and then plug up this spot and that spot before all that happens. It's also interesting that some of these go dormant. That they'll go back and forth from being dormant and active. Alright. Now, the cycle of the game is you'll notice here where it just has like clear skies. This bar is slowly moving. Eventually, it'll kind of go like tick, tick, tick. Like it'll give me like a little warning that something's updating. And I'll get a 1, 2, 3 day warning that we're about to go into drought. And then, you know, it'll be in drought for some period of time and then go back to normal. And usually, like, the first drought, you can literally do nothing as long as you have some stuff in reserves. You can just ride it out. But as the game goes on, the length of your good seasons will get shorter and the length of your droughts and bad water will get longer. So you kind of have to build up reservoirs and ways to reroute water and all that sort of stuff. I'm very curious with these new water seep springs. Because, like, normally if I have a water source here, it would eventually overflow and just go out there. But with the water seep, it definitely, they don't just endlessly fill anymore. Which is a good thing to have. But I'm not seeing any of the old style water, so I think they might have, like, literally just changed it. But it also adds the curiosity, because normally what you could do is I could build like a big tower here that just goes vertically, and that would slowly fill up the whole tower, and then you could have like, you know, a dam at the top. Yeah, the thing is I'm not seeing a normal water source here. One thing we could do to help. Bad tide drain. Spews out bad water during bad tide. Okay. That's interesting. So yes, I'm just slicing into the mountains to look deeper while things are building. There's a lot of bad tide drains. Okay. Yeah, so that's another area that, like, that one will just leave out the side of the map, so that one I don't need to worry about too bad. So I was curious about is if we peeked deep enough, would we find like a good water one? Unfortunately, don't seem to be able to click on a lot of these to attrition what they are. But I'm seeing a lot of these rings. Okay, so the rings are the geysers. That's the seep. So maybe if we dug deeper... Yeah, so those are all the seeps. Bad tide drain. Bad tide drain. Oh man, okay. So that's a new problem. Bad tide drain. Bad tide drain. Alright. Okay. It depends on the difficulty, though. The hardest, it was like 5 days of water and up to 27 days of whatever. Not sure how it works that way. Yeah, we didn't choose the absolute highest difficulty, mostly because I also want to do like achievements and all that. And a lot of the difficulty, once you start cranking it up really high, you end up with a lot of times where you're just waiting for stuff to happen. Yeah, no, it makes me wonder also, like, if I go to the drain, can I deconstruct it? Like, can I rip the drain out? I don't think we can. But I could also potentially just shove a wall up against it and be like, yeah, we're not dealing with you. What I had kind of hoped to find is that we would actually find... It would actually find, like, an underground freshwater river or something. Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't look like you could deconstruct them. Maybe explode them, but that's the only one I could possibly think. Cool, so this is now a highest priority one. Always, 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 someone works the water. Everything else, we can, you know, go this way or that way. But always, 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 someone works the water. Let's go ahead and bump up the disassembling to have that. Yeah, no, that's a curiosity, because that would be a first if we literally couldn't change that. There should always be a deconstruct button on that. Otherwise you can't. Possibly block it by walls. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, is when I didn't see a deconstruct button, I think the idea is you just go up to it and just slam some walls against it so the water had nowhere to go. Okay, so we were a little bit slow getting the water up. People are getting thirsty. We do have water. Not much of it. So the question is, will they get that water before people die of dehydration? So next move we want to do is let's get a farm going. So the farmhouse itself doesn't need to be on fertile soil. But the crop does. So we've got that. And for right now, it should be plenty of food. And usually I end up building 2 farmhouses, one to plant, one to harvest. Alright, so I'm a little worried about this. My hope is to get the big influx of the 200 science from here, and then use that to get our forestry here. It's going to be really rough. Now, we don't know when these go. There's no timer or anything. I'm assuming it'll switch from dormant to something else. To basically give me a warning being like, hey, you know, best get planning. Things are about to get ugly. So little by little, they're going to run in here. As the water goes up, they're going to get their sip. So we got our 200 science. So that's important for a lot of things. So the big thing we need is the forestry is absolutely critical. We have to have the forestry. The other thing we need is to get our plank production online for the forestry, because I forgot that's a requirement. So plank requires mechanical power. We don't have a lot of options for mechanical power. The power wheel... Yeah, the power wheel is probably how we're going to have to do this for right now. Yeah, because we don't have any flowing water on this map at all, which is deeply concerning. So we've got you. We'll need to do plank production. And that's what we need to get the forestry online. And then the other things we're going to need is I am going to need to unlock levees right away. And we'll wait on the other research. Because what needs to happen here is I need to go up to this area. Because we're going to have bad water come through here. That'll be one set of levees I'm going to have to build. And that'll be the second set of levees I'm going to have to build. Those we have to get done before those go off. I believe the other routes, all the ones that are going to spill over to this area, it's fine. That'll just route it out of here. And anywhere else that would route it around here should be fine. Let's make sure there's nothing cheeky like a random vent right next to my base. There's not. Okay. They're still struggling with water. We've only got a couple more who still need water. No one has died yet. But I am getting concerned that the water's not catching up. Let's get the second one built. All right. They just told them to prioritize making a second water pump. So hopefully we can get that done really fast and get ahead of the water. Because water is everything in this game. Everything about this game, while it is a survival city builder, your primary resource that determines whether or not you survive is water. Okay, still no deaths yet. We've only got 3 people are still thirsty. 2 people are still thirsty. One that's still thirsty. And we should start doing that. Now, one of the nice things is you have a well-being thing here. That's basically how well your beavers are being taken care of. You got tons and tons of stuff you can do for them. As you hit certain thresholds, it'll bump up the amount. I can't remember where it lists it. It's here somewhere. But it's something like when you hit like 2 well-being, all your beavers will move like 5% faster and produce 5% faster or whatever. So it is one of those things that you want to genuinely continue to build up their well-being. Okay, so there's only 1 beaver who's still thirsty. And now we should be more than capable of keeping up with whatever the demand is. So other things I'm going to need is I am going to need... Oh, there's spiral staircases now. I can't afford that. But that'll be another thing to do. So let's get the farm and all this online. Because right now we're eating all of the berries that there are, period. And that isn't going to be a sustainable thing. So the farm needs to come online. I've also got the forestry. We'll go ahead and queue up the building. Yeah, that'll be good. And then what we could do short term here This will tell them this whole area, that's berries. All of that is berries. Because the Iron Teeth need berries for having babies. And it's also just an extra food group. Prioritize the farm. I mean, we've got food going as well. We can bump it up a bit. And then the other one is, this is always the catch. If you look at these trees, so you can get birch and it only takes 7 days to grow and you get 1 unit of wood. Or you can go to oak, which takes 30 days to grow, but you get 8 units of wood. So what you ultimately kind of want to do is a combination at the beginning with a slow transition over to just doing oak, because you just get way more mileage out of it. But you kind of can't wait for that first batch of oak to come in. There's definitely a juggle on getting, like, I need some wood now, but I also need to approach it with consideration of the future. Alright, so we're getting the cassava planted. And so we're going to try and use as much of the fertile ground for stuff like that. Because stuff like houses and all that, we can build up on the hills. They don't need to be on fertile ground. But the farm, well, not fertile, but hydrated ground. But the farm physically requires it. So we've got our log storage. We've got this. You are going to be for the cassava now. That's not cassava. Kohlrabies. Basically, food. And then we're waiting to get the housing built, because that'll help other stuff. You can also go for the well-being of putting down the campfire right here. All those things boost that. I will need to get the teeth sharpening wheel, because we'll end up having, sooner or later, someone's tooth will break, and if you don't have the sharpening wheel, it can be bad for them. But the early game's the hardest part, just because, like, you've got to get that initial setup going on, and there are ways you can mess it up. So right now I've got 2 beavers who don't currently have jobs. That'll go away once this is built. I do need to build the science lab, and I shouldn't wait on that too much. What do you cost material-wise? Is it just straight up wood? Yeah, it's just wood. And it requires mechanical power as well. So for right now, it can just get plunked down there. Because I don't even care about doing science fast. I just need doing science at all. But this will be an interesting one, because I don't have any flowing water to speak of right now. And my assumption is, with the seeps, if I want flowing water, I've got to somehow get the water higher. And then use that to then create the mechanical power to move it. Or I think the real answer is we'll get the technology for the geothermal vents. That we get free power from. Let's look at this. So a geothermal vent, so at 160 power, oh, you only use wooden plank. That's actually not that hard in resources. That's even not that bad on research. So that's something we're going to want to beeline to relatively early, is that we get a 400 horsepower out of geothermal vent. So we can plunk one down here, and now it gives me mechanical power right nearby. Now, I suspect the gotcha about this is that this area, sooner or later, from one of the routes, will get contaminated with bad water or flooded, and I'll have to manage that, where I'll have my mechanical power here in an area that's going to get flooded, so I'm going to have to, like, sequester it off with, like, a dam or whatever, and then use, stuff to get mechanical power up and out of the hole. That's my guess. But for right now, we just need to get things set up to be functional at all. New well-being high score of 3. All right. Where do you mention... There's somewhere here that you mention what my what the next one I have to hit bonus is to get the higher work power. Where it's... I could have sworn it was you moused over this, but I'm just not seeing it. Like I said, it's a whole mechanic that the better your well-being is on your beavers, the more effective they are at their work. So yeah, so we're gonna make this line here birch. Sliders up left. I can check there in a moment. And that part will be oak. You know what? For right now, you can be oak, and we'll clear that out later if I have to. Gotcha. Oh, here we go. So it goes to the stats on themselves. Yeah, so it's saying at well-being 5, they will work 20% faster. At well-being 12, they will move 10% faster than the bonus area have of 5%. At well-being 7, they will live 20% longer. And you get the idea here. So you are very much like getting like 25% bonuses on like everything is a pretty substantial thing. That's like getting a whole extra quarter population of work. So for every 4 beavers, it's like getting a 5th, magic beaver that just comes into existence effort-wise in what they can get done. With a little nuance around it just because of sorry, 1 second, I'm adjusting a thing. Okay, I don't care about that. I thought it was Tomb trying to get a hold of me. It was a spam thing with a new icon I wasn't familiar with. Okay, and what are you complaining about now? You are complaining about food. We almost have that grown. So I just need you to survive 1 more day. And then you're going to have your food. Because we did a little bit of a sloppy start here because I'm rusty. But I don't think it's, like, unsalvageably sloppy. So I'm assuming with none of these water flows being particularly high up, and none of them being the old style of water sources that just endlessly fill, that what we'll have to do for our long-term projects is we're going to need to go here, use the geothermal geysers to pump water way up, to put it into like an aquifer reservoir or whatever, and then send it down its way. Like that's how I figure we get the elevation of the water higher, so we can get a proper reservoir. Because the other way I'd have to deal with this reservoir is have it up here, and then keep exploding down to just make the reservoir as deep as possible. And I want to say, if I remember correctly, there was an underground bad water trench. Okay, it's over there. Yeah, so it's over there, so it's not going to be a problem. But I was going to say, is I could see it being a thing that you tunnel down and accidentally breach into bad water, and then suddenly it's a panic. I mean, it's suddenly a panic as in you probably just killed your place beyond recovery. Oh, harvest it! Harvest it! Harvest it faster! Jubukra? Jubukra? Everyone's lives depend on you. Just, I can only imagine you've got your farmer, they're on the field and they're like pulling up turnips, and meanwhile there's like a line of people standing there and being like, I'm so hungry. I mean, in reality, you'd be unable to walk before you would succumb, but you get to the idea. That it's definitely one of those ones you're like, please, I just need it. You could pick up some of those yourself, you know that, right? Alright, meanwhile, while we wait, I will queue up the next farmhouse. And what will ultimately happen is one of these will be set to harvesting and the other one will be set to planting. And the reason I do that is you get in this weird cycle where they'll prioritize the wrong thing. And so right now I'm going to tell them to prioritize harvesting just to get past the initial starvation before we have a bunch of people drop dead. And then I need to put it back to balance or we'll pull everything up and then it'll be too little too late. Alright, so we're in danger because a lot of these beavers haven't eaten for over a day. But we are getting the food now. They're harvesting as fast as they can. Getting a couple berries in here, which also help. Okay. No one's died yet. We're down to only 4 beavers, sorry, who are hungry. Now that's 3. And the moment we see it go balanced, I'm going to switch that. Unless the other farm gets built. Yeah, so unfortunately I think this poor beaver over here on the far end is remaining hungry because we keep getting food and the other ones are grabbing it first, and because of how far away they are, they're just too late to the party again and again. You are going to need to be... We're going to be in trouble, so we're going to be in. You're a lower priority for right now. You're a lower priority for right now. And you're a lower priority for right now. Focus on getting the production for this going, or we're going to be in a bad place. Yeah, because I do have some wood left over there. Worst case scenario is I could probably put a little path down here and cut down those trees. We are starting to get ourselves in a not comfortable place with the wood. Still no one's died yet. It's gotten sketchy. Yeah, so you go up in priority, you go up in priority, you go up in priority. Oh man, 50 logs. That's a rough one. Because I also can't not do it. Yeah, no, it's gonna be rough. As long as I don't chop all the trees down, they will eventually recover. But that by then we'd probably be long dead from bad water. Okay, I've only got... No one's died yet. I've got 2 hungry beavers left. And I do actually have some food in reserve there. I'm not sure why you're not going to get that food, but that is certainly a choice. Dude, go eat. I think we're going to lose our 2 people chopping down the trees just because they're not getting to the place to eat fast enough. We're also going to be in trouble because we're still harvesting and not getting stuff planted, and I can't really afford to flip it until we get that food underway. I assume we're going to get some kind of warning when these switch from not being dormant anymore. So we got 5 beavers who are hungry. No one's died yet. No, it's only 2 workers per farm. And we do have the other farm here, but I've deprioritized it because this, like, if we don't get the wood settled, it's a doomed run. So we're kind of in that. I got 2 things I really need to get done. But, okay. I've only got the two out here who are hungry again. Go get your food, man. Well, they ate and immediately became hungry again, so they did momentarily stop being hungry. For a brief moment, they weren't starving. Okay, we've almost got the wheel built. And again, ate and immediately went starving again because they're just not getting the food. We're going to be in a lot of trouble here in a minute. So we've almost got the power wheel thing done. I have to... So that's 20 logs here, but we're getting dangerously low on wood. That might be the end of us there. Water we're fine. But when the drought hits, well, with the reservoir already there kind of thing, we might be okay for the drought. But my concern is if this dries out and we lose our crops, that'll be all she wrote. Get your food. I'm gonna have to make this a higher priority. I didn't want to because I need this online. Right now, deprioritize that for work because it's not connected to anything. Not yet, at least. Try planting today, maybe it survives. Well, the problem is I'm having to harvest to keep our immediate starvation. Oh, good. Our well-being high score is 4. Cool, man. Yeah, the problem is I can't stop harvesting because we haven't gotten to the point where we've caught up the food, which means I am burning down the clock. And then when the food runs out, I won't have the next wave ready. But if I starve before I get there... Increase worker hours? Yeah, I mean, we can. I've actually never had to do that before in the game. In my entire time playing this, I've never had to, Can we make stairs? Not yet, but that's not a priority yet. Okay, so with this, you are now a neutral priority. You're a neutral priority. That means we can start making the planks. And with the planks, we can make that, and that would be the immediate crisis handled. We have no one who is actively starving right this second, so we're switching to planting priority. And you'll be a harvest priority when you are finished. Work hours are basically red alert on Oni. Yeah, no, it's kind of the same thing here where it'll crash their well-being. Okay, switch to harvest priority again. Get what food you can. All right, we're almost having the forestry up, which will be one crisis sorted. Because once this is built, wood is secured to the future. There might be a delay before I have access to that wood, but it will be secure. Alright, so we're planting as hard and fast as we can. Alright, so just need one more plank there. And with one more plank there, we will officially have the forestry online and start planting our trees. Okay, you're now a priority. Cool. What's that symbol? Chipped teeth. Alright, that just went up in priority as well. The answer is, the science is down a priority, everything else is up a priority. We're going to drop the work hours back down to normal. The farm is fully replanted. That is what it is. And you're already set up a priority as well? That's fine. Let's see. Okay, we had our first beaver die, but they died of old age. So, that's not too big a deal. We did get the thing for fixing our broken or chipped teeth sorted. We are officially planting new trees, which is going to be a combination of birch and oak. The birch is just to limp us along till we can get to the oak growing, and then when the oak grows, we'll be on oak exclusively. And the reason for that is oak gives a much, much higher yield of wood per time. You just got to get to that point. Whereas birch gives us, you know, wood as fast as possible. How much did this cost? Something like 70 or whatever. They did change it so you could find stuff on the map to give yourself science. And so that has been a pretty big benefit. Yeah, no, the forestry's already built. It's there. It's doing its job. That's definitely one I remember very, very specifically because I've been burned where we limped along because I didn't have everything I needed there. I can't remember what the ratio was on these. It was something like in the time one beaver takes to die, you'd get something like 6 beavers out of one of these. So 2 of those would maintain 12. Like, there's a whole math behind it. Alright, I need more farmland, and that's not happening because, you know, I've already got all that. They don't really have a means of moving the water around much yet. How far do you reach? So you reached that far. Oh, in that case, we're going to have to go over here. You're never going to get planted. You're too far away. But the rest of you will. We'll go ahead and tell you to plant blueberry there as well. And there. Okay, so we're officially in drought. Now, what that means is this water production has ended. So eventually this will run dry. At the start, every vat supports 10 pop constantly. Okay, gotcha. So I'll give us 20 total, and we're at 17 right now. If we were just keep it the way it is, assuming it is running mostly constantly. Alright, so we got both planting and harvesting beavers here. So we are going to need to manage that. Let's go ahead and tell them that this area here, don't make that part of the tree area. Instead, we can go over here real fast, rip out these 4 trees. You're going to be part of the farm. Yeah, so I got beavers who don't have things. Stops pumping water at some point? Yeah, so I mean, with this one, we should probably be able to just ride through it. You can actually see the water level as it starts to drop. The first drought you get is usually very short. It's kind of just like the shot across the bow of the game. Be like, as a reminder, water's gonna be a problem. Don't forget about your water. Yeah, I got multiple buildings getting flagged as unstaffed and all that. Right now, with the plank building and this building, you only get to have 1 worker. Because we need more beavers to work the jobs they've already got. Okay, so the next wave of crops are coming in. That's good. That should give us a really quick boost in that. Yeah, -6 due to starvation, pretty much exclusively. So now we should have a crop rotation going where you've got some of the beavers are harvesting, some of the beavers are planting. So that instead of having like all the crop come in and then just suddenly have none, then all the crop come in, then suddenly have none, it should be a lot more of a gradual thing. We'll also get the campfire up. That'll boost our effectiveness working. Alright, so hopefully that stabilizes our food. Just take a minute to get there. You know, we're down to the last couple of trees. We're slowly getting the penalty from starvation out of here. We're going for longer work days again, at least till the first harvest done. That'll also help get our stuff planted, because once we get the blueberry bushes planted down here as well, that'll help out as well. And there usually is a point early game like this that you do have things get tenuous on the food and the wood while you're still getting your initial setup in place. I can actually go over here. Put a couple more birch up there. Go to our crops. Build a campfire was the new achievement I got. So the campfire will boost their mood a little bit more. And those, we're already halfway to getting our first wave of wood in here. Alright, so we're starting to move back into the positive on well-being, which is really good. If we get at least enough food here that we're not running out, those need to be back online. Because if those stay offline, we're going to have a population reduction, which means getting less work done. And it's always the catch with that kind of stuff. It's like, ah, yeah, well, if a bunch of them die, your food problem goes away. Like, well, it doesn't, because now I don't have people to make the food. We got our last 2 trees on the area. But the good news is those are already about 2/3 grown. We'll get those. I'll probably have to do like 2 rounds of these, and then the oak trees will come in. And at that point, it won't be like the tree growing that'll be the bottleneck. It'll strictly be the ability for them to cut down the trees and get that done. Alright, well-being is up to 5. And that's enough that now they work 20% faster. That should help out a lot. Alright. Got one last tree there. Well, actually, that tree is not going to be... These trees will be done before that pine tree is. So for all our people cutting trees, there's no longer anyone available to physically work on that. Alright. Survived our first drought achievement. Which we've done all that stuff well before, but there weren't achievements in the game at the time. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out, all good stuff. No starving beavers. Every beaver here has had their food. So it's curious that increasing the work hours, I expected that to penalize something, like their sleep or whatever. But apparently, just working a little bit longer doesn't actually seem to be having a negative effect on them. Added bonus, we now have people available, so if you'd please please get the berries in here. I've got extra berries. I just need you to put those in there. The entire future of this place does depend on that. Not to alarm you or anything, but literally we will all die if you don't if you don't do that, we'll have a population fallout and, you know, prioritize by haulers. Please. It'd be funny if there's a burnout mechanic where upping the hours doesn't work doesn't do anything initially, but over time it would get worse. Yeah, I mean, it'd be fair. You can only stretch yourself thin for so long before you break. It's also interesting they all went hungry before they went to get food. Luckily, now I actually do have food available. Why are you not doing the thing? Like, literally, we will die if you do not do the thing. And you operate as haulers when you're not doing other stuff. Okay, they finally did it. I was just sitting there going, it's like, I need you to do it. We need babies. Alright, I do think we're at the point, though, if it's about 10 per vat, we'll get another vat going. Because pretty soon, if that is a low priority, you're a neutral priority, you're a neutral priority. Because pretty soon I need to get that science going, because... Okay, so you're going to activate in 9 days. Alright. And that's the one that's going to dump here. So, what's going to need to happen is I need to get to where I can get up there to start building the levee across there, so that way when this gets all contaminated, it can dump out this way. Another thing that would potentially help... Oh, I see you, you tricky bugger. If I let it build up to the point where it overflows that way, it's a problem. Well, no, because it shouldn't overflow that way. It should fill up just the one tile here or whatever. And then this pops. And when that pops, it'll run out this way, and then I can carve this path, and it'll just dump out the side. Otherwise, it'll dump out this way, and I don't think it matters which way I take that. But we'll plan for it regardless. So we'll need the stairs. That's 70 research. I have 50. To get the 70, I need them to actually work at the lab, which means needing more people. So one of you will be a high priority. I'm actually willing to drop your priority for a moment. We'll leave it alone for right now. So everyone's simultaneously getting hungry. Luckily, I do have food. It's interesting that they're not eating until like they're hitting to the warning, hey, it's starving mark. Cool, so I do have the third vat going. So we're gonna have a little bit of a cushion here before we start having them grow up and give us more workers. Can I tell you to prioritize? Prioritize the blueberries for right now. That'll help both with the food and for the keeping the other ones going. And then once they plant the blueberry bushes, that's it. They're just planted. They don't have to be replanted unless they die. We do have a pretty good buffer here for the moment. Checking on their well-being. Alright, so thirst is getting down a little bit, but the rest is all fine. Yeah, so you got 8 days till that goes. I'm not seeing any other immediate concerns here. Alright. But then that should resolve both our food and the blueberries themselves as a problem. Yeah, so that's about what you want to see, where you'll notice they're slowly like trickle getting ready to be harvested and being planted kind of at the same rate, so that there's never nothing to do. That's actually a pretty good farm setup. They should eventually get ahead of it, but that'll be once we rank up their well-being a bit more. But with that, we now have our food solidly secure for now. I do have a decent amount of water in storage. We're definitely going to need more than that, especially as the population goes up. Yeah, I almost feel like what I want to do priority-wise is get the levee that we need to protect ourselves from the bad water. Once I get those two sorted out, probably the next project is I'm going to beeline to get the thing for the mechanical power from the geothermal vent, because then I can take the laborers off of this. And I'm going to try to have it where we use the geothermal vent and just get mechanical power going. And I'll probably want to, like I said, bring it up like a tile or two and put it at the same level as this. Just that way, if bad water ever gets in there, it isn't a death sentence. So I might surround the geyser here with levees just for the purposes of trying to keep the keep any water that goes there. Okay, yeah, so it's warning me that this is going to come alive. And my expectation is this will come alive, fill this up with bad water, and this is the devs kind of going, knock, 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 guess what's next to your home? And then this will come alive and be like, all right, you got 5 days or whatever amount of time to, you know, deal with this. So it's a way of like giving you a heads up, hey, you now have a problem that's got a timer on it. Deal with it or die. All right, so you're about to finish planting the last of the blueberries. And then you'll get back to planting the trees, because we did have our first couple of birch trees did get cut down finally. And I believe that's the last blueberry. All right, so with that, no more of a focus at all. Okay. So food's good, water's good. We've got our blueberries, so that should help with the population. One of the things I always find you have to be real careful about in this game is it is really easy to be like, oh, you know, things are good, I should increase my population. And then you build like 2 or 3 things for increasing your population, and for the little while it seems like everything's great. And then your population keeps going up and you go, wait a second. And then the population keeps going up, and you're like, I can't, there's too many. And you very, very quickly realize you've goofed, and you just put too many people too fast. Because right now we're climbing up to 15, and if it is 10 to one of these, that should give me around 30 people. My brain wants to say it was 7 or 8, going off memory. But that'd still be 21 people or whatever. 18, 21 people, which is still more than I have. I believe the 30 number. But regardless, my point is more just, it doesn't matter which of those is true. Because ultimately, that does mean some population growth. Okay, so you're about 25% grown. Yeah, because as I mentioned, the oak trees take forever to grow. But they are the best from time investment, both from labor and like how long that tile is made for wood out. The only catch being is if you're going to be potentially dealing with a drought killing your trees, they become then a liability because you don't get the payout unless you get the whole time in. Alright, so we're pretty much using all of the green area here. We can expand how much of the green area we have. If, say, for example, I poke a hole through here and let the water bleed down into this area, it does have the potential to open this up. The one catch is with poking there, where it looks like the obvious way to expand, is there is the catch that that is an underwater bad water river. And so my options for solving that would be, one, go up to where that branch is and plug it, basically sacrificing the beavers who do the work to prevent the bad water from backtracking in there, and then dump fresh water in there to, again, make this whole area green and give me more area to grow. That's so much of what Timberborn is about, is just the water management. Like, where are you going to put reservoirs of water to store it for when you need it? Hey, well-being 6. Because we have expanded the food options, which is good. We're pretty much just about out of wood. I am deliberately not queuing up more projects for right now, and just letting it ride for a minute. But I think my intent will be to put a staircase going up here, and then bring the path across here, let them fill that in, bring the path across there, fill that in. Because my expectation is this will go live, and after... Oh, impenetrable object that also blocks irrigation and contamination. It's difficult to demolish and can injure those who attempt to do it. Ah, that sucks. But my expectation is this will fill up that spot, and then this will come alive, and so this will be up in 5 days. That'll probably be another 5 to 7 to 10 after that, and at that point, if I don't have that here, we die, because that'll contaminate my main water source, and I won't have an alternative. We'll just get poisoned, and that'll be it. That'll be all she wrote. Okay, so curiosity. So mangroves, I want to say, give us another food option. And I think you can literally eat the mangroves as mangroves, or like you just get the mangrove thing. There's no farther prep. That's what I'm gonna check real fast. Yep. So what we could probably do is I'll need to build a staircase. What we could do here is rip out that tree and put a path here. But what I'll plan to do is put a staircase down into this area, and we can make this a mangrove field as well, for as far as that forestry can reach, and that'll be more food we can get. Because usually what little green and freshwater area you have becomes your source of wood and food. And then all your industry and all that you put off to the side wherever. A lot of times you'll also have it where you put it on top of the water, where you'll build platforms so the water's underneath you. In this case, with how limited in space I'm going to be for at least a good while, I think, especially with these geysers here, I think this will be the first time I won't be building any of that on top, because usually I just use the water flow and then build a system of water gates to be able to go that as time goes on, it can kind of like ratchet down the gate until we get our sluices, and then use the sluices for the same effect, where during the wet season you build up your reservoir, and then during the droughts and the bad water you have your reservoir slowly drain into the rest of your system to try and manage the water there. Okay, so we did get an extra beaver, so we are officially to the point of mechanical power. So the next thing we should get worker-wise is someone should show up at the science building. And once we have that, we can get our platform 1 and our staircases. And once we have both of those, I can make the staircase up here and start those levees. And then when those are done, we'll just get to work immediately on the next set of levees. Because that's our timer right now, is getting those walled off. Once those are walled off, the rest of the map can go to hell for right now. We will have a stable situation here, and we can start building and expanding our area. Until I realize I've missed an area that could spill over into our home. And that'll be like the next crisis. I think we'll see how bad this is going to get when we have our first official bad water thing. I don't know how I'm dealing with bad water built on top of this. Very genuinely. Because what bad water does is these water sources that are good water during the bad water event instead give me bad water. So this will all get contaminated. And normally the way you'd do that is you'd build it up and you'd add a gate system or sluices where, you know, okay, bad water's coming, you slam the gate down that diverts water out, and you slam the gate up that diverts water into your base. So I'd make, like, in this case, I'd build this up, make an aquifer that goes this way, that we would dump the bad water into this area and then, you know, bleed it out there. And then otherwise the good water would go to the rest of the reservoir. But with this being a seep where it doesn't endlessly build, that's going to be the trick. We'll have to see the limitations on all this. Are you chomping? I mean, we're chomping on them trees. We should begin. We're about third grown from our good trees, and we got our crappier trees up here working on it. So we do have a full storage of those crops. So some of the things we could work on once the research picks up and we get our platform and our stairs is I can also go and build up another storage thing up here. And I could swap out some of this field for a different farm good. Because the idea, the more different things your beavers are eating, the healthier they are, the faster and better they work. It's not a huge priority. I think the mangroves would be the next thing. Yeah, so we're technically at what? No, so we're at we've got room for 20 beavers, and right now we're at 16. Population is slowly climbing. What we'll probably do... Yeah, it's probably back here as I can put the staircase up one tile. That can feed this area. And then I can go up in our tile and put in our set of houses up here. Also end up wanting to have more water storage. Could be a thing we work on. Let's go ahead and get some more water storage in the meantime. I'll chuck 3 of them up here. Because as our population grows, the longer we're going to have to... Like, both the droughts will get longer, and we will have more people for the droughts. it's not an exponential growth on the amount of water we'll need, but it is a significant increase in the amount of water we'll need. Because it's kind of adding multipliers on both ends. Higher rate of consumption, and the longer your consumption needs to go. Alright, no goods selected. You will do water. You will do water. You will do water. Yeah, so we're unfortunately having a bunch of the beavers dying out from old age. So we're kind of holding at around 12 workers. I shouldn't add another one, but I am going to add one more growth vat. That should be able to get us between 28 and 40 beavers. Which I don't have the housing for, and likely other supplies. But I need the population picking up a little faster. Because we are on a timer before that goes up. Yeah, because it's not exposure to bad water that sets us off. Any bad times yet? No, we're only on day 9. Cycle 2, day 9. We're very early on. We've only been streaming for about 2 hours, and I would guess we probably spent half an hour chit-chatting at the beginning of stream. So usually you get like 2 or 3 droughts before your first bad tide. I'm expecting the first bad tide to be a really rough one. Partly because there's a whole bunch of stuff on this map that make bad tide show up places I don't expect it. So it's really hard for me to visualize where we're going to be in trouble on the bad tide. And I don't know how I deal with this as my only water source during the bad tide. I don't see a realistic way in the short term to mitigate. Long term, there's plenty of options. Like the short term, what I might even do is the short term, I could go and carve a path through here maybe, and then put a gate here. And then during the bad time, just basically dump our water out. Even that, though, seems bad, because these water seeps are something I'm having to adjust to, because it's not, as I mentioned before, the way it typically works in the past is, say, this water source here would be a huge danger, because it would just keep filling till it's spilled over. But these seeps only seem to go 1 tile in depth. And then once they hit 1 tile in depth, they stop filling until that tile is... Like, basically, it only has enough pressure to push for 1 tile. So it can't just build a box that goes to the sky and fill it up. So it's a new challenge. And I mentioned before, I think my expectation is use something like the geyser for mechanical power. To say, let's say I put a little reservoir up here. This would be a terrible place, but pretending I put one up there. To then use the geyser's mechanical power to just keep pumping water up into that area to build my reservoir. That said, that sounds like a lot of mechanical power I will need. Okay, so we're just shy of halfway through growing our oak trees. Which is good, because I have no spare wood at all. We have used all of our wood. And when we get the oak trees, it'll be a massive payout. 1 oak tree is worth 8 of those trees. Yeah, and it would be... For birch trees to get the same amount of wood as an oak tree, I think it's like 56 days. No, 50... No, that's not right. So it's 8 per 30. So it's about... That's fine. It's about a wood every 3 days or something like that. Versus that's a wood every 7 days. So it's not quite double the speed. Not sure about Iron Teeth, but Folktale do have an achievement for having 10,000 power for windmills alone. Took about 35 of the big ones to get it. Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me if there's at least one achievement for both factions. I'm sure they'll both have it where it's like, you know, make a certain amount of whatever specialty buildings kind of going on. I haven't looked at the achievements at all yet. I figured we're going to get a bunch of the achievements by just doing normal gameplay. And then whether we go after the achievements on stream or off stream, most likely will end up happening being like, all right, here's the handful of achievements that are there. There'll also be achievements of something like trap a beaver using dynamite or something. Like, I don't think that's an actual specific achievement, but we will likely have achievements that are those kind of things where it's a thing you won't normally do, but sooner or later will happen if you, like, look for the achievement and all that. Or trap a beaver wherever by destroying the path behind them. Like, I don't know what they're going to be, but they'll usually have some achievements that are, like, silly stuff, that kind of thing. Man, we are still holding at just about 12 workers. Okay, we did manage to get the next one of those done. So that should start to get ourselves a higher worker count. Yeah, the achievements are a nice touch to push things for you might not normally do. Yeah. Well, that's the reasons I'm a big fan of Steam achievements. It's actually one of the things, like, obviously game devs get to make their own decision. When there are game devs who are openly like, yeah, we won't add achievements because we don't like them, it's like, oh, okay. It's not a deal breaker for a game. It's not like me when a game has generative AI, I simply won't touch it. But it is a bit underwhelming when you're like, this is a game that'd be extremely good for achievements, and they're like, oh yeah, no, we don't like achievements, and you're like, oh, okay. That's your choice, man. But, like, that is a really good feature that Steam has that definitely feels like, you know, kind of just a missed opportunity. And so we're actually on their 7th stream streak. Thanks so much for that. If Disney produced this game, they'd try to work into the whole human extinction secret meta plot to their Pixar movies. I mean, you're allowed to be wrong, I guess, basically. So because we don't have the, like, we only have the bad tide seeps, we don't have, like, the normal bad tide. The normal bad tide has a description that's something like, why do we have to clean up all the humans' mess? Oh, right, they're all dead. There's some fun flavor text in the game. Because this, is there any Twitch integration for Beaver's name? I don't believe so, not unless they added it. I believe there might be a mod that adds that. I used to do the naming on the Beavers from once in a while. But it is one of those things that, generally speaking, Beavers, they don't live long enough to put up with it, kind of thing, unfortunately. Even if you take really good care with them, you'll notice over here, like, died of old age, born, grew up, died of old age, born, grew up. They don't have a super long lifespan, so it is a thing that gets really obnoxious really quickly, just trying to go through and rename them again and again. I used to do it when the channel was a lot smaller and all that, but as I've gotten better at the game and get to later game, it very quickly stops being something I want to deal with. If you keep the water above 0.8, the seep won't activate. You can build levees and a floodgate around it, and a water dump to keep it full, so bad water won't come out. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So take advantage of the fact that the seep only goes so high, so I could literally, like, just pump water up here, then seal that off, and then just bury the seep underneath it. And as long as it doesn't run too dry, we're good. You know, and there's plenty of options to get that sorted. But yeah, I get the idea. I could make this my reservoir and just dump the good water there. And the only concern is if it ever got too low, then suddenly my main water supply runs dry, becomes bad tide water. And yeah. Yeah, no, the seeps are new. So that's another one. So those are both going to blow. And then it'll just go around this way, which is neither here nor there for me, whether it pops here and then goes this route or goes that route. Yep, should be automated. Yep. No, absolutely. But early game, my fear is when we have a bad tide event. I'm suspecting this will become bad tide, and that'll be the trick. We can either, as stated, overfill this to the point that this is effectively not emitting water, and therefore canceling the bad tide in this spot. But that's gonna be something like over here where we'll have to like use the geothermal mechanical power on a pump just to make it so it's automated to just keep filling that up. Because I could see making like a little pocket here that we pump the water out and into the other area to let this effectively endlessly fill. And then all I'd have to do during the bad tide is just turn it off. And it would contaminate just a little teeny tiny spot there. But then, you know, once we started the whole process, we had the whole reservoir, letting like 4 tiles of bad water go into, you know, 200 tiles wouldn't matter. It'd be so diluted it wouldn't have a significant effect. Alright, so we got 14 workers. This thing should kick on any time now. Because we got you locked at 1 person. And everything else should be good. Because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 workers back here. That's number 14 there. So 15th worker goes here. The real issue is blocking off the bad water pipes. Yeah, no, I noticed that when we were, when I was like, okay, people were mentioning that there's seeps and then water sources. I was trying to see about finding a water source. And I was like, you know, what are you? Oh no, a bad tide drain. So my assumption of how I would want to deal with this is when I have the time, I would go over and do something like this. Or I'd take the levees. Oh. You can't build there. Oh, wait, never mind, I'm probably too low. Yeah, you can't build directly in front, so it'd actually have to be like... you know, something like that, and, you know, block it off. There's a couple options we have. Those are new. I'm a little mixed on those and how I feel about those. I think they make an interesting challenge. But at the same time, it kind of sucks that you got that permanent feature that there's like, you can correct in the sense of handle it, but you can't correct it in the sense of deal with it. Because that's like one of the things with the bad tide water source where you could put like the cap onto it and then turn it off. And now it's just a thing you don't have to think about anymore. Come on, I need one more kid to grow up. And then we'll get a research started. Done. The lab is online. Science is happening. So, the first thing I want is the stairs down, then a platform. Because what we could do... I mean, technically I can actually get away with the levee too, can't I? I can. So you're 12. And you're 6 planks. I'm going to use the levee because it'll be less effort. I want to do something else with that later. Yeah, so I have a group of stairs that go up here. We'll block this off. Because as you can see, this source kicked off. I'm expecting this bomb to become not dormant soon. That's my expectation for the next problem. It'll either be this one pops, or they'll have one that's way over here that seems like inconsequential will pop just so you see like, oh, this is how it works. But when that pops, that's us screwed. So we want to block that off. And then there's one way up here that when that pops, it'll fill in this area, which eventually will fill in this area, which will eventually dump out into my place as well. Alright, you got drought approaching. But yeah, and that's the whole thing. We'll just have to work our way around the map, and to get ourselves more room to grow, we will have to handle those things. But as soon as we hit 70, then we'll start going and getting all this stuff. Oh, another thing you're going to need. Alright, so we're going to have to rip out a row of trees there. So I could put a path here to go up there. And then we would do this. And that would be able to get all of our stuff built up here. And then with that, we'll have circumvented the immediate dangers. And then there's going to be handling the bad tide in this water source. Which does sound like the answer is going to be along the lines of get the water level higher. Which, since this turns off at 0.8, my options for that are going to be either split it off into two separate sections so that I can dump from this side over to the other side and fill up a reservoir, and then when the bad tide comes, I can reverse that to, you know, when as it like evaporates, I can reverse to fill that spot up to prevent the bad tide here. Or I can ultimately just let the bad tide happen here, but, you know, again, separate this off into its own little pocket to push the water up top. Okay, and we've got what we need for stairs, so unlock stairs. It is interesting to me, they gave us the spiral staircase, which is cool. Because that has been new since the last time I played. So you've got that, and then also there. So all that's connected. Alright, so now, once that staircase gets built, it'll be curious to see how far out there I can go and get mangroves for another food group. The other thing I'm going to need to do, has been coming up due for a while, is I need to get a staircase to be able to make this area more useful. So I'm going to start that by going here. Oh, this one I will need platforms, so that's going to actually have to wait. That's fine. But we'll build more storage and more housing and all that before things escalate too much. Alright, with that whole route's connected. So, now it's just a matter of waiting for the wood to come in and for a couple more laborers. So, other projects to consider is we can get the medium tank so we can store significantly more water. That's one to consider in the short term. I can consider getting the double shower, because with the shower I can make a spot available here to get the wet fur bonus. The medical bed we're probably going to need soon, because no matter what you do, there's injuries will just kind of happen. And then the other one was to get the geothermal engines. They're a bit costly in the sense that it takes a lot of lumber to do those, but there's no metal cost, which is the big pain early game. So if I get a geothermal engine, that's 400 horsepower. To give you an idea, this wheel, if I have 4 beavers dedicated to working on it, would give 300 horsepower. So it's kind of like getting 1/3 of these wheels, but not having to have someone actually working it. You just plunk it down and let it do. Okay, so we got 5 young beavers. And then what'll end up happening after that is once we get to see the little equilibrium here, we'll have people assigned. We can move on to the next thing. But I do need one more beaver just... Yeah, so this one mentions a low chance of injury. So where we look at this, there's no chance of injury. This one, every once in a while, someone will get injured. And if you don't have a medical bed for your injured person, they will eventually die. So that was well-being. How much was it? 80? I think I'll go for the medical bed next. Just because I know inevitably someone's going to get injured when I don't have the science. And then they'll die because that's just always been my luck with that. And then we are waiting for the population to increase anyways. So that hopefully I will have enough research by the time that goes to get the next thing. Oh yeah, I forgot they added other means of transportation. That we can have, like, tubeways and all that. That give a massive boost to movement speed. So, like, the folktales, I think they got zip lines. Versus these ones, they got what's effectively like pneumatic tubes. So later on, when you're trying to like move beavers from, say like I have this area here, and I kind of make like a second district over here to deal with the metal or something, whether I keep it as 1 or 2, it would be worth it for me to build a tube line to go all the way over here. I could also see going underground and just like at the deep layer, just having a grid of tube lines all over the place so that they can kind of go to, like, you know, any block to any block and pop back up. I can see a lot of fun options there. Alright, so there's the drought. So this drought's going to also be 3 days. It's the same length as the last one, so this drought shouldn't cause us any more grief. The only situation that's changed here versus the last one is with this drought, I will run into the situation where I don't have, this situation I have a couple more beavers than I had the last time, so we are consuming more water than we did the last time. But at the same time, I also have 3 more storage things, so I've doubled our capacity of storage. So, you know, whichever. It's fine. Alright, so with that, I do actually have the ability for that to turn on. The issue I'm having right now is I do not have any spare logs. They're just all being used because we're building. Which is certainly a forever Timberborn problem. Of, as you get grand projects, you can just increase your log consumption exponentially by building more builder huts to try and get your mega projects done. And the bottleneck is always your ability to grow wood. That it's either you could use another building hut or wood. Because this is a game you'll see people are like, alright, I'm going to go around the edge of the map and build it up like 10 tiles worth of height to make 1 mega reservoir and all sorts of like macro scale projects, which could be ridiculous and fun. But every block of that is like 12 wood or whatever it is for every levee, and then, you know, 5 or so planks for every staircase, and you get the idea. That you do the math, like, alright, well, I'm going to put down 20,000 wooden blocks. Okay, well, that's going to be 280,000 lumber, and I'm going to need this many hundred, or this many thousand planks to make the stairs to reach all those different places. And then all the infrastructure to support your population while you're doing it. So, it looks like I'm actually going to change my mind and do the platform next, instead of the bed, because we are starting to get homeless people, because the place is continuing to grow. And I don't have anywhere for them to go. Let me check really fast. Because Tomb is probably already home. I don't know what our dinner plan is. We got plenty of options. But part of it's going to be... No, she's not home yet. That's the reason I wanted to check. Because when she gets home, I'll run downstairs. Because that's just the way I do my stream is usually around 2 hours into stream, give or take a half hour, 45 minutes or whatever. Well, probably not give or take. Usually 2 hour or within like the next hour or so. At some point my wife gets home, and that's usually when I take my big break that's like 5 minutes-ish. Just to welcome her home, toss some food in the oven and all that. Okay, so we're weathering this drought just fine. We're waiting on research right now. And it is a thing I could build more research, but for the moment, I don't really have a need for it. So I do have one person that is unemployed. So we're going to go ahead and make a little bit more room for the mechanical power here. Because that should give us more mechanical power to our system. And I will let that have another worker. Because we are starting to have them age up a lot faster. Which is what we figured. We added 2, and I was like, well, it's either going to give us 28 or 40 beavers, or somewhere in between. And we were sitting at like 14, but it's just taking forever to get the population sorted. Okay, how close are you to growing? 73%. Alright, so what we're going to start doing here is I'm going to unqueue that from being birch, and we'll start queuing that up to be oak. Because we are going to reach the point that this is going to come to full growth, and we could slowly swap that over to the oak for the higher yield trees. And that's going to be the best bang for our buck time-wise. We just needed the birch to kind of limp along until we get our first wave of oak in. But with these coming up on about 70-80% done, if I plant another round of birch, they'll come up due around the same time that the oak will get finished. So we are at the point of just wait for these to finish up their next cycle. Then it's going to be oak for days. Oh, did you actually... Oh, no, I thought you finished that one. Alright, so you've almost got the staircase down done. And then we can add mangrove down there for another food supply. And then hopefully by then I'll be able to put some platforms over here so I can get another set of warehouses up here to add the mangrove. And then also work on getting some housing over here for the extra people. Oh, I don't actually have plank storage either. They had some new challenges, didn't they? Yeah. I'm still waiting to see that be like, I'm no longer dormant. Get ready. Is about to get messy. Okay. Getting more oak trees planted. And this will be our second drought. Like I said, usually it's like 3rd to 5th event is when you get your first bad tide. You know, going by memory, which, you know, take it for what it is there. We'll have to figure all that out. I could also see potentially taking this, boxing it off, pathing it over this way, and then again using the idea of like pumping the water up into the rest of the reservoir, like literally capping this all off. And then when we have the bad tide, just, you know, turn off the pump and just let it dump out the side into what this is like effectively an aqueduct that already leaves the map. It's like a deep underwater bad tide aqueduct. The problem is I'd have to displace the dirt or get explosives, and both of those are not not super early game things. Yeah, so for the water, we have the deep mechanical fluid pump. Pumps water or bad water up on one side and discharges them on the other. More efficient than a regular pump. We have a fluid dump, discharges water, bad water. Deep bad water pump. And a centrifuge. That'll be a while. That's actually some relatively far tech. Alright, so there's our platform 1. So we'll start by going like that. And you will hold mangrove. And get the big storage. And you will hold planks. And you've got that. How far do you reach? Okay, at least it's a nice, convenient square shape. Now let's check that again. Okay, that tile you can't actually plant. Then go one farther over here. That'll do. And that gives us mangroves. The problem is, I believe the mangroves you collect with the gatherer flag. So probably want to do is over here, move those over here. Yeah, they've got a pretty good range. Probably move both the gatherers right here and here. Would be a good idea. And that should give it range to that whole area down there and all of this over here. And then later on, if I decide to plant like chestnuts or something, then this area would also be handled. Okay. Then go to food. Gathering flag. Yep. And so that means I can now go down here. Pick those apart. Heal up the road there. Fill that spot in with blueberries. Alright. Okay, so that'll be good. Yes, after 10 days, we'll start getting the mangrove out of that as well. And then that's another project for you to work on. We're getting the staircases built to get out of here, which is good. Then wood's still our bottleneck, but like I said, those are coming up pretty much done. That's interesting. A bunch of the things were like, yeah, we noticed something. On a bunch of the cameras, I was like, nope. I think it's literally, I've got a spider in the garage that keeps building a nest over the camera we have in there again and again and again, like all the time. Unstable core. Okay. Alright, so now this is urgent. So now this is really urgent. So priority, max, all of this, and all of that. And I got 9 days to get that done before we have a crisis. So luckily we're going to have a really significant influx of wood very soon. Yeah, because we got the one right here that's the catastrophic one's going to go. And then these two here are going to go, which is more interesting, because that one's just going to blast and then dump right off the side of the map, so it's neither here or there. This one's going to blast and predominantly fill in this area and then go off the side of the map, but also bleed over here. That's going to make this whole area contaminated, but it's already, like, it's far enough away that, as far as concerns on my plate, basically doesn't exist yet. It's just, it doesn't impact me, it's just completely elsewhere. It's something I'll have to do to clean up later. But that'll already be when you do like a massive expansion, not as an immediate priority. Oh, now Tuma's home. Alright, bear with me, chat. I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes to welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven, that kind of thing. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. This is my quote-unquote big break for the stream of about 5 minutes. So I'm going to go do that. I'll be right back. We'll pick up where we left off with Timberborn, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. I was also... There's the sound. I was also quickly showing my wife the trailer for the game. I was like, okay, you won't care about the game because this isn't really her kind of thing. I was like, it's a well-made trailer. Okay, so we're getting all the oaks planted. For those who missed where we got going on, is... No, I didn't... I was going to run the ad when I stepped downstairs, I forgot. I'll snooze the ad for as long as I can. That way it's not like get back and immediately ad land. But I can only kick it about 20 minutes down the road. But yeah, so we've got this bad water up here. This thing goes off in 8 days. So in 8 days I need to finish my ramp up here and block that off. Because when this blows up, it's going to take that bad water and dump it directly into my water supply. Which would kill us. Pretty badly. So we're working as hard as we can to try and get that to not happen. But, you know. We're up against the timer. And once that's blocked, I gotta start working on this one. Because then this is gonna go off. We don't know when yet. But that's another one where it'll dump into here, which will go into here, which will then bleed into here. So this one, at least when it goes off, it will actually take it a little while before it comes in here. Versus this one, the moment it goes, it's going straight into our home. Okay, we're getting really close on this part. If I can at least get the first 3 blocks down, that'll slow it up. But I do need all 6 blocks to stop it. It also means that some of our people are going to stay homeless because right now I got other priorities. And the thing that's slowing up our construction is the trees, the wood. I was in the middle of switching everything over to the last of the oak when it happened. Our first oak tree here, though, it's about 90% done. So this is going to be cutting it pretty close, unfortunately. But almost all of this is at like that 80-90% range. Not till we get way down here does it drop to 50%. So we're just doing what we can. We got a couple more birch trees going in here. And the good news is once I get that done, I have no more need of planks to get the rest of this built. So a little worried about this. Because we should get the wood in time. It's will we get the wood in time and then be able to build. Yeah, because we're going to get those ones done. So that'll be 6 more wood. And then it's that. Bear with me, chat. Let me go ahead and grab my, I didn't grab myself an extra drink. It's just the room right here. Let me do that really fast. And I'll be right back. Oh, it's going well. We're looking at this blinking red light here. That says 7 days that I'll explode. So in 7 days, tragedy is going to strike. So, we need to deal with that. Alright, so I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Well, it's not a couple minutes. I'm literally just going to mute the mic, walk in there, grab my drink, be back. Okay, sorry about that. I didn't realize my drink was just about done. There isn't a range anymore. They got rid of that a while back. It used to be you had to be in range of the district, or they just wouldn't build. That's gone. They, like, from this district, they will literally build stuff over here, just horrifically inefficiently. Because, you know, you're having them walk from this building all the way over there. but they got rid of the districts as a requirement. You do have to have paths that get there, to be clear. So if I do want to build over here, I will need to have like a path with some bridges and all that to get out to that spot. But as long as they can path there, it's fine. But yeah, no, with the old districts, it probably would have ended around this area, would have been the limit on the range. And you'll notice that's marked, this whole area will still be red, but they'll still do it. Alright, this is getting real bad. Yeah, so it's going up about 5% a day. Let's see, you're glad you didn't mind the district's requirement, but it wasn't crazy about it. Yeah, the problem with the districts is it forced you to rebuild your infrastructure again and again and again to do anything long term. So in practice, what you usually did is you had like your district, everything in range, and you'd build a second district base like way far away, move the resources over, do your project, then shut it all down to move like everything back just to build a wall or whatever. And so it ended up being kind of a very laborious thing that really did feel like busy work. I'm not feeling good about getting this this plugged in time. And it's not a thing that increasing their schedule will help. Like, I could give them a 24-hour work schedule and they still wouldn't go. Because just like, you know, Mythical Man Month, you can't have a baby in 1 month by throwing 9 women at it. It's just not how it works. Just the same, the tree's gonna grow at the rate the tree's gonna grow. I could throw 10 people at working on it. It's not going to change the ETA on that tree at all. It's going to be a mess, but you're hopeful. I don't think it's going to fully wipe the group. It really depends on how fast we can react. What I think might happen is this might get contaminated. Oh no, because it's going to overfill. Right. Yeah, so it is a pretty dire thing that needs to get taken care of. Alright, so end of today's, first thing tomorrow, we should get that. So I will have about 5 days to get that built. Which is rough, because I do need to still get the planks made to get there. If I can get 2 more planks, then that's enough to get up to the top here. Alright. But if we can manage to get ahead of that, I'm feeling a bit better that we can knock that out in like 9 days. Because like then we're getting maximum wood output because we're getting oak. So we're going to get a very, very significant amount of wood going pretty quickly. And our food and water and all that's fine for right now. Can't you cut down the dead trees? The ones way up here? Yes. If I had the wood to build a way to get there. No, it'll give me wood. I just would have to get there, which means building the staircases, which is also what I need to get up there. I would have need to have done that earlier, is the problem. The problem is, I didn't realize I was going to be pushing this close. And now that I am this close, I'm limited on options due to time. But that's at 98%, so that should be good for us today. And then once that starts, then the bottleneck isn't going to be wood, it's going to be work time. Yeah, so I need 1 more wood there, 1 more plank here, and then just build that. I think we'll get in like right at the last minute. It might be a thing that on the last day or so, if it looks like it's going to be necessary, I can bump up the hours to do that last final push. Because that one explodes, as do these two. These two exploding shouldn't impact me in any way. It'll put stuff down that way. And there's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no preventing it. Yeah, no, if I got up there, I can't, like, disassemble it. That's going to happen. Which is what I figured. I figured this is a way of marking, saying, hey, you're safe for now, but not for long. Thank you, wifey. Love. I love you too. Oh no! Alright. So we're down to 4 days. We are cutting down the last of the oak, or starting to cut down the oak trees one by one. Oh, I thought the others are closer behind. It's gonna have to be what it is. Give me my plank. Alright, well they brought the wood for the next tree. I got 2 extra people. So literally all the jobs are filled. This is gonna be close. Yeah, until these are growing, there's no reason to extend the schedule. Because there's no resources, they'll just stand around waiting. Alright, we just need 4 planks. Planks are getting done. Please, for the love of everything that is holy, grow. One more plank will do it. And then it's just wood we need from there. Grow, tree! I thought those were closer. I mean, we're either gonna make it or we're not. It's too late, there's nothing I can do at this point to change any of the outcome. It's, you know, we've got, alright, so it's warning me that we got 3 days. Give me that last plank, please. And all of these are set to top priority. Some of these are getting done by not being able to path over there, which is probably a mistake. Okay, so that'll be the last thing there. So we do have our path over there. So now it's just a matter of wood. That's fine. So tomorrow is extended hours. Probably. They got an archery that's going to be done there. I think we're going to get done in by the trees not quite growing fast enough. Okay, for right now, this building, turn it off. Don't worry about the planks. Keep any logs as logs. Every plank matters. You are not getting built. You're waiting on planks, which I paused already. So I paused all projects that are not this. Every single log we get is being put to the dam. We got 2.5 days And it's 12 logs per spot. And it's gonna be these trees that decide it. Yeah, it's not even, so that's the thing. I keep thinking about extending the schedule, but it doesn't matter. I'm bottlenecked by the trees growing. So the trees are either going to grow or they're not going to grow in time. Was the red thing blinking? It's a bomb. This is the reason we're in a panic. So there's bad water up here on a seep thing. So that's a bad water source. That bomb goes in 2 days. I can't stop it. That's just the way it is. Which is going to spill it directly into my main, it's just going to spill it on top of me. Like, it doesn't even matter about the reservoir. It's literally going to cover my town. So that's bad. So I'm trying really quickly to slap up a levee to force it to go around me. But I got 2 days, not even, before that's said and done. And there's no avoiding that. Okay, so tomorrow, we bump the hours. Yeah, and there's a couple of them, because like I've got the one there. There's 2 over here, but it's just this water resource just gonna dump off the map. So once I get that handled, my next biggest threat is there's another bomb down here. It's not active yet. It'll active eventually. And then this is another one that'll spill in here. It'll slowly fill up this whole area. Actually. Oh yeah, no, it will become a threat to me. Yeah, but once I wall this off, it'll spill up here, spill over there, and eventually go through. But yeah, so they've got these idea of these seep water sources that only go 1 tile high. So, like, I've got a water source here, but it's not flooding my place because it can't go more than a tile unless I get the water out of the way somehow. Alright, today is a 20-hour shift. Get to work. Because I need to get this block, and that block done. To delay the threat. That'll hopefully delay it long enough that we can get the next thing done. Can you destroy the blockage on the other side and split some that goes to the west and some goes east? I could if I made the stairs. The issue is if there's a non-zero amount, even 1 tile of bad water splitting in here, it's just going to overwhelm. Because this only fills up to 1 tile depth. The moment we're getting bad water over there, it means I'll stop getting good water. Which means it'll just gradually dump bad water on me. Okay. It does look like I'm going to have enough wood. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have enough wood. 22-hour shift. Get to work. There's no sleep tonight. You get to nap. You can rest when you're dead. Because that's the alternative. And we got Mohan Ryan, their 345 stream streak. Catch that 345 streams without miss a single one, so I do appreciate it. That was close. I mean, we're not out of the woods yet. We got half a day here. And they're building as fast as they can. That's one thing I could do. I should have done that earlier. Get more workers. Okay, everyone's health is starting to crash. Because we are not letting them sleep and they're getting well, I mean, the hunger they should be solving themselves. Okay, with that 2 wood, this block will be done. We got 0.4 days left. They're carrying 2 logs at a time. 0.3 days left. Okay, the bottom one's done. .2 days left. 0.1 days left. Get your butt over here. Time's up. Gonna take a minute to fill up. And solved. Alright. You earned a normal sleeping schedule. Congratulations, team. You got through at the last possible second. And meanwhile, we can now do the other one at normal priority. So turn all these projects back on. Okay, and we'll have the workers split up more. Last second save. Yep. Yeah, so that's given us an entirely new contaminated river. Wait, weren't these ones supposed to go off too? Or am I thinking the wrong place? Because this was one area. Then there's another area that's going to have bombs go off on either side of it. I don't remember where that was. It's fine. So you've got that all sorted. So that's another one that's going to go off. And that's just going to fill up this basin. Oh, you're just going to destroy a bunch of research because you're a troll. Okay, I mean, that's fine. I can get research anyways. Yep, we're going to keep this project going. Meanwhile, we're going to slowly work on getting our housing sorted out and getting our extra supply thing. Oh, you got a clip? Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, we won't see the clip. Twitch will just show everyone else 3 asterisks because Twitch does suppress the clips. I have that turned on because of bots. Because the bots got no chill. Meanwhile, we're sitting at almost 200 research, so let's unlock the geothermal engine. Because then what we could do is put geothermal engine here and start working and getting our mechanical stuff on this side of town. Yeah, those bots be botting. That they be. I also just realized there's a natural staircase right there this whole time. We could go down there to get that, but at this stage, wood should not be a problem. Not for the midterm. So get rid of that spot. Not sure how I want to go around this. Because we're going to need to have our production buildings down here. Yeah, I'll just build production buildings over this area entirely for right now. Do you do mods this 1.0 vanilla? I don't mod hardly any of my games. And if I do mod, it's usually very light, so there's no mods being run on this. Alright, so with that, we've got you set up here. And get the path over here to this storage. And then meanwhile, from here, build another staircase up there. Give ourselves more housing up there. Okay. Everyone else is working on all this. And that's going to be a major project. But once that project's done, we're going to start building out our industry as best we can down in that area. Because this should provide a lot of horsepower at all times. Alright, well, once this is walled off, the next crisis I have to deal with is sooner or later we're going to get bad water from this reservoir, and I need a way to handle it. And for the moment, the strategy that's coming up here is getting the fluid dump. And potentially making ourselves a reservoir over here. So we've got this thing, we fluid dump to like fill up a reservoir around it, and then otherwise we can make an area that leads out here that we can then put we can put a pump on it for purposes of emptying it out. I'm not sure how well that'll work. Where ultimately not the centrifuge, the deep water pump would be good, but I don't have the stuff I need to operate that. But once this is built, we're going to tear down these, and all our mechanical power is moving down here. Because that's 400 forever power that I don't have to do anything with. I don't have to do anything to keep. And then we could go over here and do the same. Move our mechanical power down into these lower areas. We're definitely going to have to figure out a way to do a reservoir with the seeps. As far as seeps that we could use, that's only like 1 or 2 blocks taller. Yeah, none of these seeps are particularly high up. I think this is the highest one we've seen so far. That one's actually higher. So that's the height of our seep. So we have one of the lowest seeps here. That one's also low. If we go up one, that's that seep. Up another. There's that seep. Yeah, so that seems to be the highest seep up here. But that's going to be a hot minute. And we're slowly getting that levee handled. We're gonna get our mangroves soon. Those are backed up because of berries. That's fine. We'll get there. Alright. This will be dealing with the homeless beavers there. Also need to go over here. This plan for the next house to be up here too. I actually have a bunch of area I could probably use here. Alright, so definitely part of the plan for this water seep will be eventually making a path here, because this is a an aqueduct that leads out, and making some like sluice for bad water around here, so that when the bad water happens, it can just dump it out into that trail. It's just a matter of I've got to water storage this kind of stuff. And that'll be a really tricky thing with our current setup. Just because those don't have pressure. And I'm like thinking the only way we do that is the fluid dump and the deep water pumps. Like having overabundance of pumps going and then dumping it out manually, but that dumping it out manually is not going to be a sustainable thing long term. It'll work short term, but long term it's going to be a deal breaker. Now another thing I can actually do is, since that's sorted for right now, I could decontaminate this whole area relatively easy. That we can add a project up here by building a group of levees across that area. Because with that, that'll block off this area. It'll be fine there. And then all this is opened up. Because eventually, if I carved out a path from like here over, I could have this fresh water spill over here and feed my whole system, but that's going to take a while. Okay, so we've got that. So with this, let's start moving our stuff down here. So we need to have our science building and some of our production stuff. We'd start by using the science building. I wanted to try and bridge things over using the science building, but I guess that's not happening. Alright, so we'll start with the planks. What would be the easiest way for me to get power to the other side? Because we got the power shaft. We can make vertical power shafts. I don't need anyone to go here. This is probably the better answer. Let's change this route to go around that way, because it doesn't look like anyone actually has to work at that thing. So once it's built, it's kind of done. So I can clear that out. We can tuck the little science building. And tuck the science building there. That'll require a power shaft to be built here. And then when that's done, we can unlock the gears. And that'll be another 100 here. Delete plank building and press F while building it in the same spot. What would that accomplish? Then you can easily build a power shaft. I'm actually curious what pushing F while you're doing that even does. Oh! I actually didn't know that was a thing you could do. It's fine. I've kind of rearranged it already. Because this will already bring it around this way. I'll put the gears here. And what I can do is I can just make a ramp up and down here. And then just run the shaft underneath here and put it on the other side. Yeah, no, I didn't realize F was mirror. Alright, so we're making good time on this levy. This is not urgent, this is just a pet project. Actually, with what we've got projects going on right now, let's go ahead. We can deconstruct those. Up, down, platform. Not there, please. Path. And then when we get the next thing, we can put it there. Is the spinny thing a new building? New to me. It's geothermal power. Because once we get that, then I can get, like, decommission all of this. Okay, so next thing I want to go ahead and get on the list is let's get the medical bed. Because they always delay doing that. And then I get someone injured. And by the time I get to it, it's just too late. So I should have plenty of room down here. Hey, Zeppy Game, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Let's go ahead and get the medical bed. We'll tuck it right down there. And also thank you for raiding on the YouTube side as well. I appreciate it. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, raiders. Let me go ahead and connect that path as well. And reset that back to surface. Playing some Oxygen Not Included. I hope you had a good time and that, you know, there wasn't any real tragedy going on there. But, welcome in, raiders. I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games. We're playing the 1.0 experimental branch for Timberborn. Again, it's a bunch of Steam achievements and all that, because they didn't exist when I played this game last. But basically, this is going to be like Timberborn, that's 1.0. We're playing on the new map Spillage, which is a bit of a troll map in the sense that, like, just a minute ago, this, here, let me get the thing so you can actually see that's bad water. So this is a bad water node, that basically what ended up happening was there was a blockage here that prevented it from seeping into my base, but they put a big bomb on top of it. Like, if you look down here, there's a bomb right there, and eventually that bomb will become active and then explode. So, for example, in this case, this is my next crisis, that when this blows up, the bad water, which will kill me, dumps into here, works its way down here, fills up there, and then dumps into my home, which, you know, would kill me, which is why we're building a levee to block it off. But yeah, so those who aren't familiar with this is Timberborn. It is a survival city builder that kind of the big thing it does that's not really seen in the genre much is it has, your buildings have like mechanical power and water management, that like you build dams and levees and sluices and water gates and all that. Almost all of it is around managing water to avoid things getting catastrophic. For right now, turn off those pumps, because that water's getting lower than I'm comfortable with, and I have plenty of water in reserve right now. So I'd rather that water stay there for a little bit longer so that our plants keep growing. Which does bring up that we have been going, how do I deal with water? Because normally, historically, in the past, water sources had like an infinite amount of pressure in the game. So if you enclose it in a box, the water would just build up. But with 1.0, they introduced these new water seeps. And they only go one tile in pressure before they stop producing water. So I am going to need to start managing the water seeps to be able to build a reservoir, and to give me an option for handling when we get bad water. So you can go 6 tiles deep. What we might have for our solution is I might carve a path over here to get up top to this area. And then when we're up top here, put my water pumps up here, whatever 6 tiles is, and then have the area where I can dump water. And so the idea being we would pump water out of this middle area, dump water into the larger reservoir, and whatnot. Kind of do a little A, little B. And that might make it so I can manually move the water into a reservoir in a very painfully laborious way. The other option is to try and rush the research. Nah, you require a bunch of materials we won't be ready for a while. Yeah, because I'll need the 250 research fluid dump to be able to do that. Because we're gonna need that. So once they wall this off, I do think I'm going to start working on trying to make some kind of reservoir up here. And make it so we can pump water out of this thing into the rest of this area. Whether it's I literally box this in and pump it all out, or like what we actually do for making it work. That only goes 0.8, so I will have to have one more tile to pump it up and over. But I think in the long term, we'd want to have the automatic pump to, you know, again, fill up the reservoir constantly. That's going to be a tricky one. Because I haven't seen an actual water source block on this map that isn't a seep. I think literally all the water sources on this map have been seeps, both the bad water and the normal ones. We'll figure it out. Okay. I want to say there's some place I could set limits. I mean, ultimately, one limit is when this storage gets full. There's that. Where did I see that you could set limits? It's been a long time. Let's see. That's the storage. And that's all, like, moving people around. Here we go. So what I can do is I can... That's moving stuff between districts. Well, maybe there wasn't a way to set a limit. That's fine. You can go to the list and handle the buildings individually and all that. Yeah, so needless to say, that levy is going to be more than ready in time, which is good. Meanwhile, our water ran out. Those have to go back online. But the drought is almost over. So we have to handle our water. That's the reality here, is I've got to get the water situation resolved some way or another. And since I already have the wall up here, I'm leaning towards kind of boxing this off. Yeah, box this off pretty well. Make this into an area where I could, again, pump the water up into the other side. This gave you a good idea for this map. And I'm also leaning towards being able to have this spot for the bad water to dump out. But what I should, in theory, be able to do is if we pump the water up and over into the other side. When the bad water comes, we just pump some water back over to block up the seep. And that would be just, you know, a way to solve it itself. You hadn't thought of walling off and pumping from the seep to a large area? Yeah, the big problem is that's going to be a very laborious thing. So it's kind of one of those things that is going to be a little bit mixed on how it actually works out. Because it's going to be probably multiple beavers having to just run circles just to move water. Because water does evaporate. So you will slowly burn through it. Okay. And so as you can see, the bad water starting to bubble up from there. We've almost got that walled off. The big challenge is going to be actually enclosing this such that we don't lose too much of our growth space. It's almost, I almost want to like clip it right here, even though it'll give me less of a reservoir. Just so we can keep the mangroves happy. Have we been getting our mangroves yet? This should be in the range where it should be giving me mangroves. Unstable core, 10 days. Alright, so that one's going to explode, contaminate this water supply, and then it's just going to pump right over. I'm potentially going to stop that fresh water supply and kill off all those trees. That's honestly fine by me. And that's both of those go in 10 days, so we're just going to choose to ignore that problem. I'm not getting any surprises, right? Yeah, no, it's just going to keep on that polluted route, that's fine. Right, so we're just basically trying to give that a moment to get sorted. We did get one of our houses built, so not as many homeless beavers. Okay, we have the general one. So you can get the hauling post, which can be helpful. That does help improve the efficiency and stuff, but honestly, with as small of an area as this is, the hauling post won't do much for us yet. The building post can also be good. I do think we're waiting for the fluid dump, though. Because I feel like we're going to need that. Yeah, so I think we'll put a wall along here, cut this way, cut that way, cut this way. And then this area will be a little pocket that'll be for the water seep. And then the rest will be a bigger reservoir. And then, like I said, we'll go the 6 tiles up that the pump can be. We pull the water out. Right next will be the drop-off. We'll have a containers right there. So it'll bring all the water into the containers, run down, dump it back in, dump it where it needs to go. And have the infrastructure again to reverse. I'm a little worried we're not going to end up having the time to do it, though. I do have 5 people who are unemployed. So that would be a thing where I could potentially get a builder's hut to help out with that, but I need 250 science for one thing and 100 science for the other thing, and I don't know if we'll get all that science in time. One thing we will start doing is these ones are going to go because that's where I'm going to be building it along. Because I figured to cut just one tile in there so that the water level mostly stays. They'll probably lose me a little bit of growth space over here, so I might lose a couple more trees, but that's okay. And once those trees are removed, I'll start working on lining out where these levees are going to go. Get a path up top to start working their way around. So we get 6 tiles that we can go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So yeah, if I build a pump up there, because at 3, 4, 5, I could actually go 1 tile higher for 6. So I can go 1 elevation higher than that already is, and that would be the depth limit on our pump. And then for the drop-off, I don't think there's any kind of depth limit at all. So I am noticing the water is really not keeping up anymore. So I am going to need to add in another water pump in general. So what we can do here is while we're waiting for everything else to get sorted, you're going to need to go. And you're going to need to go. So I got room for another pump. And that's going to be another limiter that when we have the drought, having that many pumps going is going to be a problem. I'm also going to need... Just realized there's no path there. I'm also going to need more storage. We don't have a great solution for that either. Because the bigger storage I want... But the bigger storage I want is even more resources I don't have. Alright, well, while we work on that, as a mitigating factor, we'll put some more smaller storage here. So, water, water, water. Okay. They're doing their best to catch up on projects. And sooner or later, I'm going to also have to add more things to help with happiness. We can worry about that when we get there. Yeah, so I keep prioritizing this. What I'm actually going to probably do... is we can probably prioritize that if we really wanted to. I'm going to leave it alone for now. Because ultimately with the levee I want to build, I need it anyway. Or the reservoir I want to build, I'm going to need it anyways. But just one of those things on the radar. Because the issue is you're noticing how long it's taking them to build because they have to walk the whole way over here to drop off 8 wood, build 1 tile, and then do the whole lap again. It's just going to take a while to get that done with that type of pacing. And building the builder's hut won't help here, because they'll only bring as much as they can for that. I mean, they'll technically speed it up, but not meaningfully. They'll work on other projects because they're not needed at that point. And a bunch of these should start getting built too. And we don't need any more of the birthing pods for now. I've got a lot of them. So we're going to leave that alone until we're getting close to the point where I'm starting to cap out of my people. Because it is one of those things you can get yourself in trouble with these kind of games really easy by very aggressively expanding and realizing you don't really have the room to expand stuff. Oh, cool. We're finally getting our mangroves in. So that's more food. So food we're extremely well off. Water is going to be our next immediate concern. Because this is going to outrun the unstable power core exploding. But water I got two problems of I don't have a way to handle the bad water when it shows up where I'm at. And I also don't have a way to retain a lot of water for when I need it. So that's the next major project, is going to be closing this off to make a big reservoir. And then some poor beaver is just going to spend their whole day just pumping water on one side, turning around and dumping it in the other. It's like, it's the thought of like someone standing on top of a dam, and to like fill the reservoir, they like take a bucket on a rope, they lower it down, take one bucket of water back up, and then dump it over and put it down. It's like, okay, yes, in theory that will work. Also, not well. Thank you, Sick of the Other Side, for reminding people like and subscribe on the YouTube side as well. You know, the whole thing, like, whatever platform you prefer, you know, don't forget, if you enjoy the content that someone's doing, you know, do the follow, do the like, do the subscribe, do whatever the appropriate things are on the appropriate platforms. That way you can find your way back. It's kind of how it all works. Otherwise, the number of times where I've had people who would see stuff and then hang out, and then they'd come back like a month later to be like, I finally found you. I forgot to follow last time. It's been a while since we've had one of those, but it happens. That you just get raided and you don't even think about it. I've certainly done it. You wouldn't want to be that beaver? No. It seems like a job that's like, this is an important job, also an incredibly infuriating and just miserable job of tedium. That said, you'd probably have some biceps. You'd certainly have some like muscle arms going on. You'd be one of those like the cartoon characters where they show like the really, you know, small petite woman, and she's got like these giant, like, just vein bulging muscle arms. You'd be that. Yeah, no, absolutely. It would be Popeye, where it's just like, you know, the giant unnaturally large forearms as you're just pulling bucket after bucket after bucket of water. Just, it's an endless day of nothing but reps. Yeah, so they're almost done. Got that last little bit to fill in there. The wood is holding up fine. We're basically kind of pacing the wood. That we're using a wood at about the same rate we're pulling it up. And the good news is, about the time that we get all the way to that corner, this will be back ready. Usually end up having my area being slightly larger than the woodcutters can really accommodate, which is kind of perfect. But then once I'm able to handle the bad water, the next move from there is expansion. And that kind of comes in a couple of different situations. One of the parts of the expansion is to make sure, again, I have enough food, I have enough water, I have all that stuff handled. But then the other part is, as you can see, most of the map is absolutely barren and awful. It's going to be going, okay, how do I deal with this? So part of it is, like, this area and this area are going to become, you know, unlivable once that bad water seep caused a problem. I'm actually curious, and I'm willing to bet the answer is yes. If we go in here, there is somewhere in here, there's a cap you can put on the bad water that prevents it from... You can basically block the bad water. Here it is. No, where was that? Yeah, somewhere in here is a it's a cap you were able to put on the bad water. Then you just cap it off and shut it off. And I wanted to say it was up here. Maybe it's a underwater management. Did I just overlook it? That's landscaping. Yeah, because we got the mechanical pump. We got all our stuff here. And then we got the centrifuge. But the centrifuge isn't what we're looking at. So it's not here underwater. And then the other place that it cast is here. Did they maybe get rid of it? It was a thing that kind of trivialized it. It could also be maybe it's a folktale thing and maybe not the, it's usually there. Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe they got rid of it so that you couldn't just cap it off and make bad water a non-thing. Can't you pump water in the south area to your area? So the problem is this is going to become contaminated when this bomb goes. But I could, in theory, turn around and, you know, get rid of that, like, get that area plugged up after that bomb goes, and then this would all become available. And then, yeah, I would be able to then potentially either pump water from here down there, or, you know, just the same, pump water from up here. Like, I would have options. But first, I gotta survive long enough to have those options. Maybe not for this map, or not for Iron Teeth. Yeah, it could be a not for Iron Teeth, because it seems like a folktales thing to be like, oh, that pollution thing, we need to stop that. Versus the Iron Teeth are like, you know, this pollution thing, we can process this into some good stuff. This pollution thing is great. Let's get down with the sickness. Well-being score 7. Right, because we did add in the mangrove fruit. So well-being is a little bit better. We're almost at the point of being able to make the pump for dropping water off. So I think we're making good time. What was the other thing I was looking at for 100? That I was like, we should probably get that. But I was debating which one to prioritize. Not the builder's hut. Oh, it was the bigger water storage, wasn't it? Well, the medium water tank requires the gear. I don't want to expand our food variety yet. I do need to get the gears going at some point. What was it I was looking at for 100? Because I don't think I'm worried about the floodgates yet. Yeah, the irrigation barrier. We're not worried about that yet. The explosives we're not ready for. The endlessly digging dirt we're not ready for. Yeah, I think it was the 120 towards that tank. But to get the tank, I need the gears. We'll just wait. It's a building that what you're able to do is go to where bad water's coming up. And you can kind of put a big cap over the top of it that you can open and close. So you can basically cap off the polluted water, close it, and then the polluted water just stops coming. Oh, and there's our injured beaver, which is why we made the medical thing early on. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We dual stream on Twitch and YouTube, and that happened to you. Took a while to find YouTube again. Yeah. So as soon as this gets sorted, we'll be in relatively good shape. You're starting to get those all cleared out. It'll be a big thing when they get those last 2 tiles here done. And we are slowly getting water stored. Yeah, another beaver got injured who weirdly is not going to the medical place. Oh, you know what I bet? I bet you the medical place hasn't been built yet, has it? Alright, medical place, high priority. You can knock that out in a second. You heard that's been different in cells, you think? Runs in the past? Yeah, no, it seems like they might have just gotten rid of it. Because like I said, it did seem like it was one of those things that once you got there, you slammed that thing on it, and you just went like that. And it was just done. So I could see them having it where it's like, well, no, you still got the bad water there. Now I need to deal with, like, managing that, which is still not that bad. You could just make an aqueduct off the side of the map and just, that's that. Isn't it that bad water also used to stop in the dry season, too? And for Iron Gate, for Iron Teeth, it doesn't. I assume the bad water would still go with drought would stop, because we've seen that happen. Yeah. One is a cap to block it off, the other is a cap that you pull bad water out of if you want some. Yeah, so I think the idea now is we'll have bad water, you'll just have to pump it. So I could see it being a thing that eventually I box this off, and then like right above, like have 2 tiles here right above, put a pump to get bad water. You know, and then you have your bad water storage, and you can make stuff like medicine and I think it was medicine explosives. I can't remember what else was bad water products. But it is a material you use. Alright. So I got 2 days until those blow. Destroying more research. It is cool that they add the scrap research. We used one right at the beginning, which is a nice touch. But with research kind of being free, it just takes time. I haven't, like, building the path to get to the research and all the materials that'd be involved in doing so, I haven't felt a need or motivation to go out of my way to do that. Can't you use it for independent water power? Yeah, you can use bad water for water power so far as water wheels and all that. That absolutely works. Then we got one more set of blocks to go, and then this part's done. And that'll free up our people to then start working on the other half. Like I said, I think what I'll do is I'll make a path over here to go up top to get onto there and not have to walk all the way out there. So I'll be able to cut over here, just go right up on there. And I'll have like the little L-shaped reservoir up here. And we're about to plug this off so that all this contaminated area doesn't stay that way. Is that a single tile of bad water in the bottom right corner of the settlement? Yeah, if you look down here, if we go way down into the ground, there is actually like a bad water aqueduct deep underneath this map, which is interesting. So that is a usable thing though, like what we talked about with the bad water management. It does mean I could dump it down into this hole and it would leave the map. Which is one of the ideas of what you could do long term is I could put a sluice here on the bottom that detects that there's bad water, and if so, it just routes it out and like bomb this little path through here kind of thing. So that's just like the outtake. We don't have half the technology or metal or anything else I need to do that. So in the interim, we're going to do a very manual process around this. Because then what I could do is I could kind of seal this thing off. Let's see, Iron Teeth, bad water discharge seals bad water sources, 4,000 signs underwater bad water. Yeah, and that's what we're saying is, Dr. Yeti, it's not here anymore. There's no longer here. That was a thing. What I'm guessing is for 1.0, they got rid of it. Because we are playing as Iron Teeth, and it ain't there. So. Because I've used it before, in the past. But I'm thinking for 1.0, they decided to go a different direction with it, and it's just gone. Alright. So it seems like they might have gotten rid of the thing where you could just straight up cap off the bad water and never have to worry about it. Cool. So with that, all this area is no longer going to be contaminated by bad water. Not that it matters too much yet, but we could potentially go and get more fresh water. All right, so I think those... All right, so we're going to have one more pass, and then that'll be done. Okay, and you did finish this area. So I'm going to start going here, and there's levees, and levees, and levees, and levees, and levees. So that'll get that area capped off. You know, go over here, and that'll be levees, levees, and levees, and levees. I'm not building the path on it yet, but you get the idea of how this is supposed to work. We're gonna have this whole area. I'm gonna make like a little spot here in the middle, and we'll end up putting pumps to pull the water out and dump the water in on the other side. But there's gonna be a lot of work that's gonna need to go in there. Okay, so with that, there's the fluid dump. So I'll end up needing that. It's also something that I could potentially put a bad water pump and then, you know, have them dump the bad water out the other side too. You said fluid dump? Okay. Alright, sorry about that. Alright, so we got that bomb that's gonna go off soon. That's fine. Alright, I need you to get over here and get this done. Oh, never mind, you're physically doing it. You got that spot done. So now all of you ran over to take care of this. Because I am gonna need another water pump for the time being. Because it's gonna take me a while to get this set up. Oh, Beavis and Butthead reference? Man, I haven't thought about Beavis and Butthead in a long time. That was definitely one of those shows that exists in a very specific range of time. And, like, wouldn't have worked immediately before that time, and wouldn't have worked immediately after that time. Like, it very much landed in that one specific window of, like, the late 90s, early 2000s that was, like, just right for a lot of that kind of stuff. There's a lot of shows from that era that I'm like, man, if you came 10 years later, you wouldn't have been funny. If you came 10 years earlier, you wouldn't have been funny either. That, like, there's a lot of that, especially, like, the prank shows and all that. That a lot of those, like, they were fun in the moment, then later on you're like, oh man, that is just cruel, actually. That's, Ren and Stimpy for sure. Aw, man, Ren and Stimpy was one of those shows, like, I liked things from the show, but the show itself was definitely one of those ones that I got icked out of. Like, you watched it a little bit and you're like, haha, this is funny, and then after a couple of the, like, where they zoom in and, like, it's all disgusting and all that, you're like, okay. Alright, maybe this isn't the show for me. I don't think I might be the target audience for this one. Alright, so I got 3 more of those. And then we'll end up needing to start working on some of this stuff. What I'll actually do is I'll put this like that. Okay, so that's the long-term reservoir for at least now. Now I'm going to go ahead and wire it up with the path so I can start working on it. Obviously, that's going to take a hot minute to get done. How many cells can they reach when building? Horizontally, just one. Vertically, they can reach down really far. They can only reach up, I think, like 2 tiles or something like that. It's not much. Okay. So with that sorted, the next thing we need to do is I need to get gears being produced. So we'll go ahead and add gears onto the unlocked buildings. And we're going to plan to put that... Oh, I thought you were one of the ones that, I didn't remember that gears went this way. I remembered gears as being the, That's fine, we can make this work anyways. We'll just platform it up. I remembered gears as being one of the ones that opened out the side. That's fine. There's more than enough industrial buildings we'll be building. Oh, did I not unlock you? What did I unlock? What? I was clearly not paying attention. I unlocked something. Alright, so needless to say, I won't be able to do anything before the drought happens. Okay, so next thing I'm going to need to do is rip up these plants so that we can build our way to get up top of there without having to go the whole way around. I have, like, no water in storage. I need you to get that built so we can get some water pumping right away. Try and play some catch-up. What did I unlock? Because I didn't spend the research. Clearly I unlocked the wrong thing, though. Huh. That's fine. It is what it is, but I got it now. So that'll be the gears, and then the next thing would be the bigger water storage, which is not going to be here in time to help with any of that stuff. I'd really like you to build that, though. I set it as maximum priority. Oh, we don't have any planks. Or sorry, we have planks. We don't have any like straight up wood. Oh, also, at this point, you can go ahead and kindly shut this building down. You're done. And you're done. And you're done. Because now I got those up here where they're being powered without requiring a bunch of people to walk in a circle all day. Just have one more of those for you to yoink up. I really need that done badly. Okay. Oh, we did get that cleared up. All right. Why are you not getting that done? Oh, it's the wood. I mean, at this stage, we've got... Ah, that's new. It didn't used to be a thing where the materials would disintegrate after a while. But when I clicked on this, it mentions it disintegrates. Because sometimes what would happen is you'd tear down a structure and you just have water or a bunch of junk just laying in the bottom of the water where you couldn't reach. And you're like, well, I'm not building a whole big thing to go down there and pick up some logs. And so it just lived there indefinitely. So that's actually a pretty good addition to be like, okay, it'll eventually decay. Alright, that'll give us a much shorter route to get over there. So probably the easiest place to set some stuff up to work would be right along this area. Do you care about these beavers? I mean, if they die, it's a game over. There's kind of a certain level of care you have to have just to continue playing the game. Alright, so now what's going to happen from here is to get all that built up. And so from here, I would need a water pump, pull water from there. And then, oh, the fluid dump is only a 1x1. Okay, that works out real well. I don't have a good angle for it. And that'd be the water dump. Needless to say, none of that's going to be done for that. That's fine. Oh, yeah, working getting those gears. The water situation is not looking promising. We are starting to get that last pump going as fast as we can leading into it. I don't think I'm going to get enough water put aside for the drought. Not that I think we're going to die during the drought, but I do think it is going to be a rough one. We also have the risk here of I will need to keep the pumps likely going, which is going to potentially jeopardize all of our trees and food. The good news there is I've got plenty of food already buffered, so if we do end up killing all of the plants, we'll have them all regrown before we run out. The trees would be a real rough one, but they have the oak trees have a really long lifespan that they can go almost 2 weeks without water before they die. And needless to say, that's going to be resolved one way or the other long before that happens. Alright, so now we've got a bunch of beavers working on these projects. I've got enough spare beavers that when we get the opportunity, let's make the, let's actually pop over here real fast. So we can go ahead and make the hauling building. Oh, that's lower. Yeah, we'll leave that way. We'll go ahead and make the hauling building here. And then we'll unlock the building to put on the other side of it. That way, when I have a surplus of people, we can at least have them running around doing something. But, we are at more beavers than I was expecting to... Well, actually, we're right about where I was expecting to have as, like, kind of our cap. I got a bunch who have nothing to do, which is not what you want. Alright, so if we check on... There's the drought started. I don't feel like we have enough water in reserves to not keep pumping. So we are going to run this dry. But hopefully we should have enough water to get to the other side. It is a 6-day drought, which is a little rough. And we are working on solving this problem. but it's gonna be tenuous. But little by little, they're getting that all solved. Right, so the other thing we can do is we can get a fermenter. Yeah, those are 3x1. Yeah, I could put the fermenter there. Then we'd make our power pipe to go out that side. And I could add stuff to, you know, treat injuries or whatever there. That's fine, having extra space. For the fermenter, we would turn around and say, fermented cassava. And then what we can do from here is I'm going to clear the zoning for this area up here and this area over here. And that's going to be changed into cassava. Oh, wait, don't change that spot. Yeah, I'll change that all over to cassava to give us in our food group to boost our health more. Make our workers more efficient. And keep all that power going through and doing stuff. And honestly, this is taking its sheer time to evaporate away. I think they may have toned down the rate evaporation happens. Because evaporation used to actually be a major concern when you started getting, like, a higher population and all that. Because then even if you pumped all the water aside and turned off your pumps, you know, having like 2 weeks of a drought would start to have the problem of just slowly winding down what you got there and whatnot. Droughts cause evaporation. Well, I thought evaporation was always a thing where you could just, if I dumped water down there, eventually it would go away even if I never tapped into it. It just took a while. But it used to be you could, I would have areas like this for keeping my mangroves or whatever and no pumps. And if I had a long enough drought, it would eventually run dry. In this case, we're going to run it dry by just the fact that we're aggressively pumping. Alright, so I'm at 152. I'm going to go ahead and kill the pumps. To try and drag that out longer. And then we'll see how that goes on the other side. Let's go over here. Put some more cassava down. Alright, so I have 2 beds available. Oh, that does remind me. At this stage, we would want to add you. So you are for the uncooked cassava. Actually, I'll put the cooked cassava there. The uncooked cassava should probably be up here. We'll go ahead and put down a set of those. I'll put the uncooked cassava up here somewhere. There you are. Alright. So we'll have that there. I'll bring that around for a path. We've almost got enough research for getting the builder's hut. Got a lot of projects that are just kind of waiting for things. Primarily wood. A lot of them are just waiting on wood. Which is just Timberborn in a nutshell. You have a thing you're working on. Yep. Waiting on wood. Okay, water has dropped to about half. I'm going to turn these back on. These are going to probably run that dry pretty quickly. But the intent here is I basically made it so it took an extra day-ish to run dry. So that hopefully that'll help in a big way. So the next unlock I'd like to get is the medium tanks there. Because we can start using that with our gears. And then the plan to be I'd probably put a couple of those up here somewhere for our big reservoirs. I do think as a precaution it would be worth putting at least one contaminated water pump up here just in the off chance that this ever does back up. We could then get the bad water out, toss it into storage to do something with later. Okay, we can go here. More cassava. It's also interesting having these things that are like infinite power. That just up to 400 per each weapon. It's just power that's just there. Just because the idea of setting that up, and then like right next to it, the dirt drill thing, and just basically passively have it powered forever. Yes, we're only demanding 75 horsepower off of this, according to what that's saying. We're providing 400. Till that stuff gets built. That's fine. Oh, that just suddenly reminds me. I'm gonna need another storage building over here. Because they're gonna be making gears. Ah. Well, I am building it already. We'll just leave that empty. But so it looks like I'm going to have another one of these. I always hate when I set up one of those that... Oh, you're positioned wrong. Hang on. There's your problem. Okay. And you will be for the gears. You haven't played with large pools without constant output either? Yeah. No, because usually by the time you reach that point, you've got, especially these days with sluice and everything, you've got ways to handle it. And I didn't realize this production's way over here. We'll use our haulers to handle it. Late game, what I'll end up doing is usually I have wherever my flowing water is, I'll build my entire industry on top of that. we're probably not going to be in that situation with this one just because of the water seeps as opposed to the water sources and dealing with figuring out all that and navigating how that's going to impact things. But yeah, so for the time being, we're just working on all this. We'll get it figured out. But if we can get all this sorted out, that should actually make some of these areas, like over here will probably become valid growing area. This will become valid growing area. We'll get a bunch of areas that'll become valid growing area for us. That we could expand a little bit. And then in the long term, we'd probably want to go up here and have, like, a sluice on the top where the water's high enough, it would spill out and, like, make another area valid. Or just, you know, even just build up the reservoir to be like this giant aquifer that goes to the map. There's a lot of stuff you can do with that. One of the things I've wanted to experiment more with is using explosives, for example, to like tunnel a path underground. Like, so like one tile below this, and then, you know, pump the water, not pump the water, but like let the water seep down here so this whole area gets green by the water underneath it. I've had temptations like make a network like that and then level out the terrain and have like all of the stuff for handling the soil just spread out everywhere. Alright, so Builder's Hut. That should help out with the construction as people have availability. We're going to go ahead and prioritize making the Builder's Hut. The Builder's Hut and the Hauler's Hut will actually be the lower priority workplaces that pretty much will just chuck a bunch of people at it if they happen to be extra people available. But with that being built, we should be able to start knocking out some more projects much faster. Still the bottleneck of wood, and the only way I can fix the bottleneck of wood is to like make another growable area to duplicate this. But until we have our water managed, it's not really an option. Still waiting for this bomb to go. Because we had these two bombs go, opening this whole area up. That's all sorted. I don't see any bombs over there. I don't see any up there. There is a bomb here that'll then dump contaminated water there. There's also one here. I think this one here is just to destroy the relic, which is interesting. But it's going to spill contaminated stuff into that area, which again is going to scooch the outside of my base, but not be a problem. Yeah, so I think we only have 2 bombs left. Sorry, 3 bombs left. 1, 2, and then 3. I'm surprised it's not run dry yet. At this stage, it'll run dry and almost immediately start filling up again, so it's not that big a deal one way or the other. Okay, meanwhile, we can go here. We got our cassavas getting planted. Alright, it has officially run dry. So this is the reason why we're always careful about being like, hey, I gotta be very careful with my water. So you'll notice all the ground turned barren the moment that's done. So these trees, if we don't get water here in 7 days, the tree dies. And then I have to replant it. These are 10 days. Those are 2.2 days. These are 3 days, and then these happen to be 14 days. The trees are the most resilient. We should be good because we only have about half a day till it grows in. Oh, that reminds me. So we'll have another... The mangroves might end up dying. Okay. So we're going to have a little bit of a weird one. What I want to do is I actually want to cancel one tile here. And the reason I want to do is I want to keep that mangrove being fed. And we'll do that up until the point that, oh, this is going to be a hard thing to manage, isn't it? So the problem is, I believe if we make a dam, and this side of the water is very high, it'll flood that area? I actually don't know how that'll work. So we put a dam there. And then the levees, that might work. Because I want to keep water in here enough. But if I have it being pumped in there constantly, that could be an issue. I don't want something to grab water, run the whole way around, run down the stairs, and then dump it there to make sure it doesn't overfill. So we'll have to figure that out. With sluices, there's stuff I can do with that. Once you get a sluice, I can put a sluice there and be like, hey, if the other side of that isn't at least this high, dump some water in. But that's tech we won't have for a while. Alright, so now the water's slowly going to trickle in. Oh, the mangrove actually has more time. Yeah, so these are the ones that are a problem. As you'll notice, the field will start getting lush and green as this starts spreading. And then because they got their water back in time, it will have prevented them from growing while it wasn't handled. But yeah, that's kind of our shot across the bow of being like, hey, you got to get this solved and soon, or you're in for a real bad time, which we are actively working on now. Okay, so we've got that. That's maxed out. So we now have another group of 4 builders running around. So we should have like 8 builders currently going on. 4 here and 4 there. So they should start multitasking a lot of these projects. And the next would be the haulers, who would just, help move water where it needs to be moved, move lumber and all that as it's available where it needs to be. The other reason I want to make sure that keeps water is if I don't let that keep water, then this whole area would dry out, which would mean my whole farm. And granted, I could make that into a farm, but that's not useful. And then for the time being... Oh, we got our next power core. Okay. So we were prepared plenty early. We're finally going to get that power core, or the unstable core, that would have been a compromise, because this will pop, which will fill this whole area in. Once it gets up to there, it'll fill out this area, which will gradually start filling all of this in. And it will keep building up until it reaches this height, and it'll dump into the rest of the system. One of the aspects, though, is it would fill up this basin before it can go over there, which would have dumped it directly into my base. But luckily we saw that well in advance. We just slapped up a levee way, way in advance. So this one we got really close to a problem. Yeah, so evaporation is definitely a thing. It is much slower than it used to be, because you can see that's almost dried out. So I think they just nerfed evaporation, which is good, because it could get pretty aggressive at times. Alright, we're getting our first cassava. It's not getting cooked yet, but we are getting the raw plant. We got our pumps running to keep the water up. And we're getting the levee walls built on both ends here at the same time. So tangible progress is being made. Yeah, it's like construction labs materials. Do those stairs have priority? Not yet. They're getting to them. I'm honestly not fussed with whichever way they want to go, because you'll notice they're working on projects over here, over there, and over there, because only like one or two can be working on a block at a time. So they kind of have no choice but to work on multiple things because they get in each other's way going to the other projects. So I don't actually care on this side where they're working on their focus, because all of it has to be done before any of it matters. Whereas getting any of this done helps. The next thing to unlock is going to be the medium tank. Because then, like I said, we'll probably put the medium tanks up here. Like, I'll probably put one... So that's the catch. I can put one here, and it'll be very convenient for that path. I think we do that. But that will block me from having another pump there. But I can easily put another pump on this side if needed. I suspect, at the rate that puts out water, we can only get 2 or 3 pumps on it before it kind of doesn't make sense anymore. Because we're going to primarily want to pump that out when it's not a drought, but still have a couple of pumps on the other side for when it is a drought. Okay, so we're actually getting low on the other stuff now. We're going to bump you up to a second level priority here, so we can get that producing. Because we're getting the cassava. If I don't get that, we're starting to run low on the other crops, because I've given up a good chunk of my farm. We're actually getting over 43. I was under the expectation we would get about 40 beavers from our growth vats. So we're getting more than I anticipated. I don't imagine we're going to get much more than that, and probably that's the bonuses because we're taking care of them. They're living longer, they're moving faster, they're doing all those things, which is good. But that is going to be more of a strain on our food and water. I honestly feel like you could just straight up put a, well, I don't really need another gatherer's tent. What I might actually do here is I might rip up this edge here and give myself a little bit more farmland, just because our berries are maxed out and the other crops aren't. Okay. We got the cassava is going to start fermenting here, which should give us another food group. Yeah, I could see cutting this spot out, making it more cassava, because with all that still being blue, we're not needing nearly that much. So let's go rip out this section of crops. We're going to switch that over to cassava. To try and secure a bunch of different food groups. Because the more variety you get, the more happiness you get. As well, it makes, storage stuff becomes less of a pain and all that. And if you're not even collecting what you already have, there's no point in, having that much of it. Okay, so ripping up all those bushes. Because even with the builders, they're still waiting on the trees being cut down. There's more cassava for the farmers to get to work. Okay. Got our last 3. Got one last blueberry bush to get rid of. I'm starting to see the fermented cassava coming in. And there's our increased wellness for getting another food source. Cool. So if we check on their statuses here. So at 7, they got a 20% increased life expectancy. At 2, they got a 5% bonus to move speed. 12 is their next upgrade. And at 5, they got a 20% bonus there. So it looks like our next major boost is at 10%. They'll work another 20% faster than they're working now. Which is going to take some work to do, but there are a lot of things we can add that boost their happiness, decor, different activities for them, more food variety, yada yada. That's just not the priority because we're going to have some serious problems here not very long if I don't get water storage under practice, because I'm under there's no certainty that I'm going to have this done by the next drought or bad water. That I have zero confidence in that getting done. It's a major project. It'll probably take us a drought or 2 to get through it. We're going to go ahead and speed things up. Let's also have them bleed that clock a little bit more. Until we start, I'm imagining what'll happen is if I push that too far, we'll probably look at their wellness, and what'll actually be the thing we see negative is this sleep one. That'll probably go down if I push it too far. Okay. Alright, so we've got the research. So this is our improved water container. Now, the thing to keep in mind is these carry 30 water. Not a big deal. This carries 300 water. So this one building here is worth 10 of those. So every single one of those, if I build one of these, it's carrying ever so slightly more water. And what we can do in the meantime while we wait is let's plan to rip up those 4 trees. I'll put one large water container right there for now. Well, medium water container. And we can start working on decommissioning the existing little water containers for the bigger one. We'll have that down there for the time being. And then we'll work on getting those up there. Now, we're not getting gears yet. That's another project that's on the queue. But they are working on slowly getting all this stuff built. We're just waiting on wood. Okay, so let's give that a little bump in priority. Oh, it's not going to matter because we'll have to do all the others. It's fine. It's fine. We'll bump you in priority slightly. Just to get more workers able to run around and do stuff for a while. Because currently I have 16 beavers who are standing around with nothing to work on. If we do that, that should occupy, I believe, 8 of them is the max that the hauling post can handle. We can work on that. It won't be too much longer. We can actually probably prioritize. Yeah, we can prioritize this to get done as well. And that'll be another 2 jobs. And meanwhile, we don't have enough houses. Yeah, once you have a growth vat, you can't build over top of it. That's good to know. So that'll be more housing. Okay, so they're working on getting the gear workshop done. The gear workshop will at least allow me to get some trickle amount of gears being produced. So it'll be 2 more jobs for people in the community and all that. 1 more job. Alright, so now we just have the hauling post. Ah, and it was 10 people. Okay, so that leaves only 3 unemployed beavers. That's much better. Well, 3, 4, it's juggling around that line. Okay. Because with all that hauling, that should speed up how well a lot of our buildings end up working, just by the fact that they're working and getting the materials back to storage, all that kind of nonsense. Moving everything around wherever it needs to. Okay, they're doing a really good job in getting that built. Alright, so we got 2 days till that next explosion. Like I said, at that point, this whole area is going to be contaminated with the bad water. I won't realistically be able to do anything about that for now. But, I'm sorry, that won't be the area that gets contaminated. This area will be contaminated. That area won't be contaminated until that goes. At which point, that'll be most of the map contaminated. But I think that's the idea, is you kind of lose ground to the contaminated water up until that point. And then we'd go, okay, I want to work on this new area, like I want to build over here. Alright, well, I got to deal with this contaminated water. Well, that source is up there. You know, dam that off. And then, you know, this whole area runs dry of contaminated water. This becomes fresh again once it starts to evaporate. Yada, yada. And you slowly kind of improve your overall circumstances. And that's normal for the game, even without the spillage and all that. There's definitely a lot of this game is just kind of going, okay, I've got this area. Let me carve, you know, tunnels through here so I can get the good water to spread out more, to give me more grow space. So let's actually look at what the bombs are pretty late, aren't they? Yeah, so you require bad water. But you require just bad water. Literally just bad water is your only material requirement. Okay. That's not that bad. Because then we could get the dynamite and then have it where we explode that. It's still 1,000 research between the 2 of them. Oh, and metal. Alright, so that's post-metal. Because what I was going to say is with that, then I can start doing what I was saying, where I could carve paths through stuff. And I like the idea of underneath here, putting a grid of fresh water. If you require, are you doing the bomb map or no? I am doing the bomb map, and any second now, unleash the bad water. But we are ready for it. Why did the whole map become up? Oh! Hold up. I didn't realize that was a tunnel underneath. I'm still fine. We're all blocked up here. I didn't realize there was a tunnel down there to deplete. I thought that was going to spill over and poison this whole part of the map. Instead, there is a, Instead, if we dig down a little ways... Yes, there's a tunnel there. And it goes this way. And over through all that. Alright. I see you, game. I saw the one that goes from down here over this way. I didn't see the one that was up there. Alright, so you got one bomb left up there. and 1 bomb left there. This one just destroys that satellite and says, F you and your research. This one will dump the bad water here, which then would fill into this and it just go on the route we're already contaminated on, so... can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? Another fantastic content creator who has played Timberborn before and all that stuff. Plays a lot of simulation games and a whole bunch of all that kind of good stuff. Really, really fantastic content creator. One of the places I end up to the most after my stream. So definitely someone we're checking out and all that good things. But yeah, this is the map with the bombs on it. We have handled all the bombs so far. Also plays a lot of Project Zomboid, RimWorld, a whole bunch of good stuff. Yes, this is the bomb map, but this is the bomb that was the one that we had that clutch. It literally, this was filling up with bad water as I finished blocking it off. We only put our people on a 22-hour shift to make sure they got it done. No big deal. Alright, so we got 1 person who's got an injury. We have a couple people who need a shelter, which we do have queued up. There's just... We're busy trying to get our reservoir built so that we don't all die horrifically. Which is going to be just the major task here. But yeah, for those who missed how we're planning on approaching this, this apparently can only fill up 1 tile deep. And the plan here is that I've got a little pocket that's going to be where it's at. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pump the water out of that little pocket, and we're going to have a person manually carry that water over and then drop it back down on the other side. And then this will be a big reservoir. And there's a little dam down there that should allow a little bit of water to bleed into the mangroves. That, I don't know if that's going to work. I haven't done that before. This is going to be an incredibly laborious and awful project for whoever's working on it. Because, again, I can only imagine your job is to, like, fish up a bucket of water, chuck it to the other side of the wall, and just do that all day, every day. It's great. Surely nobody would be upset doing that work. But yeah, so the idea is to pump the water out of that so it keeps putting out water to gradually fill up the reservoir. And then we'd have people pump out the reservoir to deal with all this stuff whenever that runs dry. It'll be messy. Is it concerning that you're now experiencing more frames on your grandpa laptop where you used to barely get a singular frame a second? I mean, drivers update, Windows update. Things improve, games get updates. You know, there's lots of stuff that leads into frame rates. Plenty of valid reasons why it could get less bad. Alright. So we're doing fine on gears. Eventually those will back up to the point that the gear thing will shut off. So we've got our drought here. Now the good news is we're going into this drought with plenty of water into storage. I'm going to go ahead and turn off 2 of our water pumps. I'll leave 1 still going, bringing a tiny little trickle of water in here. But we're going to keep that toned down, because I want to try and keep this from drying out for as long as possible. And I don't think I can get away with shutting off all of it. Because these droughts are just going to get worse and worse as time goes on. Which is why we're trying to make our reservoir. Normally, when I'm playing this, I don't have to deal with all these bombs and everything. So normally I would have already had a massive reservoir. And I'm also normally not dealing with water seeps. I'm dealing with actual water resources where it will just endlessly fill up until it spills over somewhere. The seeps definitely change the entire rules of the game. Where you have to you have to do something with the water. We definitely eventually want to get the deep mechanical fluid pump. We definitely want to get that as soon as we can, which is not going to be remotely soon. Because then instead of having people manually do it, we can have them like turn a wheel or whatever. to be the manual pump to shove the water to the other side. Then it ultimately, take advantage of one of these geothermal fields. So, like, just bring this over, bring up a side. Well, I mean, it wouldn't matter. I'd have to, like, pipe the power pretty far. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, food is doing relatively good. Could also just be the optimization update. Factorio used to run completely unplayably distorted sound 1 frame every few minutes on your laptop. Then after some updates, it runs perfectly fine. Let's see, and you got one of those blue screens again, but you didn't write down the cause. But you remember saying something to do with drivers? Yeah, no, it could be a thing to update the drivers and all that. But yeah, no, absolutely. Like we talked about before, if you're having crash to desktop or like blue screens, that kind of thing, they give you an error code, and it may not give you the exact answer you're looking for, but usually that's the start of figuring out what's actually going on. Those error codes are very useful for troubleshooting. Alright, so we're about halfway down on the block. We're just a little under halfway through the drought, so we should be okay. Sadly, I'm going to have to turn the water pumps back on here soon. Well, I mean, no, we're only halfway down on the water. Alright. And once we get this, that big container built, we can decommission all these littler ones, open up a bit more farmland, because that'd be, what, 9 more tiles of usable farmland. I don't think that's usable. So we'll have given up 4 to gain 9. Yeah, no, it's just a thing. You can also have hardware that's failing, that the nature of how it's failing. Sometimes it acts up, sometimes it doesn't. Overheating is notorious for that kind of thing, for example. Like, just the temperature of your room can play a big part. Alright, you're still at about half. We are losing the war on this, so I'm going to have to turn one of those pumps back on to try and slow down the rate we're running out of water. So realistically, I think our next drought, if I don't have this at least somewhat solved, there's probably going to be some deaths. Okay. What's the best temperature to keep your room at for the laptop? That's a question I can't answer. That depends on, like, how your laptop's temperature is. And it's one of those things, if you ever have to go and be like, I need to change the temperature of my room so my computer doesn't crash, the problem isn't the temperature of your room, unless it's something really wildly out there, like your room's like mid to upper 90s or something, which then your concern is heat stroke. The bigger issue there is, why is your laptop struggling? Because, yeah, now if you're in a room that's like 90 degrees, sure, your laptop's just going to overheat. Computers aren't meant to be in rooms that hot, unless they're like a hardened computer in that, and usually then you're not looking at performance as the main consideration. You're looking at a computer that could have put up with being really abused. Alright. You're taking a very long way around. Let's go ahead and bump the priorities. Alright, well with that, the water has run dry about 1.5 days before the drought ends. That should be enough that we don't run into issues. So let's get these bumped up in priority so there's another path to get up there, because that's what we're doing here, is to make that so they don't have to run the whole way around. They can cut up here and then get right there. That's just an old man. That's a problem. I mean, if you have failing hardware, you have failing hardware. Like I said, adjusting your room temperature isn't really the thing that you're going to be dealing with that. Because even a laptop being old, you can run into where like modern games won't run fine. If you're running to games that historically haven't run fine, that's usually a sign that your hardware's wearing out. There isn't really a counter to that other than get new hardware. Like when your video card is starting to go, you can't like spit polish it and magically get 10 more years out of it. Like it is what it is. Just move to Canada? That is the solution for a lot of problems. Not enough maple syrup? Move to Canada. Can't find good poutine? Move to Canada. It's 90 degrees outside and humid as all get out. Move to Canada. Afraid of moose? Oh, okay, wait a second. That maybe not that one. I also missed what that achievement I just got was. What achievement did we just get? Survive 5 cycles on 1 map. And we did manage to get the water back before we lost any crops. It got pretty close, but we're good there. So we got all our pumps back, full bore going. Being afraid of beasts just seems common sense. Well, there's being afraid of an animal being like, hey, that's a moose. I shouldn't go up and mess with the moose. That is a completely reasonable fear. But if you're sitting in your home going, I am afraid of moose, it's like, all right, hang on. What are the odds a moose is coming into your house right now? Pretty close to 0. Now, moving to Canada probably make you respect moose, so problem solved. Like, don't mess with moose. But it's the same thing like bears. It's like, yeah, if you see a bear, leave it the hell alone. Go the other way. Like those kind of things. Like don't go trekking around in an area that bears are active. But if you're not near the bears, where they're like so far as area where bears are to be found, a fear of bears is eh. And lock your car up with no food in it when dealing with bears. Yeah, no, that's definitely one of those things like, you know, be mindful of stuff. It's still not an absolute 0 chance. The moose still could theoretically break into your home and steal your cheesecake. That is what we call an irrational fear, though. Not unless you've got like someone has taken the time to train a specific moose with the express purpose of breaking into people's home to steal their cheesecake. Which, more power to them if they accomplish that, because that's actually some very specific training that does not come naturally to an animal. But, you know. Have you ever lived in Anchorage? You called into work a few times to a moose blocking your Jeep. Well, yeah, no, there's definitely areas you do have to worry about it. Because as a Canadian, how do you think we live? Yeah. Well, it's like every once in a while people are like, oh, you live in Florida, right? Are you scared of alligators? It's like, well, not really. Like, if I see an alligator, I'm going to stay the heck away from it. And certainly I'm not going into water I can't see the bottom of that isn't, like, in an area that, you know, is fenced off or whatever to help, like, prevent alligators or whatever. Like, there is a common sense aspect to it at that point where it's like, yeah, you don't go where the gators are. But unless you're just, like, randomly jumping into some, you know, some lake that you have no business being in or anything, you usually don't have to worry about it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because it's just one of those things. There's areas that the alligators frequent, and sometimes they get into areas you don't expect. You hear the stories about an alligator getting into someone's random swimming pool and all that. Because, fun fact, alligators can climb chain link fences. You wouldn't think it, but they do it. It is an interesting thing to watch. They're just like going like this up the side of the fence. It's not graceful, but they can get right over a chain link fence. But yeah, it's just one of those things of being mindful of like where you have to worry about certain things. Like very genuinely, the thing I would be more concerned about just nature-wise is if you're in wetlands area, is the snake has a bunch of names like water moccasin, cottonmouth, but all those are the ones you're like, no, F that animal. It is a nightmare, it is a plague, it is a scourge. Because they can get pretty invasive, but more than that, they're very aggressive snakes. So where most snakes, they see you and they want nothing to do with you, they're going the other way, or they'll do the thing where they like coil back into a little circle and they're like, alright, get near me and I will ruin your day. But they will not go after you at all. Water moccasin / cottonmouth is the exception, where they're like, no, this is my yard, and I'm coming to get you. Alligators, if you get behind their head, and you're in their blind spot, at just that point, no. Like, there's a number, like, there's always a couple people who die every year, because they're like, oh yeah, alligator, I could wrestle an alligator. People are dumb. Like, you can be trained to handle alligators and all that, but it's still one of those things. You'll have people that's like, I watched a YouTube video on this. And then they die to an alligator because the alligator's trying to mind its own business, and people go up and harass it. You had a water moccasin stand up and chase you, nearly as tall as you are. Oh yeah, they're aggressive snakes. They are, like, that's the reason, like, most nature's like, nah, you leave it alone. Like, don't know, there's definitely animals where you see and you're like, alright, I need to leave. Like, you see mama bear and baby bear. You leave. Your exit stage left. It's time to go. There is no just hang on, wait a second. Well, with this, like, no, you leave, you go. Whatever your plans were, they're not your plans anymore. You're out of here. But like most animals, you know, you can keep yourself safe by just being smart, not approaching them, being aware of their habitat, and that you don't infringe in it in a way that you're going to put yourself in unnecessary danger and all that. And then there's some animals who are just very aggressive, or they can be the kind of animal who will just wander into your yard or whatever, and you're like, oh, that's a dangerous animal. Which bears can be that way. Bears can be that way, where you're just minding your own business and this bear just rolls up in town. You're like, alright, well, the bear's here now. Coyotes will also do that. I actually didn't realize we had coyotes in Florida for the longest time, until I was at work one day and a company-wide email was like sent out being like, don't go outside. There are coyotes outside. Yes, we've called animal control. So, like, just hunker down. There's a pack of coyotes outside. And I was like, wait, is this for real? We have coyotes here? And we do. It's just not something I had ever run into before. Alright, so we do have the bigger container. The bigger container is a very major upstep for us, because again, I have 9 of these little ones. That container holds more water than all 9 of those combined. I am going to decommission the containers on my fertile soil so that we can expand our farm. Those 3 in the back, I don't have another use for that ground right now. It's not fertile, so they can just stay there for the time being. There are 30,000 coyotes in New York, like Big Apple, New York, in the zoo. I mean, don't get me wrong, there'd be some wild coyotes, but when you're talking, like, in the city proper, like stuff like bugs and snakes, it's like, yeah, there's plenty of places for them to be. But a lot of other stuff. Manhunter pack of coyotes has entered the map. Alright, so get the cassava there. We get the kohlrabi there. So get yourselves 9 more usable tiles of farmland. So what does the water seeping in this map? So what was the water seeping in this map? Does water seep into the ground quicker than it evaporates? Oh no, so the water seep, it's a different type of water source. So normally in Timberborn, you'll have a water source. It'll look kind of like these rocks do, but they infinitely emit water, you know, except for like during drought or whatever. But it's a thing that have kind of an infinite pressure, so if you wall it off, it will continue to raise the water level until it eventually spills over the top of whatever you've contained it in. The water seep, however, has limited pressure. So it'll only go 1 tile high, and at that point, once the water's gotten to that level, it doesn't have enough pressure to push the water higher. Which is why I'm trying to build this big reservoir that I can then pump the water up from the seep and drop it. A weird question. Did we only collab playing ATS once? I swear we've done more games together. Are you crazy? I know we've done... I'm pretty sure we've done ATS at least 2 times. We did Project Zomboid together. Think we did Farm Sim together, because I remember it was on your server, and we did that together. A bunch of that was before Stream together, if you're going with that. If you're looking at like the statistics that Twitch gave us about collabing, that thing omitted so many collabs I've done, and including stuff with Stream together too. You're cleaning out your VODs and accrediting collabs. Also be prepared for message after stream. No problem. Yeah, no, that's all good. I knew the day would come when you'd tell me that you didn't want to talk to me anymore and all that kind of stuff. It was just a matter of time. I was gonna crack a joke being like, oh, I don't see any more growth opportunity here, but that's... I don't even want to joke on that because people will take that seriously. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. I can do nothing about it and it's bad. Rip mangroves. You're all gonna die. You're just a convenient number to me. I've known people like that. Still to this day, the one that got me was someone I had raided a bunch of times. Well, not a bunch. I raided a couple times. And I was lurking their channel. And just the whole thing of like, oh, I don't raid other people. Why would I give my audience to someone else? And it's just kind of like, alright, well, we don't raid this person anymore. F this dude. So, what we can probably do here is we keep the pumps running until right before the bad tide. May I ask what game they normally play? Curious if we know the same person. They were Variety. At the time, I believe they're playing a lot of Project Zomboid. I don't think they play Project Zomboid anymore. I actually don't even think they're around anymore. Because they changed their username like 3 times and then just vanished. And then I haven't checked back in on them ever. Because it was one of those things that their name came up once in a while. But yeah. Nah, it was one of those people who have like a lot of not great takes about content creation and how it should work and all that. And you're like, dude, you don't need to be doing all these like cursed whatever ideas. Like, just try and be entertaining in your audience. This isn't... There's just a lot of people on the platform that weirdly feel like everything is zero-sum. That if a single viewer watches another channel, they've cost you a viewer. It's like, that's not really how it works. Like, there is some, yes, theoretical, fundamental side of the fact that, sure, if someone is... I just realized I got more farm group area I could do there, because we move stuff around. Like, there is some fundamental level of, right, you know, there is going to be, like, if this individual person isn't tuning into my stream and is instead tuning into someone else's stream, they're not in my stream. But it's not like no one else replaces them, or that there's not, like, the back and forth feed of, you know, like, for example, me and Ultra share a very heavy overlap in our audience. If Ultra's playing a game, let's say it's my winter car, and someone's like, I effing hate my winter car, and I cannot stand it. That person's probably going to tune into me, and if I'm playing something that doesn't interesting, they're probably going to tune into her. We're sharing this person. They'll probably tune into both at the same time at different times. I gotta use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that while we're in the ad break anyways, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. All right, and we are back. Yeah, no, let's see. I think you have, you and I have the most shared audience in the past month or two for sure. Oh yeah. No, I mentioned, there's been a couple of times where you look at, like, your statistics, and to be like, oh yeah, you share 20% like overlapping viewership, or 18% overlapping viewership with, like, you know, there's a bunch of names that pop in there, like Drongo and yourself and FG and Italics and Radamant. There's a bunch of names that, like, will pop up and down. But I've had, like, once or twice where I've had an individual, like, jump to, like, 30-40%, which is really bizarre when it's that high. That's usually only, like, if me and the other person are, like, almost exclusively playing in a category. Alright, so the bad tide's happening. So the plan here is shut down all the pumps. And what I'm going to try to do... Oh, it was rough when we were playing Rimble together? Oh, were we just, like, stepping on each other's toes? Splitting the audience? Yeah, that happens. Yeah. So my hope here is if I don't draw any water, that we might be able... Yeah, no, I mean... Even if it wasn't something like that, like... You know, because a lot of times I'm not focusing on other creators and what they're doing when I'm making a lot of decisions on what I'm playing. A lot of times, yeah, there's like a big update, you know, the new DLC or whatever. Or, you know, sometimes a game will just come up out of nowhere and be popular and it's like, all right, well, we'll check it out. And then there are definitely other times where you'll end up running into situations where it's just like, you go, hey, audience, like, here's a list of games, what would you like to see me play? And it just so happens that, you know, like, independently your audience is like, I would love to see this. And then my audience does the same thing. Or even the same thing, like, you're playing it, I don't realize you're playing something. And I'm asking her, I was like, what game would you like to see? And because we share the audience, you know, we're like, hey, we'd love to see you play this. And you're like, oh, cool. And not realizing the reason everyone wants to see it is because they've seen you playing it, and now they want to see me play it too. Because you can spill some mild tea here without naming names that relates to this topic? Sure, no problem. Because I know we've talked about this before, like, I won't get into the details of that conversation. About, like, when someone is deliberately choosing to play the same game because they feel like they can catch a raid from you or whatever, and ultimately splitting the viewership and everything. So far, this seems to be working. So the plan here has been to effectively not take out a single drop of water to hopefully get that. What is going on with the... Oh, right, there's the vents. Oh, that's horrifying. Oh, okay. Alright. I did not realize there was a tunnel there. Oh, don't last long, bad tide. I can do nothing about that problem. Alright, new priority when the bad tide's gone. This has to go. Okay, so the good news is those function like dams, not as full blocks. But that is going to kill a bunch of my crops over here. Please stop backfilling. Survive your first bad tide. Alright, so with that we can now turn these on. So that did work. For a band-aid solution, we were able to just turn off our water. And we probably, like... There's a little bit of a sparkle on there, so you probably have like a 1% bad tide or whatever. So, oh, maybe I already talked about this, but yeah, TLDR, I was playing a dead game, released years ago, no DLC and all that. And you saw I was doing well, and so they decided to stream it after being in your stream for about 4 hours into your stream. I was malding for months about that because it shot myself and shot them in the foot. No one benefited from it. Yeah, no, we probably were talking about that. It's one of those things that some people just don't think about that side of things. Oh, what's up? Oh, the seep had too much pressure to let the bad water out nice? Yeah, and the concern was if evaporation would evaporate enough to let it trickle out, but even then my thought was like, okay, maybe we only get like 5-10% bad water. Which is probably just endurable. That was the on-paper plan there. And it worked. Now, the problem is once you get a bad tide that's like 3 days, that won't work. Because then what'll end up happening is evaporation will get to be enough of a problem that I can only imagine this will start to get contaminated. Once it gets past just the tiniest bit of contamination, all of this will become non-viable and not really be a thing. But yeah, no, there's definitely a lot of people who just don't think about it. And sometimes you have to gently be like, hey, just so you know, that thing you did kinda sucked. Like, I'm not saying you, like, obviously play what you want and all that. But at the same time, just know you're kind of hurting both of us here. Alright, so the downside is that's contaminated the ground and is killing off this edge of my blueberries. I can live with that. I don't need that many. I also have the problem of this is so much bad water here that that's not going to empty out. If I want this to empty out, I'm going to have to break that. And this is the last unstable core? Yeah. Because there's those tunnels underneath there that I did not expect. I didn't realize there's a tunnel down here across, so I thought this was going to stay fine. Eventually that'll clear out. But with the bad tide stuff, we're going to have to do a lot of finagling. Okay. So what would be my best approach to fixing this? I might be able to cheekily go down here. Yeah, so you're just going to bleed out there. That's fine. What I might actually be able to do is walk the path over here, get up this area, and go down the backside of this. Break that at the diagonal. Let that dump the bad tide out. And then when we get that, we can start figuring this out. Probably go along this wall and just plug the hole up. Alright, well, let's start getting that project on the list. There's a platform there. Staircase, staircase. Staircase. Alright, so that's queued up. They'll eventually pop a hole in that. We can let that drain. And then, like I said, I think the plan from there is there's a hole right there. We'll just shove a plug in there. That means this will still be backed up, but at least this area then won't have bad tide in it. And that opens up options for later. But the main project is to still get our giant reservoir sorted, which we're working on one tree at a time. We did lose our blueberry bushes over here. That's whatever. So we can go here. We will tell it. Plant the blueberries as you can. Replant dead trees not marked for cutting. That's fine. I don't know if it'll consider the bushes a tree in that context. Let's see. Could you pump water from the big reservoir back into the seep space to keep it pressurized? Yeah, that's actually one of the things we're talking about doing. Is that while we're on a normal time, just keep pumping the water out endlessly. And then for the bad tide... I mean, honestly, the bad tide, I could probably just turn off the pump. And then have, like, one pollution pump so you get a, you know, trickle feed of the polluted water. Because you actually use that as a resource for things. But yeah, got any fun stream plans coming up, Ultra? Just out of curiosity, because I know you mentioned the other day that you had died in your Product Zomboid run. I hadn't heard yet if you started a fresh one or you went, you know what, I don't want to deal with this. Because I've done that. I was like, you know what? I lived long enough. I'm going to do something else. I did see they had the farm sim update that's like a little... They added like 4 vehicles. Nothing super noteworthy. And then just a bunch of bug fixes and balances. But they did announce that. You did start a fresh one that night, but you think you're going to burn out your computer and Product Zomboid if you keep going? Yeah, no, that's absolutely a thing that can happen. Yeah, it's been kind of a thing head-scratching what I want to be checking out in the recent time as well. Like, I've enjoyed this. I've enjoyed a lot of Feastopia. That was a lot of fun. The Last Starship was pretty good. If you haven't done The Last Starship, that might be something to check it out. It's very... So it's got some RimWorld-esque aspects in space, some of that. Let's Let's see, the other game that looks interesting was Humanity. Yeah, I checked that one myself. That one, I found it too arcadey for my personal taste, but I know a lot of people are enjoying it. But I think that 1.0, I'm actually surprised at 1.0 already. You're playing Last Starship right now? Yeah, the only thing that's a well, there's two bummers with the Last Starship. One is the UI needs help. It gets so cluttered so fast. And then the other one is just the fact, once you start getting tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of people, the game starts kind of coming apart at the seams as it can't handle it. Which, fair enough. But it does suck that the survival mode is all about trying to rescue as many people as possible, and you can very quickly run up a fence against a fence where it's like, oh, I'd rescue more, I'm capable, but your game engine is not. Speed up time, keep that moving. There's not a whole lot to do. We've got everyone working as best we can, and we just need them to work. They've got this last little area. Do you ever play RPGs like Dragon Quest? I have played a lot of RPGs in the past. I don't tend to stream a lot of those kind of games. Generally speaking, story-based games are very hard to stream. And part of the aspect is, once a person misses a stream or two, they have no idea what's going on, like how things got there. So a lot of those games tend to be like, you get your first stream or two and the viewership's really good, and it kind of just drops off as people get more and more lost as to what's going on. So that's just story. That's not even RPG. That's story-driven games in general. Unless they're short. If it's a story-driven game and it's like 16, 20 hours, that's fine. So like Subnautica works really well where they're sure there's a story there. But like you can finish Subnautica in like 2, 3, 4 streams, so you won't have that much of a chance for people to drop off. And I wouldn't even say it's like that heavy story either. Raft's kind of the same way. You can knock out the entirety of Raft in 2 or 3 streams, so a person getting lost, there isn't enough time for people to like really start dropping off. Does you feel it works well if Chad is very familiar with the story game already too? Yeah, that's another thing. Like if you're going back to, going back in the old vault and you're breaking out like Chrono Trigger or Final Fantasy VI or Undertale or one of these other games that, sure, there's a long story to it, but also, pretty much everyone's seen it before. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more tolerance for it. There's a lot more, not even tolerance, that's not the right word. You can have a lot better chance of it sticking. Versus, there's definitely been games I played on here that I got engaged with the story, and once you got 2 or 3 streams in, you could just see things kind of go into free fall. And it's not even that people weren't enjoying the game, it's just, they had completely lost the narrative. That's actually where you'd lose, if a stream replays a game and assumes the audience knows it, but you do not, you'll skip the streaming that game. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the other thing, is when you're playing a game, like if you're going back and you're breaking out Undertale, you're mostly targeting people who like Undertale and want to see you play Undertale. Like, that's the focus, is you are going for the Undertale viewership. Because you're not into, like, if you haven't seen Undertale at this point, it's probably because you don't care about it, which is fine. Or like if I play something like Doki Doki Literature Club, I'm playing it for people who like Doki Doki Literature Club. There's not many people seeking out Doki Doki Literature Club so far as like, I don't know what this game is. If you're curious about it, you're probably already aware of it. Not that you can't have new people find stuff that way, it certainly does happen plenty. Alright, so we've almost got the exterior wall of our reservoir done. Then we gotta finish this little interior space here. And that's when we get the pump up there, and that's when we start seeing if this entire strategy works, or if I've made a terrible mistake and wasted a lot of time. Alright, meanwhile, I'm going to actually bump these up in priority. So we can hopefully unplug that, because I only need to get one tile unplugged for it to drain. But I don't want my beavers going into the bad water if I can help it. Because if they get overexposed, they're dead because I can't make the bad water treatment yet. Okay, cancel that. Yeah, so cancel that. It doesn't look like you need that bottom tile, and that means they can't path down there, which means it should keep them safe. Alright, get out of here, bad water. And then once the bad water drains, like I said before, we're going to go to this little gap. I'm going to throw a plug in there, and that should keep it from becoming contaminated with bad water again in the future. And then we'll have to figure out how we're going to be bringing more not bad water into more of the map. Alright, so that actually went way faster than I thought it would. So I need to put levees right there. And we can just go over here. But yeah, so what's happening is you'll notice they're replanting all those bushes because now they're not in contaminated soil. And we can work on all that kind of stuff. And yeah, you notice that those hitting that bad water basically killed the entire map except the little oasis up there and the little oasis down there. That's just going to cause that to leak out. Once that happens, this whole route is going to be more and more of an issue. And this is the new thing, is the bad tide drains. That we'll have to manage those. That's what got us in trouble, is the bad tide drains there started just dumping water everywhere in the map. Okay, so that's a priority now. And that's a priority to have that done before the next bad water. The other one that's going to be an issue is you've got this underwater aquifer. Or underground aquifer. This. So it's getting bad water from over here. I could definitely see trying to clear this up. There's a blockage there. And a blockage here. Oh, you are super deep down there. That's, yeah, that's all the bottom layer, so I won't be able to do much with that easily. First, this is the really high one. This is our highest water seep point. So this is one I could actually do some stuff with. If I blew a wall through here, then I could just start flooding the map using their same route. So a big part of solving a lot of this. Yeah, so that's a water seep as well. So a big part of solving a lot of the bad water could just be getting to these various areas and then capping them off during a drought. When I say capping them off, surrounding them by walls. So that we can get just all the water seeps going on. And then eventually dynamiting here and starting to, the good water starts going down here, flooding this whole area, and then suddenly we can go and take advantage of all that. I do think that'd be a worthy thing to work on. And actually, are you higher? Oh, you're higher than the bad water node. So I could potentially break through this wall with some dynamite, let this seep through here, and just let it slowly start filling in everything. Because then once I've got the good water capping off all the bad water things, we can start doing stuff like blocking up routes, making our aqueducts, getting all that. That's going to be a big trek, though. I'm going to have to make a path to get all the way out here after I get TNT, which comes after metal. Alright, again, really close to wrapped up there. I'm really concerned that the dam there isn't going to work the way I expect it to. All right. That's a big boom there. Unleash the bad water. So because it's at a higher elevation, it is going to suddenly fill all this. Did we get that corked off? Yeah, we did get that corked off, so at least that shouldn't escalate that farther. It is going to take a little while. It's got to fill that all in. But yep. It'll be interesting slowly getting the map solved. Yeah, and we're getting our point to the planks being fully filled. That we're not going to be making any more planks. Not currently, because storage is full. Getting all that walled off. All the wood's being consumed as fast as we're getting it. I don't really have an area we can move on to. Yeah, the water seeps change everything. Because normally what I would have done is I would have built up a wall really fast around this, let it escalate all the way to top, just had like a dam just dump it out the other side. And with that giant water reservoir, you know, I could have made all this growable space, all that growable space, and then, you know, I'd add a sluice or something there to then have it trickle out here and get down here, making all that growable space and this. Alright, we got another bad tide approaching. Not loving that. But that's fine. We'll use the same strategy as the last one. We've almost got this where we can start getting things working the way we want. It's just the limitation of the wood that's holding us up. And the good news is we've got all of our water kind of filled here. And I still got 9 spare workers, which is fine. You got a little bit of people getting over to these areas, that's okay. Eventually those get those sorted as well. Yeah, just that last corner there. Then they surround this. And once that's done, they're going to put a pump up top there. We'll want to go ahead and... I've been torn if I want to put the storage right there. I think we do. I think we do put the storage right there. And then we'd end up putting, you know, more pumps or whatever around the outsides as needed. We're just going to start with the 1 to start. Because if the dam works correctly, or as I'm hoping it will, where it doesn't use the actual reality where this having a much higher water level would force the water down through the dam down here and cause this to, you know, overflow, it might do that. If it doesn't work that way, like, ultimately we can make it a sluice. And the sluice would cost us metal. So we can't do the sluice anytime soon. And then meanwhile, before I forget, mechanical power. Tuck that under there like we planned. We'll need to get access to metal. So I got a ruin over here. I can pretty easily get to that metal. We also got a ruin down here. And I've actually got a ruin right here. So I really have no reason to not be doing this. I should have done this a while ago. I wasn't watching that carefully. So what we can do is right here. I'm going to go ahead and tell them to unlock the scavenger flag. And that'll be metal coming in. So put you there for now. And for the moment, I'll probably want to put another building there. But for the moment, we can hook that up. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. We're about to hit bad tide. We're going to turn off all the pumps. But with that in mind, I'm going to go ahead and cancel this stack here. Because then what we can do is right at the bottom, I'll probably be able to get enough research before the rest of this is done to get a sluice and basically be like, hey, let's see, 2 bad tides in a row. Okay, so we're going to pause all of you and keep up that strategy and see how it works. So they do have 300 there. It's only 1 day. All right, so this time we have definitely got some minor contamination going on. Like this time I can see there's a little bit of red tinge there that we must have done like 1 extra pump or whatever out of this thing before it showed up. So I'll need to shut that down earlier if we're going to use that strategy. Meanwhile, I need to... What are you set for? You'll be scrap metal. And I'll need another one of those for, like, the processed metal. Okay, so that's spilling over. We have blocked this route to dump out here. So it is going to keep filling until it spills over this way. Okay, we are getting the scrap metal and all that to get our production online here. Let's get all that built out of wood real fast. Okay, so with that, we'll turn the pumps back on. And so what should happen is these can't pump up bad water. So any bad water that's in there will gradually potentially get evaporated away. Hopefully it doesn't end up being a huge problem. But, you know, we can keep diluting it and everything, and eventually it'll probably go away. Or not. We'll figure it out. Okay, so we did get that blocked off. That did create another bad water reservoir in there. That's fine. So we should be starting to produce metal. When we hit 400 research, we're going to put a sluice down here at the bottom. And with that sluice at the bottom, we could then say, hey, get rid of it. And another thing we want to do is over here, we could put a sluice on this one that says, hey, if you ever have a certain amount of bad water, dump it out. That way, if this ever gets contaminated, we have a route of getting rid of it. It can also be a thing that once the water gets up to the top of this, we potentially find a place for it to dump over the fresh water to start irrigating other parts of the map when we have a surplus, because that's just going to be a thing. Well, no, we're going to be manually filling it for now, so we won't do that. Okay, so we're starting to work on the inner wall for the water seep. And hopefully they get that done first before they fully enclose that. Once they fully enclose this, then we have issues. So that's now a higher priority. You're a higher priority. Okay. So with those two, how's Timberborn? It's good. With those two, when they can close that, I won't go from, like, absolutely screwing myself. I'll be able to start dumping the water out of here. You are also a very high priority. and you're a very high priority workplace. So that is gonna just be a thing. All right, meanwhile, we have the sluice unlock is 400. And as I mentioned before, we'll put a sluice down here to just let the water out this side to keep that handled. Because I need 50 more research to get that done, and that'll be good. Interestingly enough, setting that up will let me keep using these pumps. How much changed since you last played? A lot. These water seeps as opposed to full-on water sources changed so much about how you play. They did ultimately get rid of the thing where you could just cap off the bad water and never have to deal with it again. That's just gone. They got rid of it, which I think is fair. They also have these new like bad water disgorging pipes or whatever that aren't a water source that you do, so you have to just manage the bad water being everywhere. Like, they've changed a lot of how it works. All in all, good stuff. Okay. Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be good additions change-wise. But yeah, no, it is certainly one of those things you're like, oh wait, how do I deal with this? Alright, so I'm gonna also need to unlock the 2 high stack there. Oh, you're getting that done real quick. Right, because those need planks, and I've got planks for days. Yeah, so I'll need a 2 high one to reach there. We can go ahead and do that. But I won't be able to get the next warehouse in here quite yet, because you are going to get this. It'll tell you to get the metal, but that won't be able to be connected quite yet. Alright. Yeah, so we're just down to this last corner here. And we're right about to be able to unlock our sluice. Like I said, the plan will be to put a sluice right here to drain water from this side over, only when this is like below half a tile or whatever. Which, like I said, kind of works out for me because then I could keep the pumps down here, not have to worry about any of that, and it will just keep doing its operation. The fact that I'm going to have to manually pump this is going to be pretty wretched. In hindsight, I can also put a sluice in here when it's too low. That it will... Yeah, let's do that too. So what I could do down here is cancel that stack. We can go and put a sluice down here, facing that way. And basically, if it's below, like 0.6 or whatever, to keep draining out to this area. Alright, so there's the research. So I'll put a sluice. Ah, that's right. So you have to not be in that spot. So you gotta be clear there. That's fine. So I have a sluice there. And a sluice there. Alright, so. Flows above downstream being at 0.7, because 0.8 is, I believe, where people said the cutoff was. And we'll leave it down there as well. So if these get too low, it'll pass the water through. So that way, if I ever have a situation where someone's just not able to work the pump, at least it's not no water getting around. I could also potentially see if we make like an aqueduct over here and have it go into this area, doing the exact same thing where it's like, hey, you know, sluice, if it goes below a certain point, like kind of trickle bleed it out. As they just tested it, the caps of bad water sources is map specific to both sides for spillage. Other maps, both groups had the ability to cap out. Yeah, I think it's because this map doesn't seem to have any of the normal water sources. It's just the seeps, which is an interesting thing to run into. Alright, so we've got that set up. Alright, for the moment, pause that building and pause this building. That does mean I have what I need for this. And thank you to follow. Welcome to stream. This just means now we just wait for them to build out the rest of this. Which map is this? This is spillage. It's cool that the map editors can even control what you have access to. Yeah, all that's going to change is what we'll end up doing is I'll put a bad water pump just going up to someplace like this spot. Like I'll, you know, sequester it to a little spot and just have the bad water pump filling up a reservoir to turn into the stuff I need the bad water to turn into. Okay, and we are processing the metal. I still have 6 people without jobs, that's fine. We'll also set you to 0.7. I am noticing this little corner of this field has gone barren. So that's a curiosity. I guess it's just like the 1 or 2 tiles over here. We'll get it figured out. In the meantime, we just got this little cubby here. And as soon as I get the first layer done there, then it'll be worth pumping. But it's going to take a hot minute for that. Yeah, so unfortunately those metal workers are having to go everywhere. You're getting a little bit back there. That not reaching quite as far as I thought it would. Alright. Got a bunch of dead plants over here. Okay. Alright, so the next thing to work on after that... So we're getting that resolved. The next thing is going to be routing our water around to be useful. I'd love to get this thing. It's 2.5 thousand research, and it does require resin and all that. Yeah, no, you're all good, Ultra. Yeah, no, that was I mean, sure, we didn't collab on stream, but yeah, no, we were definitely like as on the server. You just happened to not stream those days, which is fine. We got the oil press and all that. Alright, let's see. So the next thing I'm thinking I want to do is try and maybe get a hold of the dynamite. Because if we get a hold of the dynamite, then we could start, you know, start routing some liquids around. Because like I said, if I can go and dynamite through here, we can get fresh water down through all of this. Like this whole network, we can get fresh water along. Now, it won't be drought tolerant and all that, but that gives us something to work towards. We will need to cap this thing off, but that could be pretty easy. If we just put this here, and then just kind of, you know, aqueduct it here, put one layer deep of the wall. That will plug that up, and then all of this can go. And then we can start doing stuff like being like, okay, we can put a thing here to force the water around that way. We can make it spill over in this area to give ourselves a reservoir. You get the idea. We can make things happen. That's a major project, like a major project. But the immediate project is to make big boomies. Which is... yeah, we also have the gravity batteries we can use. I also forgot, so... you just require a lot of power for your research. Yeah, so it's over here. So for that, we would need 400 here, 600 there. We would need the bad water pump. And I believe the centrifuge as well. Is it satisfying to say gravity batteries? Yeah. Gravity batteries are excellent. It's just interesting having this thing, which is just continuous power, even if I'm not fully leveraging it or whatever. That's fine. I'll be able to put another one over there. That's kind of one of the big things about this map is the lack of good flowing water is a major pain. But if I go on and get this set up and we start routing it around, that'll give me plenty of opportunities for setting up water wheels or whatever else we choose to do. That is the one downside, is major projects take time. Okay, we have drought approaching. So we have officially blocked this area off. So this will continue to spill forth water into this area anytime it's below a certain height. For the time being, we're going to probably be in a little bit of trouble on this one, because there's no way we finish that part to the sufficient level to make this whole thing come up. Like, we're close. It'll probably be the next drought or bad water we should be done. At least to the point that we can use it. But like the last ones, I'm probably going to shut down some of these water pumps to prolong how long it takes the drought for it to get us. Food is actually not doing so great. That's a problem I'm going to have to deal with. So I've got more space here. I'm assuming you just can't plant that far. Can you reach this far? No. But once we start having this fill up, like I said, all this will start becoming usable. That'll all start becoming usable. Well, some of this. Some of it's going to be bad watered. Bunch of this will become usable. The good news, we're getting some last minute water in here before all that's done. You are working on now getting around to the other side here. And then this will expand our water storage. Which is something else I should have done by now. If I do it now, it's not going to help anything. But I do have the spare materials. Let's go ahead. Plunk one there. It's going to be too little too late to do anything meaningful for this. But it'll be there for the next one. And then because it's planks and gears, And I got those to spare. My builders can work on it while we're waiting for regular old wood to come in. Because that's the holdup, is just regular old wood. Okay. The outer wall of the levee, or the reservoir, is almost done. Okay, so now going into this, same strategy as last time. We're going to kill 2 of the pumps. So that way I am still pumping water, but very, very little. 7 days. So it's the same length as our last drought, so we should be good for this one. We do have a couple extra people since the last time, but I still think we'll be fine. We want to try to avoid letting this thing run dry. Now, one big downside I have is all of these pieces of wall are taking up space that would otherwise be water. So that certainly doesn't help us. But projects take time. Projects take space. A lot of times the projects hurt you in the midterm to benefit you in the long term. Plant 1,000 trees during a single playthrough. Are we really up to 1,000 trees already? Okay. I mean, I believe it. We're chopping down trees constantly. Hey, Ziggy! Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for Ziggy D Live, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Playing some The Iron Oath, but Ziggy D's absolutely fantastic. Plays a whole range of games. I've known Ziggy from like Path of Exile, a bunch of indie games, all that kind of good stuff. Really good times over there with Ziggy. A lot of fun content. But it's good to have you. Welcome in, Raiders. This place looks pretty inhospitable. Yeah. I'm not sure if you've played Timberborn yet, but it's a really fun city builder that is very, very heavily around water management. And right now we're in drought, so we got this tiny little spit of water that we're trying to avoid drying out. We are playing on the new Spillage map, which is a map that kind of trolls you quite a bit in that it doesn't have the normal water resources. It just has these ones here that are called seeps, which don't have much pressure, so they can only go one tile tall unless you do stuff to mess with it. Let's see, the Iron Oath was great today. Cool Battle Brother X, cross Darkest Dungeon style game. Nice. You haven't played Timberborn? Your partner has, though. Gotcha. It's good. I like it. They've got their 1.0 releases coming up in early March, so definitely not a bad time to pop in for that. Plus, I got all the Steam achievements. But again, go check out Ziggy Live. Before I started streaming, Ziggy was probably the channel I spent the most time in, just in general. Not that there's anything different about that. I just learned a lot of new creators, so, I have people I watch at all sorts of different times during the day these days. Where it used to be I'd get home from work, hop on, watch the stream, play some Path of Exile, and that was kind of my entire Twitch use. Versus now I'm perpetually on Twitch. So it's just a change in habits. Alright, let's go ahead and switch you over to water. Alright, so this is going to be a rough drought for us, unfortunately. We're preparing for droughts, but our reservoir isn't ready yet. Now, because our main water source here isn't an infinite pressure water source, it's a seep. It only goes one tile deep naturally. I'm making a little wall here that this is going to be the one spot that's one tile deep. We're going to pump the water up, have the people walk around here, and then drop the water back down on the other side of the wall. So there's going to be some beaver who's effectively running back and forth with what's effectively a bucket, picking up water and chucking it on the other side so that this keeps giving me fresh water, and we slowly fill this. It is the most laborious pumping of water ever. And I should probably say, for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomblade, where he used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed in one character, one life, with no mods or change itemization or vehicles, as well as sweaty tryhard segs. Alright, Ziggy, thank you again so much for the raid. You go get that dinner, you have a good time, and thank you again for that. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a wide range of games, mostly indie games. But city builder, settlement builder, simulation, strategy, roguelites. There's a bunch of other stuff in there that I'm blanking on at the moment. But either way, the slice of life sim game, so you're kind of your like Stardew Valleys, Coral Islands, those kind of games. It's a pretty wide range. So definitely if any of that sounds good, don't forget to drop the follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. That is kind of how this whole content creation thing works. You find the content, you go, I like that, I want more of it. And then you follow, and hopefully you get more of it. Okay, so it looks like we're about halfway down in there. Have you played Aaron North Chronicles? I have not. I have not heard of that game before. What kind of game is it? But yeah, because we do have a lot of games suggested on the channel. A lot of good stuff. But like recently we've been playing, we did Feastopia for a couple of days, which is a really fun roguelite city builder. Very, very, very Against the Storm-esque, except very, very heavily based around food. Where instead of, you're waiting for the queen's patience to run out and then wipe you out, instead you've got this guardian entity, whatever, this thing in the middle of your town that as long as it's well fed, it does nice things for you. If it's not well fed, you don't want it to be not well fed. And all that, and it will get escalating demands that get harder and harder until you either finish the round by making it fulfilled enough, or you fail to do that, and it gets too much wrath. And I haven't done that yet, but we've definitely had some really dicey rounds. But we're only on difficulty 5 out of 20, because as well as once you finish the first difficulty, to unlock the second to the third, you get the idea. A city is... It's going to get longer as we go, but the cities started taking only about 1 hour for a round, and where we left off was just shy of 3 hours per round. Before that, we played some Hotel Architect. We also played The Last Starship. We spent a good amount of time in that. That's really good. It's by the devs of Prison Architect. It's got problems. Like, full disclosure, it is an excellent game that's got problems. And a lot of them. But it's still good. Alright, so I still got 4 more days of the drought. We are slowly drying this up by pumping out the water here, but I don't have enough water in reserve to not be pumping the water out. We're just trying to, like, delay things running out. There's a good chance we're going to lose crops on this one. But we're getting pretty close to getting this project done, which is when I'm going to get a really large reserve. Let's see, like Prison Architect, that game also has problems, mainly DLC side. You hope it won't end up like that. Well, the big problem with Prison Architect with the DLC side is most of that came to be after Paradox took over. That the devs kind of went, like, we're done with this. Now it's a Paradox game. Prison Architect did have problems as well. Like, even back, like, in the early days, Prison Architect also had lots of UI headaches and pains. Like, really good game. But there's definitely places it did well, and things that were rough. And a lot of them never did get smoothed out properly either. But had a lot of fun with The Last Starship. I'm thinking I might play more of it, like maybe on stream, but I'll probably go and switch back to the story mode. We did a day in the story mode, and then we switched over from the story mode to the survival mode, and that was a lot of fun, but we kind of beat it in the sense that we got enough people on the ship, which was kind of the objective, is to save as many people as you could, that the game engine kind of started breaking down and not working, that the game engine itself having difficulties was going to get people killed. And so it's like, oh, I guess this is the hard limit. Alright, well, unfortunately, I still got 2 days here, and water's getting scarce, so we're going to turn on all the pumps. This is going to dry this out in no time. And then we're probably going to have to ride about a day and a half, give or take, with no more water. I think we can do that, but at the same time, this is going to get dicey. With only a day and a half left, though, most of my crops should make it. Interestingly enough, Why am I getting bad water? Oh, it's because there was like 1% bad water in there. So when I pumped it down to nothing, the bad water was all that was left. Okay, this is actually really bad. Because we're going to run out of water before that gets solved. Alright, so we're going to definitely lose some of these crops. That part I can live with. I actually don't have as much food in reserve as I thought I did. But that part I can live with. Those died due to contamination, which is pretty bad. But on the other hand, that does mean I know there's no more bad water in there. But once we get this last wall done over here, then this is set up to start conserving water that should future-proof us against droughts for a good while. I don't think it'll be good enough to last us all the way into endgame, but it will last us long enough that we will have lots of other solutions we can implement. The next big projects I have is to get TNT unlocked, because with that I can start routing some stuff around. The big goal would be this seepage up here is the highest one on the map, would be to blast a path through here, and then kind of make like a little duct that goes around here with a little area there. That'll block that bad water seep from being a problem, and then that'll basically be able to get water all over the map, at which point then we can start using more conventional strategies for building. So we're actually not that bad off. By the time we've run out of water, we do have water back in the system. So we only were without water for a very, very brief window. We did lose a couple of crops over here, but not much. And like 1 or 2 blueberry bushes that actually died due to contamination. So now all I need is them to finish that wall there. And then we can turn these back on. We'll turn them on for the first time. So again, they'll pump it up, they'll walk it over here. I also have a storage container that's going to be built there, so I'll pump up, fill the storage container, so it'll just be more efficient. But then we're going to be manually moving it all. Eventually, we'll switch it over to using the deep mechanical fluid pump, but that's going to be a later consideration. That's 2,500 research, which is way more than I've got. Alright, so looking at our TNT production. So for the TNT production, I am going to need... Oh, the TNT production's locked behind the centrifuge. That's right. Because I need the bad water pump. We can unlock that. Then we'll need the centrifuge... Well, actually, do I need the centrifuge? No, I don't think the TNT requires a centrifuge. I think it requires a straight up... Yeah, it requires a straight up bad water. So the next thing to do would be get the explosives factory and then the dynamite. And then with those two, we can start routing stuff. It's also a thing I could potentially do is for another thing to help out with giving myself more places to grow. You'll notice we have, like, there's this ledge up here. So I could have in the reservoir, we go down 1 tile, and I could blast dynamite, like, kind of out into a little pattern underneath here, so that while it's not empty, this area will also have water in it. And that'll make this a growable area, if I'm not mistaken. And then we could grow stuff up here, and then you get the idea. We'd start working our way around the map, giving myself more usable space. The other thing I can do with the dynamite is just start blasting this down to make the reservoir deeper and deeper, so that it holds more and more water. But that's not going to be too important or useful right now with this. In the meantime, you can see they're working on this. And our bottleneck right now, and why I'm not just getting more workers, it's the trees. That's just plain and simple. It's the trees. I need to get this reservoir online or we die. And we're just waiting on the trees to keep giving me wood. And then once we get this done, I'll start having a big surplus of wood until we start the next project. Beavers with dynamite, as if a beaver isn't already destructive enough. But come on. Think of the potential. The kinetic potential. Stored in form of chemical process. Alright, sorry about that. Next thing, they'll get laser beams on their frickin' heads. Beavers are fun animals. They make dams all around the world, like humans. Yep. They're getting there. I mean, this whole project is literally... Just this section would be several hundred wood, because it's 12 per block. It's 5 blocks deep. You can do the math. We're pretty much good on planks. Once that's done, I get a bunch of projects that are all just sitting here waiting. That's the other thing we can unlock while we wait, is I need the platform that's too tall. I can put it over top of a staircase, because then I can put it right there. But I need 150 research. But then what we can do is do the bad water pump here, have it start pumping bad water into a storage barrel up there. I can get that set up. So there's the bad water deep pump. Plunk you down, get storage. There's your large storage. And you are for bad water. So we could start having that for dynamite. I still got 5 people with nothing to do. Alright, progress is looking really good here. We're getting enough supplies that they're working on both sides at the same time, which is lovely. Because that uses different materials, it's going pretty fast. We'll bump that up in priority. It'll delay like 1 or 2 of these blocks being built. But then again, like I said, we'll be able to start storing bad water. So that way, by the time we get to TNT, I've got a nice little reservoir. Let's see. You assume you're familiar with the trick of building a bridge along the side of a dam to build it faster? Oh yeah, you're talking about where you can build the dam here and they'll work along the bottom and do multiple blocks. Yeah, I haven't done that. It's not important for me right now because it's not the labor that's my bottleneck, it's the wood. If I had the wood, it would be worth putting the time in, but we're using the wood literally as fast as it pops out, so having access to more of it doesn't really help any. Not till I get my wood supply higher. Which I'm looking forward to. I believe once I get this filled in, that's going to open up a lot more areas that, even if every once in a while they die off from a long drought or whatever, it'll still be more supply. Because our food is actually looking pretty rough right now. And I don't really have any more usable space. Not till we get this project done. Our population is staying relatively steady. Okay, so we got the bad water pump. That's just waiting on some more gears. But yeah, I wasn't actually familiar with the bridge thing, but it makes sense, because the big problem of why they don't build really fast is because they can only work on one block at a time. Did you go back and finish off your optimal food spreadsheet at some point? Yeah. Oh, the big reason why we're losing a bunch of food is all that died, and this over here died. But we're getting more in. It'll be fine. Because kind of the way to approach this game a lot of times is decide on what project you think is the highest priority next, work on that, get that done, come up with the next project, work on that, get that done, come up with the next project. Every once in a while you'll be working on something and it'll be like, okay, I have to shift gears, like, I thought this was fine, but it's not, so I need to go work on the next thing. Like, I need to shift what I'm working on. So another possibility I could do here is wall this off and this off, and then add a sluice up here, facing this way, and let it dump the water in here, make this growable space over there, and then eventually, with some hope, I could sit there and again like put a little block around there to get that bad water seep to just kind of plug itself up. And then we would go and, you know, fill that in, and that would make all this growable space. It's honestly not a bad move. But I want to put it at the higher height here. The downside is this would be very, very drought vulnerable. There wouldn't be really a reserve there of any kind to work with. But at the same time, it'd give me more growable space, more working space, all that kind of stuff in the short term. So that we could get more wood production, food production, all that stuff. Okay, so there's the thing for the bad water. And that'll be good because that's the materials we need for the TNT, which, like I said, will be one of our next priorities. Because with that, I can start shaping stuff up to hopefully expand where we want to put our water. If I get a bunch of abundance, I can start blasting this area down to, you know, square it off, give it more capacity, all that. Honestly, with this, if I just square that off and have the water come up here, that'll make all of this usable. Most of that. A good chunk of this. One of the other things you can do late game is you can get a drill that keeps pulling up dirt blocks indefinitely, well, material to make dirt blocks, and you can slowly go through and start cleaning everything up. I think that's going to be a big part of if I were to make this a forever map or something like that, is I would just need to keep the drill going, and then just, probably again, start with the seep that's at the highest point here, get that flow all set up. I'm going to need a mechanical pump though, and I know it. There wouldn't happen to be... Yeah, there's a decent amount, because each one of those is 400 mechanical power for free. None of them are nearby each other, unfortunately. So it'd kind of be one of those things of putting like one or two of them here and there. Whereas I'd like to have mechanical power in one place. I didn't see much opportunity for easy mechanical power. So we can do the steam engine where we feed wood into it. Wood and water to get power, but that's also going to be a pain. Alright, so you're down to that last little bit. We'll probably also see some of this getting done. In the meantime, I mentioned this before, I need the... That's too tall. So you put it right there. Now connect that for whenever we have the steel to be stored. Because we're making metal now, it's just not very efficiently because I don't have any storage for it. I also don't min-max the pathing very much in Timberborn. It can help a lot, but a lot of materials, you're not really worried about that. The stuff that the min-maxing and moving stuff around a little bit tends to matter is food because of how much you do it. But like stuff like wood and all that, it's never been that big a deal, because you have your dedicated hauling people, and they can usually manage it pretty well. Oh, you're working on the medium tank up here. Make sure you're assigned to be water. And then once that happens, we'll turn this on. Also, at this stage, let's go ahead and delete these small ones up here. They are empty. They're not conveniently placed. And all that kind of stuff, so we can get them out of here. They can be reassigned to other stuff. We also can get well-being stuff, where we can get the double shower. That'd be a good one to get at some point. Decontamination is helpful, but not thing. We can get the scratcher. That's a pretty good one. That just requires some mechanical power, so we could literally plunk it down right here. We have a swimming pool, an exercise plaza. Okay, so with that on, it's time to turn this on. Because now they can start filling up this. Which will give me more of a water buffer. And also be positioned for when we need the pump turned on. Bad tide is approaching. I'm hoping we can actually get this done in the next 3 days. We just have these 2 blocks, and then this whole thing becomes functional. Now, if I want to make sure I can get bad tide back out of here, yes, those are slightly more efficient. What we can do here is I would build it up there to have a bad tide pump, just to kind of extract the bad tide water out of there. And then the hope would be I could put it to use over here and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, they're getting that all knocked out because it's just nothing but planks. Okay. And actually, I think the diagonal is not technically required either. So it's literally build that block, and then the 1 block on the bottom there. And then I believe at that stage I can turn this on. And then I want to try and prioritize getting this one on and all that stuff. Okay, so you're all ready for dealing with that. So that block on the highest, this one on second, then you, then you, then you as best you can. Because once I turn this on, I should be able to make that start working. And this time, let's not push our luck. Gonna pause that, pause this, pause you, pause you. That way we can let this stay as full as it needs to, so we can make sure that the bad tide doesn't end up spreading. Because if we leave this as high as it can, it shouldn't start to deplete. I've got almost 900 water. Alright, this is a long bad tide. This is a 3-dayer. So that's a not great thing. Now the problem with the bad tide here is you notice we're seeing all this flow now throughout the entire map. Is we look over here, there are these vents on this map, bad tide drain, that they don't do anything most of the time, but when the bad tide kicks in, they're just more sources of bad tide water. And they are like everywhere. So it is something that kind of poisons the whole map, except for the area that I've kind of sequestered for myself. And it was bleeding into this area. You can see there's a hole down here. I blocked that off. So we are just managing that, and it's just going to take time. Okay, this has become contaminated with bad water. This is going to be a problem. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the path there. Get rid of the path here. I just realized I'm going to need more platform back here. Because I'm going to need a bad tide pump up here. Actually, I can move that forward one. Yeah, it's fine. That'll make it easy to see where the reservoir is. I'm curious why this time, even though I didn't run the pumps, the bad tide did tend to, did actually get in here. Alright, so you're going to be turned off entirely for right now. I will add a bit more space here. And just for the sake of trying to give this place somewhere we can empty it, that's not the one I want. I want this. We'll build another reservoir over here to draw the bad tide out. Yeah, this is definitely very contaminated. And also for you, close-up contamination's above 5%. Right now, contamination is like 80%. So that is super bad water. Same here, close-up above 5%. So at least this way, there should be no, like almost no contamination getting in there. So you're working on getting that done. We'll bump that up in priority. And we're still waiting on gears for the rest of it. Alright, so you are unpaused now. We're officially starting to dump water in here. And we have to have that prioritized by haulers. So I need this to get built now. Oh, that's not the thing I need. Yeah, neutral priority, build it priority. So I need them to pull the bad water out of there, because as long as that's kind of choking this up. Do you know if water can traverse diagonally? I don't believe it can. I do have it marked to build that there, but I do not believe it can traverse diagonally. We're all sad. We're all sad? It's also good to see you, Nightdoor. Oh, you're heading to bed? Or not heading to bed, heading to work? Yeah. Bed would have been earlier. Just need a couple more gears. That'll get us the bad water out of here. We're wrapping up building that. Gift sub expired? Ah, yeah, now I gotcha. Yep, it happens. You are for bad water. That'll also be another reason to get the TNT going, is so I have some place to put the bad water for now. And one of the plans we have for dealing with this problem is that ultimately I'll have a place to put the bad, or put good water back in here, so leading into the bad water I can kind of prime it, where I will fill it up so that it has too much pressure. But we'll have to worry about that when we get there. So there's the... Yeah, there's the fluid pump here. We'll just leave that paused for right now. It's not a priority. We can work on that for the next bad water. No purifying bad water? No, there is stuff you can do to separate it and then use the bad water as a material, but it's not a purification kind of thing. All right, so this is going to start pumping out all the bad water. We'll run it over here to fill up the reservoir over there. We'll fill up these things. And that'll slowly decrease the contamination level of that by just drawing all the contamination out. Oh, you can turn this back on. It is a thing also, this won't pull bad water. So you don't have to worry about that. Also, you should all be turned on as they're running out of water. But realistically, let's see. So you're multitasking, and you do such a good job of narrating. You know exactly what's going on without looking at your second monitor. Awesome. Well, thank you. That is what we try and do here. Man, no, I appreciate it. I am curious at the rate. Okay, so we get one water every third of an hour in game. And we can go through 3 water. So this is a 1-to-1 ratio. So if these pumps ever are running constantly, they will be drawing the water out of this faster than I can fill this in. Which is a problem. Because that might completely ruin the entire reservoir strategy. But we'll see. If we're lucky and they start filling up storage and all that, they'll start having the pumps not run. And I guess there's overnight the pumps aren't running. Okay. I'm also finding it curious that that seems to just turn off despite having stuff there. Yeah, I'm again seeing bad water over here. And you have run dry. Right, because the contamination's too high in here. You're just gonna have to let it through anyway. It is what it is, man. We're gonna go by the process of letting it get more and more diluted until it's solved. What's a little bathing in contaminated water among friends? Yeah, that's not part of the plan. So I'm gonna have to get more mechanical power. So I had hoped that would work. I think to make this work, I'm gonna need like 3 of these things going and 3 of the pumps going, all for the purposes of just trying to keep all this out of here. We can deal with that once we get this all sealed off. Because then I can just add the more pumps on this side. What, Michigan approach? Eek. I mean, the problem is the contamination's in there. We prevented it from getting worse now. And it should slowly resolve itself. Through, like, bits of evaporation, that kind of thing. I need that to get higher. Not gonna lie, it sounds like you just focus on pumps and tanks over sluices. Yeah, the pumps that we want, these require the resin wood. And the resin wood requires us to get the tree sap. And the tree sap requires us to get the tapper shack. And now you get where the problem starts. It's pretty late game to get that mechanical pump. I do think I need it, But I can spare a couple of workers needed to jog around in a circle filling things in. But the immediate thing I need to do is get this all enclosed. Get more of the pumps going here. And just basically have 6 people who it's their whole job to just run water through here and run the taps. Which is a lot of laborers to be tied up on other projects, but it does seem like the water level is getting higher, though. The other thing a mechanical pump can do is if I'm using something where we can, like, feed fuel into it and just let it run, is it can run overnight. It could even be that what I end up doing is, like, on one of these geysers, like maybe this one over here, I literally just route the power up all the way over and over here to just run a mechanical pump. But that's 2,500 research, and then probably another, like, 3,000 research in prereqs. I also can't build that there, that's fine. We'll get it figured out. So plan for the next one of these to pump water up here. Yeah, I am pretty sure that water level's getting higher. Yeah, so I think we get the TNT, and this becomes our new project. Because this we can get to seep all the way down here. We could do stuff with that. That is a massive, massive project, though. Just because I got to get people all the way over there, and like I said, we TNT this. I would then wall this off, put this loose where it's only when it's not contaminated does it let it through. You know, this would start to fill in. We would have, like, honestly what it would probably do is we would move over here, we would set this up, and I'd probably work on just trying to set up living in this area as well. Like, we'd keep this doing its thing down here, but effectively make a base number 2 way out here. And just slowly work on following the water around, routing it, doing all that. I think that would be worth the effort. But it would be kind of step 1 of get all this sorted, and then just give ourselves a path across the entire map. Which we can start on. I honestly think for this one, the path is literally just building a straight line across everything. Not even try and get fancy about it. Okay. Alright, so I have a couple of trees to yoink. You can worry about that later. Okay, so you've got that set up, so it's now time to get rid of these tracks here. Add a second water pump. Improve our production there. Now for the next water dump. That's bad tide is approaching. Yeah, for the next water pump, dumping it out this side. Honestly, we could just go ahead and do this. And we're officially at the point where I do not have enough beavers to do the work. I do have our haulers set to be, both of these are reduced priority, the builders and the haulers. So they will kind of naturally filter themselves out. I'm a little concerned. Ooh, we did have someone who became contaminated with the bad water. I missed where that happened, but there's nothing I could do about it, so that is what it is. Alright. So we've got all these pumping. And you're still pumping out bad water, apparently. Despite that saying 0%. Yeah, so you're not getting anything out of that. We're gonna end that for right now. Let you free up to work on another task. Okay. So the hope there being, we should be able to start building up that reservoir. Meanwhile, I've got all you working on that. So for the dynamite, which is our next big thing, that's going to be 400 research to make that. We should have all of the supplies as soon as we get that research. We just plunk it down up here somewhere. And once we have all that sorted out, then we will get the whole thing for, yeah, we could just go and run dynamite along there. Start working that. Yep. Yeah, no, that was a lot of fun was playing Schedule 1 with, Miyu and Drongo. Yeah, there's a lot of those collabs back in the vault. Okay, so it's time to start turning all these pumps off to try and mitigate the bad water as best we can for the time being. So all the pumps are off. They should all have a chance to fill up a little bit until it hits its top volume or whatever. We can probably turn that pump back on and leave it on while we wait. So if any bad water gets... Well, actually, let's not do that while the bad water's happening. We'll wait till it's done, and then we can pump any bad water that's in there. Because if I fill this up, then I gotta make another big thing for holding a bunch more. Alright. Get rid of these. And as you can see, we're actually making relatively good time just cutting across the map here. And we got more of this. How do you transfer a crew from one ship to the other in last starship? There's a button on the bottom. You dock the two ships together, and there'll be a button on the bottom that'll show the manifest of both of them. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, but so the plan is to basically start with these two highest points, start getting them managed. Once I have them managed, we can work on the next set. That whole bit. So basically, there's any level of contamination in here. No, it's fine. We'll have to leave it at 5. But to slowly work through that. Oh, I see. 1 second. With it being that high, let's drop it down a tile right away. What I can do here is levees that far, and 1 sluice. Actually, no, it's fine. Let's keep building levees the whole way out there. Okay, and put you back down here. Alright, so with that, start pumping out the bad water. Get all the other pumps active. Because wasn't watching, we ran out of water. I very well could have killed everyone. We might actually lose people because it wasn't watching that our water depleted so rapidly. Alright. Hey, Zelda Sauce! Thank you for the, raid. I do really appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. If we can get a shout out for Zelda Sauce, I'd much appreciate it. But how was your stream? What were you playing and all that good stuff? Playing some Animal Crossing New Horizons. Nice. I hope you had a good time with that. I really do appreciate the drop-in. Excellent. But it's good to see you. Welcome in and all that. Welcome in, Raiders. So yeah, no, if you're looking for some Animal Crossing, you'd find it over there with Zelda Sauce and all that. Thanks. Was fun building rooms with friends? Yeah. I might have just killed a whole lot of my beavers because I wasn't paying attention. I turned off my water to avoid contaminating everyone, and that might have been a mistake. But welcome in, Raiders, and all that good stuff. Thank you so much for popping in here and following that raid over. But we'll see how this goes, because this is not looking great. Everyone's getting mildly dehydrated to potentially fatally dehydrated. Okay, so still 6% contamination in there from the bad water. Don't forget to harvest their colostrum. Okay. What? Alright. So yeah, right now we're working on just trying to get the water situated. No one's died yet from dehydration, so that's good. We've had no one die of dehydration or starvation this run so far. We've had lots of die of old age, as you do. But we need to increase our food production, which the whole plan had been, I would pump the water out of here, chuck it over the side, let this reservoir fill up because the water seep here won't let me raise the water level. It is letting me get it slightly higher, but the amount of labor it's taking, it's not getting done, which is a problem. There's a lot of dehydrated beavers over there. And I am slowly working at trying to get to this water spot up here so that I could dynamite across this way to start getting fresh water more available. But that is taking time. Once we get 400 research, we can get the dynamite researched, and that's at least the first step. That'll also give me a use for the bad water, so as we're filling up these reservoirs, I can get rid of material as well. Okay, so you're now at 0% contamination, so we're going to pause that pump and let you work on something else. Okay. I really would like you to get that water caught up. New schedule! Everyone is on a... Nah, maybe not that high. I'm already working on the longer schedule than I'm supposed to. They're just gonna die because they're taking too long. You are a higher priority. You're already a high priority. I've got, like, 3 pumps going constantly and 2 pumps going partially. And we are still just struggling. So I think what needs to happen is... You're now a neutral priority, you're a neutral priority, you're a neutral priority. Let's pause that, and pause that, and just let them get some water into the reserves. Because it doesn't do me any good to move water around if we're not actually getting the water to consume. We're also completely out of food, despite the population not going up. And I don't have more growable area I can get at, because that was kind of a big part of this plan. So that's a problem. Alright, so with the water starting to collect, let's get these turned back on. And how goes your trek across the entire map? You're making good progress. We just hit 400 on there, so let's get our dynamite factory built. We're going to put a path down here. So we can start getting explosives made. Yeah, the entire hope with like 3 of those going, this would go up. I think we're learning that is a lost cause. Which is a major, major blow. I was really depending on that. Like, I think a mechanical pump it would have been fine because I could literally pump it from one side to the other. I don't think we can get to mechanical pump in time, so I would need 800 for you. That's 1,300. I would need a place to grow pine that I wouldn't cut down, which we don't have. And then from there, I would need another 2,500. So it's about 4,000 research to get that set up. And I do not realistically see that happening. So we got all that sorted out. You're able to make explosives. You just got to bring the bad water over, which is not convenient for where you're at. I will need to go here. Warehouse. This is now the bombs warehouse. As soon as I figure out where the bombs are on this menu, there you are. Okay. The plan is to route it over here, levy that all off, put a sluice over here for only when the water's not contaminated. And let that start the process. And then work on trying to fix everything. Yeah, so water level's not getting very high because this is just perpetually pumping forever. There's just way too many pumps having to go on constantly. The food is catching up. Your game is chugging when moving like 50,000 from one ship to another. 50,000 what? Alright. So we've got that all happening. Alright. Yeah, I'm scratching my head on how I want to approach this. Like, going upstream and resolving things on that end, I do think is the correct decision regardless. Just because once I go and I get that sorted out on that end, I've at least got options of things to do. Because once I get this handled, I literally, if I have to, I could just live around here and slowly start migrating everything, build up over here, do all that stuff, and slowly work around the map. I was really hoping that would work. Well, that makes this whole reservoir useless for the time being. Yeah, so we're in big trouble here. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of this. Shut that down. That's just a waste of time and effort. We are going to need to just overproduce food to an extreme to be able to just ride out bad water until we can get stuff going over here. That sucks so much. Yeah, so you're just leaking down that way. So they're probably going to have to deliberately contaminate people to bad water, and a lot. Drought is coming. We are in real bad shape for a drought. Okay, what are ways I can work on some of the stuff? So we can start trying to deal with a lot of this. Man, this sucks. Like, I think we just try to hold on as best we can until we can get up here, get that water seep secured, and again, just route it this way. And once we get down even a single tile, then I've got options. I'm just going to kind of hard limit how high I can build. But considering how much higher that area is, this gives us options. The other alternative is instead of going over there and dynamiting that, we just start dynamiting the bejeebus out of this area all the way down to its lowest depth. And that should make it a deep reservoir down below. It'll never get higher than this is, but it would give me a reservoir down below there. I think we work on that. Because we are getting the dynamite to start blasting tiles. You got 1, 2, and 3. If I want to dynamite deeper, I have to get more stuff going on. Yeah, so I think what we do is we just start dynamiting down more and more and more. Does pumping it out not work? No. The pumping it out, the problem is I can't do it at a speed that is reasonable or sustainable. To give you an idea, all 3 of these working together, those are still drawing more water. So it's just not really a viable option. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these pumps. They're not doing anything. They're not going to do anything. We've already got a solution for the bad water. These ones being up here, that part's fine. Yeah, pumping directly from one side to the other is until very late game. It's actually, I will literally need almost every material in the game to be able to do it. But straight up dynamite isn't that far into the game. I'm already producing the dynamite now. All I need now is to get the 600 research to know how to use it. And so like I said, I think the solution there might be to literally just run around here and start knocking this down, to just making it deeper and deeper. And so we make a reservoir by going down to like the lowest depth we can. The drought has started. We do have 700 water, so turn off the pumps and let it sit. When our water gets low, we can start turning stuff on again. Actually, we'll leave the 1 pump on. It's not as long of a drought. One thing I can do in the interim, let's put a path down here and get ourselves set up another steam power. And maybe we go out, you're 1.5. I was gonna say we could get the significantly better research building. But man, it's 1.5 research. I think the reality of what I gotta do is just get more research buildings going. Which usually isn't very necessary because you're always working on grand scale projects anyways. So you're a lower priority one. There's a tree in the way. Yeah, you're a lower priority one. The other one's a lower priority one. Stop that for right now, just let that run. Okay, so we're doubling up our research and potentially tripling it up if we have the extra labor. We've almost got this routed the whole way over. Then we'd still dynamite this route, work on this project, also work on the project over here. That was interesting that... How are you researching? You show... Oh, do you not actually... I don't think those actually require mechanical power. Am I just misremembering? Yeah, those don't require mechanical power. Alright, well that's fair enough. In that case... You are very low priority workplaces. We'll go ahead and destroy you over here. You can just wait for that to be available. Yeah, so these will be very low priority workplaces. That basically, if I don't have people needing to do other stuff, they will use that as their last go-to place. But interestingly enough, they do transfer power. I'll still leave the one in the middle there, because it'd be inconvenient to get rid of it. Alright, so with that, they're all the way over here, and they're starting to build the bridge across this freshwater one. They're at 300. Our population has been going down. And I think a big part of that's falling behind on some more wellness stuff. Yeah, because we've got injuries. Wet fur, we never had that handled. So, for handling the wet fur... I'd certainly, like, lose a tile here of blueberries. And that would be for the shower. We can deal with that later, though. That's not an immediate priority. The rooftop terrace, on the other hand, that one would be potentially worth pursuing. Because I believe you start with that. We do. So let's go over here. And get the rooftop terrace set up. That should be able to get us one more wellness. To hopefully extend some lifespans, all that kind of stuff. Okay, we're at the point of the drought coming to an end. The water's still good. So let's go ahead and start all these pumps. It's lucky it wasn't a super long drought. And I'm very short on jobs. I really don't think I should add another spawning pod. I think I'm going to run into trouble doing that. Oh, right. What does it take to unlock you? Right. So, we can get the advanced breeding pod. The advanced breeding pod means they skip childhood. So I don't think we focus on getting another regular breeding pod. Let me check on those breeding pods. So it was you get 5 and you get 5. Ah, you have more complicated materials. We're not going to have that anytime soon. All right. One more breeding pod. So we'll try and get our population a little bit higher. I might turn that off after a while. We're working on getting that all set up. Still waiting on the research. Yes, it's just the research buildings that don't have anyone. The drought's over, so all the contaminated water is working its way through the map again. Now, clearing these will almost certainly injure us. It's just what happens. But it is what it is. So I'll have them demolish one. If they get injured, we'll wait till they're better. Then we'll demolish the second one and work our way around that. It'll just take time. Okay, you're a lower priority. We'll turn that on. Because we're now using the stuff and all that. And we're going to be exploding a lot once we hit our 600 research. I'm just going to start here and just start carving this thing up. We'll do the same over here where I'll just punch the hole through there. See if we can't choke out that bad water. Work on getting ourselves like a little reservoir over here. See if I can't set up some farms and houses over on this end of the map. And genuinely, realistically, I should make this end another district. I don't like the district mechanic. To me, the district mechanic was always a band-aid around other problems. Another thing I actually could do... Oh, you know what we could do to make this a little bit better? Is... I can dynamite through here. We plug this up first. And then we can, you know, deliberately drop water into this area. And give myself a lot more grow space. Water stable enough to irrigate crops throughout the bad thing? Probably not. So we got ourselves a new high score for wellness. If we get one more wellness, I believe we'll expand our beaver's capabilities. Yeah, no, the problem is I don't have a way of, like, reserving large amounts of water. I technically could reserve a lot of water by just putting an army of pumps and then a bunch of stuff up here, and then using the things to dump the water back in as a drought takes so long. That seems cursed, but technically could work. The other thing we could potentially do is go down here and, like I mentioned before, carving tunnels underneath the terrain to irrigate from below, I believe you can do. But we'll figure it all out. Right now, they're working on multiple projects. We just gotta give them a moment to work. Because that's also another thing you do is start leveling the terrain out. And as you level it, just put corridors for the water to go through. And those corridors can just be how you get like very large areas with growable terrain. A lot of this is manipulating the map. This area seems like it'd be a really good one for growing stuff. That you could deliberately get water to these three basins and it would cover that whole area. But the problem is up here you have the bad water drains. And that's just going to fill this up. Now what I don't know is if we have the water for the bad water drains, like... Does it say your pressure? It doesn't mention pressure at all. I was curious if it's high pressure where if I made this into like a tunnel would it just keep filling and then spill over? Or if it'd be like the seeps. where it goes there. But yeah, so my assumption is they'll just keep spewing water out until it overwhelms. They gotta do something with the water. Route it somehow. Well, it could also be that literally I plug it up and I put on the top and the bottom where it can't seep through, and literally box it in and just it becomes part of the wall. Yep, so we're working on that. So now, because of everything, the wood supply is starting to build up. We have 2 injured beavers at this stage. I only have 1 medical bed. So let's go ahead and get a second medical bed built. So I can handle multiple injured beavers at the same time, because there's my medical bed. So I can get the wellness. And honestly, they're cheap, so I'll make 3 of them for the time being. Alright, we got people doing their rooftop terrace. So that's good news. We got almost 400 of the research. There's nothing else I can do wellness right now, right? No, I got the rooftop terrace and that, the medical bed and the sharp teeth. All of these are unlocks. Granted, some of them are cheap, so probably justifiable, like the wet fur and all that. But I do want to keep the focus on getting the explosives going so we can actually make some kind of reservoir. Because they have plenty of explosives coming in because of bad water. Just go out and grid in large areas and then detonate the whole thing. Because it's also a thing that once you get that wired up, I could go and try and block up the bad water from here, and then down the way, block off down here, and say, hey, if it's bad water, let it through. If it's not bad water, cork it. And then allow that to push good water over this way. Where could we reroute? So, assuming this has water going down here, I could block it here and say, you know, just block it over here and be like, fresh water, let it through, bad water, let it back up. It could back up, spill over to this side, and then, you know, it would just go through this whole mess. That could be what we do. It could actually be a temporary solution. I'm seeing all these side paths, though. So that's a side path over here. So I'd need to cork that, or put the block right here. I think that would work. So right there's the pass-through. So let's start working on that. So you would be sluice. And all you care is that it's not bad water. If it's bad water, you stop. And then I would need 1 more layer here. We'll just go over the top. We need 1 more layer there to make it so it back up this way if it is bad water. Now the art project still needs to get finished first, because I need this good water source to be able to reach the rest, and then we can worry about cleaning all that up later. But then this would be a way, again, to get all the bad water out of there. And that gets fresh water into this area. So then the next move would be downstream from that. So probably here we would set up another block that this one could just be like a regular old dam. Like nothing fancy. Literally just go like that, and then have it so if it overfills, it just spills out. And we don't want to start that one until that one's done, so it won't make a path. So honestly, with that in consideration... Well, no, that's fine, because I'm still going to have to cork that one to make it all work. Otherwise, it's just always going to be bad water. So I've got 900 of the polluted water, or 900 fresh water in storage. I figure... that's part of how we're going to endure, is just have way too much fluid reserves. And we have a bunch of jobs available. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? So keep working on all that. Not too bad considering. How's your weekend? Is good. Playing some Euro Truck Simulator. For those who don't know, Azrael, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole range of games. A lot of simulation stuff. So if you like your simulation games, you can definitely find that over there. But like lots of farm sim, Euro Truck Sim, that kind of thing. It's always good. Alright, so we've got everything getting sorted out. We're almost to the point of being able to start doing copious amounts of explosions, which is all that anyone has ever desired within this community before, as far as I can tell. Another thing we could do is add the sluice here. Yeah, this'll work. So let's look over here real fast. I'm gonna need to... You have an alternate route when I do this? Yeah, you do. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we are going to demolish this path up here. And also check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator, playing some Hightail recently, which is always a good time. So definitely check them out doing that. So let's go here and tell it if it is below a certain contamination. No, this would be above. If it's above a certain contamination, close it. All right. Oh, have you not been feeling well? That's no fun. All right, so the plan is straightforward here. We are going to get this set up so we can get fresh water from up here. It'll pour down into the system and get into this area. If the water is clean, it'll continue down the route more. If it is not clean, it gets funneled over here, drops into this, and ultimately works its way down off the map down there. Now, if it is clean, it'll go down here, and then it'll get blocked up down at this corner. Sorry, it'll just pass through. But if it is clean, it'll then get routed into our reservoir, and our reservoir will actually do its job. So the reservoir isn't a total loss. But step one is, I gotta get it up here. And as soon as we hit the 600, the next move is to just blast a straight line through to release the fresh water into the system. And then the next move is to, make reservoir bigger. Do the biggening of the reservoir. That would have worked so much better if I said it right the first time. You had an abscess in the roof of your mouth. Went to Destin yesterday. Fleeced you for over 400 quid. It took out a full tooth and the root of the second tooth that had been left behind with the previous extraction. Now you have a week of antibiotics to deal with. That is not at all fun. Dental is seldom fun. So I'm sorry to hear that you're like dealing with all that crap. Hopefully that means it'll all be resolved on their side. So at least you got something to show for it when you're all said and done, even if the interim sucks. All right, so food is doing decent now. Yeah, but also by having this up here, that should resolve that. Weirdly enough, if that all gets set up, that makes this part irrelevant. Like, we'd get rid of the contamination thing, I would open this up and just let it spill in. And it should have enough pressure to prevent any issues. And what I could always do is put another sieve over, or another sluice over there, and say, hey, if it's polluted, just chuck it out the side. Put like a little track here, just chuck it out the side if it's polluted, get it out of here. Nobody wants it. Smells funny. Because it's bad water, so it probably does actually smell funny. What? Why are you skipping this one block? They're like walking the whole way around it. They're going out of their way to not work on this. There, they finally are working on it. It's just weird that they were going so far out of their way to not deal with it. That's no fun, Azrael. Yeah, no, that's... The immediate response is, gross. It is what it is. Health is what it is. Bodies, they do gross things. It's what they do. Bodies are just gross sometimes. We're actually, honestly, pretty consistently gross, but you know, not dying is kind of important, and unfortunately, Body has to do some pretty gross crap to, you know, accomplish that feat. So I'll get the sluice sorted on this end, because that'll speed up the moving around. And hopefully, with this extra pod, we should start getting another batch of workers soon. I do have housing for all of them. The human mouth is the most toxic thing in existence, if you recall. But Ultrasaurus can clarify you. I mean, to be fair, the human mouth is very toxic to other humans. You know, we got all them germs that, you know, unfortunately, as being contaminated by human infecting germs, you know, they're human infecting. It's one of the reasons why they talk about, like, you know, people are like, ah, gross, the dog's licking me. And it's like, well, actually, you're far less likely to get sick from a dog licking you than, you know, from someone else. You know, a dog's mouth is much cleaner, quote unquote, than the human mouth. It's like, all right, well, yes, but it's more the germs that people have are the germs that hurt people. It's the whole reason why whenever we're talking about games like Project Zomboid, people are like, yay, cannibalism, like, you don't want to do that. There's a reason why it's very discouraged from feeding animals to other of the same things. It means if animal A got infected, it's very likely animal B will also be vulnerable to it, as they're the same species. And your dog lays there licking his butt? Yep, but less likely to get you sick than, you know, to kiss your significant other. That's a fact. Still gross, but gross from the, wow, that's gross side of things, not from a, well, health... Oh, alright, 1 second. So we're going to turn all the pumps off. So we're going to get a little bit of bad water intrusion here. Things don't need to be a health crisis to be gross. I mean, the orange circus peanut marshmallows exist. Those are gross. There's nothing health-wise wrong about them. I mean, other than they're just pure sugar, but, you know, they're not a biological hazard. What, you love those? Those are one of those divisive foods, though. The orange circus peanut things. Those are one of those divisive foods where you either really like it or you practically despise it. It's a weird nostalgia eating it. I can see that. Like, if there's, like, good memories tied with it, you know, going to the circus or whatever with the family. I could definitely see that. So, it's not so much about the food itself, per se, so much as the emotions and feelings associated with the food, which can be a good enough reason to eat stuff. There's certainly things I've tried that I'm like, you know, if we're being objective, this isn't good, but I still like it. I mean, back in the day, I used to drink, like, the most bitter of bitter beers. You know, Apocalypse and that kind of stuff. And part of that gets in the whole thing where as you consume bitter food, you become desensitized to bitter foods, which means if you want something that's a little bitter, how bitter a little bitter has to be to get a little bitter is progressively more bitter until you realize you're just, like, straight up drinking hops. But, then for a while I wasn't really drinking that, and I fell off having that tolerance. And then you went back to, like, try one of those beers, like, oh, this is horrible. This is awful. Why would anyone consume this? I imagine it's the same as spicy, where if you didn't eat anything spicy for a very long time, you will lose your tolerance to spicy foods. And same issue. You'd be like, yeah, I'll have that Thai food. I remember that. Not a fan of banana-flavored things? Oh. Yeah, no, the circus peanuts, they're marshmallows. But they are a very, very firm marshmallow. Like a very firm marshmallow. But they're definitely like licorice in that you either love it or you really don't care for it. It's not that no one's in the middle ground there, but being in the middle ground is kind of the most interesting possible outcome because there's so few people who are there. They're either like, okay, I like it, or absolutely zero tolerance. Good and plenty of black licorice is disgusting. Toom doesn't mind black licorice. She grew to like it because of when in school, she was always nice and didn't like conflict. And so if she brought candy or anything in like that, people would ask her for it, and she didn't like telling people no just because she doesn't like conflict. And so she found she liked bringing in black licorice and all that because while she's just, like, it's okay, it's not her favorite, no one would ask her for any. So she grew to really like black licorice as a result because it was the only snack she could bring that her classmates wouldn't ask her for. Which, fair and valid. Also fair and valid to be like, no, get your own. But, it's like, no, I got candy for me. If you don't have candy, that's a you problem. Alright, so we're getting that last little stretch, because what we'll do there is we'll cut this way and then that way. And let that kind of sort itself out. Because what that should do is, other than bad tide, it should smother that. Which means most of the water coming through here should be fresh water. Once that happens. And when bad tide happens, it'll be a mess. There is a lot of water flow there, looking at this. 1 second. I'm suddenly going... 1 second. I think I'm walking myself into a mistake. Let's open this up more. Because I'm suddenly looking at this and seeing that water flow going, you know what? I don't think I've seen water flow that fast where it wasn't one tile wide. So I'm a little worried I'll put 4 dams there, and then it'll just gush over on all sides as it slams into that, and there's just not enough throughput to allow that volume of water through. The other possibility is I go lower down there and I add sluice that if there is contaminated water, just pass it on. Yeah, this whole map, when the bad water shows up, just the whole map to my tiny little oasis here gets hammered. Alright. As soon as the bad tide ends, we turn back on our pumps, including the bad water pump. That way we can start pumping the bad water out that is blocking that area. Because otherwise we will not be getting good water. Oh, and we have a research. I've been so focused on this. And explosions time. Alright. So we're just going to go ahead and put a nice little line right on through here. And then we got those two. And we got those. Oh, you did. Oh, you don't have those planted yet. These are high priority. Okay, so we're running the materials out there for our construction people to work on. Yeah, that run all the way out there definitely delays everything. Food is still sketch. We are adding more people, which is not going to help the food problem. But hopefully we can get this all sorted out and get moving along. I do have a lot of research. I think I'm going to save that research for the number cruncher, because then I can hook it up down there, and that'll massively improve our research. Alright. So we just need to let them get all those bombs put in place. And then we start blasting. We're still working on that as well. Pretty soon I'm not going to need them making metal anymore either. At least not for a while. Alright, so I've almost got all the explosives placed over there. Are you clear now? Yeah, so you're clear, so we can turn off the bad water pump there to clear up that worker. I'm really, really looking forward to having upriver water supply. Even if it is going to be a thing that dealing with the bad water, it's going to be pretty rough. It at least will be a thing to deal with. Alright, so there's 2 more dynamite, and then the path is clear. 1 more dynamite. Sorry, still 2 more. That one didn't quite finish the job. Alright, we got 1 last one here to do. And then satisfying boomies in 3, 2, 1... Alright. So that should start having the bad water dump out of there. And into this area, we're still working on that. And now we'll start seeing this clearing all the bad water out. Start getting some good water going on here. That side's that's getting done. I mean, they're bathing themselves in toxic water. I feel like they've ignored a lot of safety protocols regularly and routinely. I'm kind of thinking I'm going to have to send them down there to... Yeah, I think what'll end up happening is I'll end up having to have a path down here so I can get down into that area. Because I'm expecting that'll be too far down. Because if I have to climb down there, then we have the problem of it as a bad water seep. It's no nature's bounty, only its anger, is the thorn bush. So with this, I'll be able to afford to have 3 injured beavers at the same time. Meanwhile, they are working on getting this part of the waterworks sorted. If we do have to go down there, that'll allow me to do that. I'm glad you can now accommodate 3 of them at once, based on the reckless behavior around the dynamite. Alright. So that's going to need to be bumped in priority, so will that. And those will be for injuries. Yeah, so the challenge here is I'm going to want them to clear that, not stay down here, build a little bit of wall, clear the next one, build a little wall, because this is all toxic water. So we do not want them in the toxic water. So we're going to surround this, lock that off. Alright, Luxray, you have a good one. Oh, and I forgot the path up here. Meanwhile, they're working on getting that segment done. They're starting this segment as well. Progress is being made. As soon as they get that reservoir going, there's going to be so much we can do. Because then I'll be able to build all sorts of reservoirs over the place. Okay. Alright. Food is dire, and it's getting worse, because we are letting our population grow. What can I do to give myself at least a little more food? I've got so little growable space. So I could temporarily build more area over here, but the problem with doing that is then when we get the bad water, and it flows through, it'll just kill the plants again. I'll need another forestry down here. I forgot you're even sitting back here to become things. Water. Water. Water, that's fine. And building farms way over here, the pathing is going to make it not worth the while. So make one of those. Make those a priority. Start working on all that. And you're making plenty more dynamite. Oh, I got another place you can start blasting. We are getting all the extra research going, which is lovely. We got spare people there. So when we hit 1.5, we'll put the number cruncher there, and I'll probably get rid of the basic research in favor of better stuff. And the more I work along this side, the more it should kind of push the polluted water down this way. We're also getting the steel down there a little bit more limited. Okay, so they get injured working on it, even if they don't finish it. It's pretty rough. We are starting to stack up a bunch of injured beavers. It is what it is. I'll let them clear those. We'll wait till the injuries get resolved. And then once they dip below 3, then we'll start queuing up the next ones. What can I do for more food? Oh, right! Hydroponic gardens in this. I forgot that's a thing. So they just have an input of water, which is certainly something. And that would let me get the mushrooms, and I have to cook the mushrooms, as I recall. Yeah, so you have to ferment the mushrooms. What I could do here is I can add a fermenter here, queue you up to be for mushrooms, give a path that goes through here, and then over here unlock the hydroponics and set you to make mushrooms. And that gives me a solution. It'll be a little greedy on the water, which is not something I could kind of really afford right now. But we will be able to afford soon, so, you know, we could just live with that for right now. So 2 tiles there. A bit more path. Because at this stage, we are actually getting fresh water in here. Obviously, it's being overwhelmed by the contaminated water. Build a dam. Oh, I didn't realize we only now technically built our actual first dam tile. Okay, then. Alright, I'm not going to complain, but I didn't realize we had gone this far and only now built our first one. Well, these days you can get like the sluices and all these other solutions much faster. Versus the dam tile, the only thing it does, it lets a tile fill up to 0.8 of its entire type. So it is a way that you can kind of block it off, but allow to not overflow back into your area. And that's useful in most maps. You got a river here, and you're like, all right, well, let me just block this off, put a dam up there, retain the water, but not overflow into my whole area. But you seldom need that anymore. Okay, so we are making mushrooms now. And I need you to prioritize making that. Because with this made, we'll then ferment mushrooms. Oh, I need to prioritize it up there. I prioritize it in production. And that should help, one, with their health, as well as give me another additional food source. And you're working on that over there. You're blocking off this area, which is, again, this is where we're routing the good and the bad water. Good water to let it through, bad water will back it up and it'll flow out this side. My luck is I'll have missed some of the bad water vents along here somewhere, because I'm sure there's more I'm missing. Or there'll be an underwater tunnel that I'm missing that I'll have to deal with. But drought started. Okay. Stop the pump. Stop the pump. Stop the pump. Yeah, stop the pump. Actually, these two pumps don't matter. They'll run that spot. Well, they probably do actually matter. Never mind. Stop the pumps. It'll be so nice when we're pumping an obnoxious amount of water down here and I don't have to cycle. Okay, you've got 2 injuries. So demolish those 2 bushes. Oh yeah, no, I still always wanted to go through. But I have it be dams on this far side. It means the water will go the whole way through and it should drown that out. Try and go for that corner to clear that out. And hopefully, while we're still in drought, we might be able to get those 2 done as well. We get all that cleared. That'll be another project done. And this is all getting done over here. Oh, you're going to actually have to have the path done over here, won't you? You can't reach the whole thing. Versus that's still going, but that's fine. Okay, change the priorities here. So work on that. And then we'll just go for it. This is a mistake to do it this way. Because we could take lots of injuries. But trying to go for it while the polluted water is out of the way. Alright, so we're up to 5 injuries. Six injuries. I can handle about 3 as a reminder. Okay, so we are getting the fermented mushrooms slowly. But we're just sending it, because if I can get that done, we can start fixing a lot of problems. And plus, I can queue up a lot of projects. So I got a bunch of these that are almost done. Okay, that's another one done. And another one done. We're up to 9 injuries. Okay, so we have injured at this point about a fifth of our population. Please stop hurting them. Look, sometimes the cost of progress is a bunch of injured beavers. In all fairness, what I am going to actually do here real fast. So there's might be a need for an increase in medical facilities. So there's the 3 medical beds there. Alright, so I got some room for more medical beds down here. So your reward for getting through this is I will double your medical facilities. But first, you got to pull this out. Done. Alright, so we got all that sorted. So then the idea is, from here, I don't want them going along that route anymore. Stop it, go home. I want you going over the top of that. Okay, so with that, let's prioritize those medical beds since I have eight injured beavers running around here. We're going to bump these all up in priority so that we can get them medical treatment sooner. Oh, we get to blow up more. Okay. So I don't know what the limitations are for... I assume they have to get down to that tile. So I'm going to have to do all these things where you like have a slowly going down ramp. But they won't be able to reach that otherwise. Which will be the thing that kind of solves itself as we do the blasting. I only have to go down 1 tile. It'll all start to balance out to be the same level. Yep, so that's coming along. This is coming along nicely. This is coming along nicely. This one needs to not finish before that one. This one has to finish before that one, or we have problems. Which, if it gets close, I'll just pause it and I'll move on to another task. Water's still more than fine, even with the mushrooms. You really followed Timberborn for some time. Can they usually do jobs that far away from the main hub? They have been for quite a long time. Way, way, way back in the day, they had restrictions where you had to have districts. That was the dark times. Those are the times we no longer speak of because they're too painful to think of. But nowadays, they will go as far... They literally cross the whole map. Now, granted, usually by the time they get back, they're hungry and they're thirsty and they're pretty upset about the whole ordeal, but they will do it. That'll be another thing I need is probably to get rid of these. I mean, I probably don't need to worry about that blockage. Right now, it's get that all walled off. so we can start making more and more and more of this fresh water coming out. Because I need that soon. We're really pushing our luck in a lot of things here. Okay, you did run that dry. Luckily, there's enough water out here that none of this has had a problem yet. It also, it's a lot easier to get them farther and farther as that's happy. What was it, 1.5 for the better research? Yeah, 1.5 we get the better research thing. And then all this stuff goes away. Well, the district mechanic exists still. You can break your place up into separate districts. It's no longer required. It used to be, for those who don't know, if we click on my district center, where you start seeing these lines get to like a deep red, it used to be once you got around there, it would just end, and your beavers couldn't go farther than that and do work and construction. I will technically go slightly far for construction, but you get the idea. Is they wouldn't go farther than like there. So what you'd end up needing to do is you put like the end of your district gate, and then you build a new district center over here somewhere to connect them. And so you effectively had a bunch of little cities on your map. It is pretty obnoxious because they kind of all needed to be self-sustaining, or you'd have to ship stuff back and forth with like the trade people. And so it became very, very big hassle. Luckily, because more and more people kind of complained about it, they put a lot of focus on optimization, because it's the pathfinding was the big thing, that eventually they did feel comfortable that, like, you know, we got the pathfinding good enough, we no longer need to kind of shoehorn you into doing this district thing as a workaround to avoid your game running badly. Like, it just runs better now. Alright, so product's coming along nicely. I am really starting to worry about you getting that done so quickly. You are right about to run dry. Which we're not using any pumps, so that's run dry purely on evaporation. So it seems like about 7-8 days is about when a one-tile deep area will run dry entirely. Okay, so you can turn on the pumps. The drought is basically over. New well-being high score reached 10. So we check on that. It did drop back to 9 immediately. The 10 well-being, we actually have some of these ones that we've got up individually to 12. Yeah, it makes their working speed another 20% faster. And this will start flushing out all that polluted water. And the hope is if I can get this around this way, it'll overwhelm that. And that we won't have the polluted water anymore. Oh, and we're down to having no more injured beavers. Nice. Well, I mean, have one injured beaver, but we did have enough medical facilities to catch that up. And honestly, with that, I mean, they can just sit there for now. That's not hurt anything, but eventually we'll get rid of that. All right, so it's time for better science. So with this, doesn't seem like there's a door on it. So that's 100 years. But with that, that should be giving me more science than all of my labs combined. So I will basically turn this lab off at that point and destroy all those. Because I'm not even sure that requires a person to work in it. I think we just get free science out of it once it's hooked up. It's just cost us 1,500 science to do that. And that'll free up a lot of resources. Alright, you're getting close to done, you're getting close to done. So all 3 stages of this whole thing are close to done, and this stage has been done. We're just waiting. Alright, and you're getting the explosives set up. So blow that up, have them be able to climb down in here a little ways, go through, do the next round of exploding everything. And like I said, I think we'll end up just having like a ramp that goes down here to get to every area so that we can just keep on going deeper and deeper. However deep we got to go to accommodate the whole thing. Yep, so you got 3 more blocks there, and then you're done. You're about 2.5. And then this up here is a ways to go, which is fine. Because once they finish this project, we'll be good. Alright, one more explosive and then it's more satisfying boomies time. Ah, you went to bed before you finished the job. It's fine. Or not went to bed, you went to get food, whatever you did. Alright, so we now have 2 unemployed beavers. We actually got enough work to keep everyone going. Okay, and 3, 2, 1. Chain reaction time. And it's just gonna take time. And then look at that set. And then that's when I'm going to have to, like, make a way down into here to then do, like, the next layer. Okay, meanwhile, that's still not made any progress. Is there a reason you don't prioritize work? Oh, I've been prioritizing a lot of things. Right now, all of these tasks, until all 3 are done, none of them matter. And these are using different resources, so it's just like, eh. This isn't a huge, like, all of these are related to the same project, if you will. Because that's actually another thing. Once I start filling this reservoir, I'm not going to be able to go down here and do the dynamite. But I also don't, like, getting that water here, even if the thing isn't as good, is still the priority. Because otherwise I'm going to just die to a drought. Once I got the water getting in here, I can do stuff like make another area up here, dig it down, whatever I got to do. You can't dynamite underwater? I've never tried. You might be able to, you probably can. But I just haven't done anything with that. But the point being is I got 3... Basically, I've got project 1, 2, 3, and 4, and these 3 projects, until all 3 are done, I get no value out of it. When I get all 3 projects done, suddenly this starts getting fresh water into it with a certain level of reliability. And, you know, then we have that. And then this is just kind of spare labor, make the container bigger. Yeah, because you're about to finish. You're about to finish. We have some interesting times ahead of us. Yeah, no, it makes sense that you can dynamite underwater. It's just not something I've had to do. Not that well, I mean, I've probably done it before. What is the resource? What is the resource to the right of water? The resource to the right of water. You're gonna have to be more specific, unfortunately. Of the top. The resource to the right of the water at the top. Oh, this? That's geothermal power. It's basically, it gives you 400 horsepower when you plunk this thing on it. That's new with this version. So if you look down here, all this machinery down here is being run off of that. It's only about 400 horsepower, which is a pretty decent amount of power. It's not amazing, but considering there's no labor cost, it's just a high upfront resource cost. You just slap it on there, and that's a problem solved. The downside is you can't, like, move them around. Yeah, no, if you're talking about this is bad water. It's like good water, but bad. Basically, if your beavers get in bad water, for more than a brief, like a very brief dip, they can become contaminated, and you have a time frame that you have to treat them to decontaminate them, which requires very late game tech to do. And if you don't do that, they will just die. But they don't die immediately. They slowly go crazy and become non-productive. So they're still eating your food and drinking your water, but also not doing anything to contribute after that point. 400 horsepower is a 300 kilowatt of power. That's nothing to sneeze at. Yeah, no, that's the thing. If we compare it to the other buildings we have for making power, it's about comparable. It's a little over 3 of the small water wheel, not quite a large water wheel. We're talking about the bar at the top of the screen. Oh, this is bad water. Yeah, this is bad water. I do have some bad water stored. You use it for making stuff like TNT and the antidote for bad water contamination and a couple of other things. It's a little bit more of a niche resource, and 3, 2, 1, boomies! It's a bit more of a niche resource, but there is like a lot of your late game stuff is related to it. Alright, so we need to go and get access to the rest of these. You thought I said something other than boomies? Okay. That would be a random thing to just blurt out there, but sure. I haven't made the spiral staircase yet. Let's unlock that. It's not what I should be, but that's another new thing. Oh, yeah. Spiral staircases. Where have you been? Oh, so they can go down one tile. I'll still need to have them... Still need to have them do that, but that's okay. I was going to pop that one quickly, because it's right there. Alright, so the first segment got finished before the second. So that's going to fill up until it starts spilling over this part of the dam. This is set to not let the water through unless the contamination is low enough. So that's going to be a little bit rough, because what that's going to require is for enough fresh water to get in here to kind of flush out that bad water. And that's gonna be a while. Let's see. I mean, you can fire. You can have a fire ladder vertically instead of a giant supported step-by-step stairs. I mean, in the game, you have to do stairs. Beavers can't ladder. Little known secret. They try and go down. Their tail just gets caught in the rung below them, and then flipping backwards off a ladder. It's really bad. They're just dealing with beaver sensibilities. So getting that part done. And this is almost ready. Is that missing? No, it's going here. I want them to bump that whole stack up to be a slightly higher priority. Because once we get that, we should be able to start sorting this out. But yeah, so now you can see that it is dumping all the water out the other side. But once I can get this to start being fresh water, that means I've got an input here of fresh water that'll go. This is going to be really hard to get this to empty out, by the way. Oh, you mean we can fire that? I'm sorry, I misread that. No, so it's like a regular staircase, except instead of going across, it goes to a side. Now, I don't think you can stack them on top of it. It's just good for when you're in a situation like this where I don't really need to have that. You can also have situations, where's a good example? You can also have situations like this, where instead of having to like build out, you can spiral left, then right again. And so just go down that way and get down here. So it lets you kind of follow the terrain a little bit better. So I've got another drought coming. Likely this one will be much longer. I unfortunately don't think we're going to have what we want done here yet. Like maybe if we can get these next two tiles up here done, we can start getting this all cleared out. But the big thing is I still have the bad water dumping in here until that's done. Until that row's done, it's going to keep spewing out the bad water, and it'll be mixed. And with that being mixed bad water, I can't use it. Because you can't separate bad water from good water easily. I can technically sit here with a set of pumps and just keep pumping them and dumping it on the other side, but the amount of labor would make that utterly useless. So I'm not feeling great about this drought. Our food is better. It's not great. It's better since we got this thing set up. We could certainly use more. We're running out of metal here, which is totally fine. But if I can get that done, that'd be great. Because I probably don't even have to get the whole way across. If I get just enough of it that this is underneath the clean water, it should start to back it up where I'm getting more clean water than anything. Where are you going? Oh, right. Because it's routing around because it's too polluted. Yeah, that's fair. I was suddenly seeing that the dam wasn't having water go through. I'm like, what? Right, because you're done now. Where if the pollution level is too high, explosive contamination is above 5%. It's open. Oh, no. Okay. I see. There is another underneath aquifer. Well, crap. Where do you go? Yeah, so it's bleeding down there, going under, and then back over here. Yeah, no, definitely want to block it up. Alright, so we need to go here and pause all these. Because we're about to go into a drought again. Yes, that's going to be a tricky one because it's all bad water. But if we get this sorted up here, we can potentially get this clear to the bad water. But yeah, so what we can do here is just take a staircase down and just put a plug in it. And then that should fix that, and we can let it spill over then. And what I can actually do is when I plug it, I can plug it with sluice. That will only open if it's bad water. So we can still use it as a way to get rid of bad water, but make it so it's not just dumping everything out so it doesn't fill up. Alright, so what we would need to do... Got a couple of sluices here. Those tiles are just solid. And you would close if the contamination is below 5%. Alright, it looks like you're going to have to go the whole way down here, which sucks. Actually, might not need to. Let's see. You can build stuff way far down. I might be able to get away with some cheeky stuff here. They might actually be able to reach down there and do that from that position. If not, we can figure it out. So we're getting that done. Love to see it. You're all done over there. Food is struggling. Alright. Well, if a little bit of over-dependence on water doesn't kill us, how about a whole lot of dependence on water, potentially? Actually, do I have a surplus of mushrooms? No. We can get more mushrooms and get that going. Set that to be a higher priority. Okay, so you're now producing 10 science in the same time that these are producing 1. So congratulations. All of you can just stop doing what you're doing. You're wasting your time. And this one, unfortunately, weirdly enough... Well, actually, no, it's not the thing everything's connecting through. Okay, so this building we can get rid of. So we got rid of all of our lower end science. So the next thing to go and check is we'll want the centrifuge so we can make the water extract. And let's start getting a bunch of these wellness things. So there's the shower, there's the scratcher, there's the swimming pool, there's the exercising plaza. There's the scratcher. And stuff like the swimming pool have to wait. And they're working on all that, which is good. Got plenty of bad water to spare. Got plenty of water to spare. Gonna get more mushrooms in here. Alright, so the exercising plaza is just big. That's all it is. It's just big. So what we can do is add... Get a couple platforms back here. And add the exercise plaza there. That's weird that it vanished, but okay. There you go. And that should get us more wellness. And they're making really good progress in getting that corked off. Which again, if I can get that corked off properly, it should ultimately mean we get mostly just fresh water through that whole area. Which should gradually flush that. And the one adjustment I might have to make is if this is too many dams over here, I might have to pick one up, put another, put another segment kind of here to make sure that the flow is slow enough that we are getting the water built up over here. I think it'll be fine as is. The 4 should be fine, but we'll see. It's gonna be a little bit of tinkering to get the rate of the flow appropriate. Alright. We still got 4 more days of drought, which is bad. The good news is I over-prepared on the water, and we just oversupplied because I knew I was going to be stuck just enduring. So I wanted to make sure I could shut off all my pumps anytime a drought happened, or bad water, just to keep our water supply up as long as I could. Yeah, so they're getting there. Yeah, so you can't be reached. I will prioritize you. And you. So yeah, those can't be reached. Alright, that's fine. So what we could do here... Well-being 11. Nice. So I definitely know we can reach it from here. Well-being 12. Nice. Actually, I don't need that one there. Okay. Yeah, so unfortunately... it doesn't look like it's going to go all the way down. I'm hoping going this far down will be enough that they'll be able to reach it. I don't think that'll be the case. But if I go this far down, until, like, we can potentially not risk bad water exposure. If I had to go deeper than that, we're going to have some hero beavers go down there and take care of business, and they will be remembered for a couple of minutes for their incredible sacrifice to ensure all the other beavers have fresh water. Do it in a drought? This is a drought. That's the problem. It's going to be all backed up there anyways. So it's just going to be a thing. Now, if we're lucky, what'll end up happening is as we get the fresh water here, and it starts dumping through there, there is a chance that all that fresh water coming through will start flushing this out and make it a lot safer. But realistically, that water being down there is not going to move very much, and we will just be dealing with that. And 13 wellness. Just climbing up that wellness now. We're actually investing in it, which makes all the beavers faster and all that kind of stuff. So we're missing the swimming pool because I don't really have a spot for it. We can get the wind tunnel. And most of the other ones of these require mechanical power. And unfortunately, I don't have a source of plenty of spare mechanical power. Because that's running at 1.5, like we already have 1.5 times what that can accommodate on it. You're just slightly below being able to run constantly. And my next closest one is over here. Now that said, I could realistically see carving out a spot here, putting the geothermal on here, and then piping the power over here for more entertainment nearer to the people, but I don't think we realistically get all that set up. Alright, so it's going to take a minute for that water to start flowing. But just 3 more tiles, I guess, technically, and that'll be high enough that this bad water can't get out of here. I just gotta get those 3 blocks done. Like, there'll be some bleed that'll go over and all that, sure. But we'll get it sorted. And then all of this will start getting flushed out. Okay, one thing we will do is we will pause that very top one for right now. That way, if this does fill up with bad water, we can spare the beavers running through it for the moment. Yeah, so this is getting down to a 50-50 ratio of bad water. But all you need to do is cork it up enough that this water overwhelms it. And then because the pressure will be too high, it should trap that bad water in its spring, seep, whatever. And then we should get nearly exclusively fresh water out of it. I just need to plug this up enough that that water level rises. Alright, that's promising. Seeing it gradually getting greener is a good indicator. That's a massive project to work on. Did you ever get this done, by the way? Okay, so you're still putting down the explosives, which is totally fair. I do have the materials. They're just going to take time to do. And this is certainly the bigger priority over here. Pumps on? Oh, thank you for the reminder. Luckily, we haven't run out of water yet, but we are going to if I don't turn the pumps on. That's the reason I want to get this solved. Generally speaking in the game, I do not like when I have to, like, manage these things manually, which is a thing you used to always have to do in the past when bad water first got introduced before we had sluice. Which is one of the things where I loved the bad water mechanic, but it was just such a bummer that we had to manage it so micro-y for the longest time. Okay. Come on, give me one more block, and that probably will be enough of a, throughput blocker to get that to stop. And then we'll slowly watch this flush out to be clean water. And then, like I said, we're going to unfortunately probably have some builders who are going to be taking a dunk. That is going to be a dunk of no return. I also just remembered you had the centrifuge for 200 horsepower. I think I'd rather these run a little slowly. But we can get that, which is like antidote stuff. And for the time being, we can build a storage. I don't want it right there where we have the mechanical power. We'll put it up here, so it's nearby the mechanical power, so it's not a huge trek. And you will be the antidote stuff. How expensive is the containment removal tech? It's not super expensive. That's actually what I'm building right now there, is to help with that matter. But we did just kind of unlock a bunch of that. Alright. So we're definitely climbing up these blocks more. It's not high enough yet. But we're about to get clean water. Regardless, once that block is done, we'll get clean water in just a little bit longer. And then we won't have to do projects way on this end of the map. I can just focus over here. And those are all just waiting on construction. Because I'm also trying to get it so that we can get all of that as far along as possible. Because the hope is we can get nothing but good water over here. Another thing we could also technically do is over time I could build up a wall around there and have a massive reservoir, but I don't think I need that for now. I think for now it's just get this stuff sorted out. And then we can worry about the next thing. And you're getting the last of this done. And like I said, we have that one spot is the only one that's missing from here. Okay, so it's over. So at this point, what should happen is over time, this will stop being polluted water as we just kind of flush all that polluted water out. And it'll get to be more and more just the clean water. And that over time from there, we'll start getting this to just be clean water. You get the idea. Alright, so what I'm honestly thinking here, just as an extra precaution, I'm going to unlock a floodgate. And I'm going to go to this last tile here. And we're going to start with making that a floodgate. Because I want to make sure it's just low enough that I don't have to worry about. So they go there, they should be able to build that floodgate, and I can retreat it back a little. Because the one fear is if I accidentally have this back up too much, I could potentially make that stop producing, which defeats the whole point of everything. So with a floodgate, I could drop it to like 0.7 depth. Just enough to make sure that it's guaranteed low enough that this just keeps producing. Like I said, over time this should slowly wash away the contaminated water. Because there's not an additional source of contaminated water here yet. When we get bad tide, these will recontaminate everything. So the hope is we get that resolved then. And realistically, I might have to do a thing like build a little blocker around this and cap it off on the top. That'd be another project to work on. What would it take me to get the impenetrable ground? So that's impenetrable floor. So it's just one metal each. So we're going to grab that. So then the idea here is I've got these pipes. These contaminate things. And I found I couldn't just build a wall directly against them. Oh, I see the problem here. Okay, one second. We can still make this work. I will also need... I need a 1x1 overhang. No, well... Oh, you trolls. I just wanted to be like a one-off overhang so I could put the impenetrable floor. That's fine. So what we could do here is... Overhangs have to be built on something, so just lower the side walls by 1. Well, the problem is I still need to cap it off. And if I use that, the overhang is hollow. So what I'm going to need to do is go here. And then we can go down here. Doing this badly. This means I got to make this a little bit bigger. Yeah, I was thinking that as well, which is why I paused there. I think that's the better option. So keep this area packed in real tight. And then we can go here. And you'll burn those two. And then we can put the overhangs there. That was certainly an experience. Look at how it's slowly turning from red to blue. Love to see it. Because what should happen is once we can get down here and built, I should be able to get that stuff sorted out. Do you have the centrifuge built? You do. Cool. So the next move we're going to have is, where is the thing for decontamination? So decontamination doesn't cost me a whole lot, but it is a thing that we will need. Let's just assume this is going to get real rough here in a minute. So build those, because once we get decontamination going, what I can do is I can have them get this area done. I'm actually going to... But yeah, we can have them go down here and plug it. Those need power too. Were they powered? Ah, crap. You're right. Thanks for the catch. Okay, so what we could do here then is I won't bother going quite so deep. We'll get just 2 of them over here. And that should give me what we need to do that. The water is also getting relatively clean. It's still got some contamination going on. But it is doing a good job of flushing out now. Now you'll notice they're stuttering. That's a pathing thing. Once we stop having them path across the entire world, that should start to alleviate itself. But the moment I see one of those decontamination pods get finished, alright, they're ready. So with those sorted, it's unpause time. And my hope is that that'll be low enough they'll be able to build the sluice down there to stop it from venting out that side. Unless it's contaminated. And then with that, that should solve that, where this will start building up until it goes over this area. Which will then make these sluices available for when the water's fresh enough to start flushing that out. You get the idea. And we honestly might just get lucky, and by the time they get over there, the water might be clean enough to not cause us problems. Meanwhile, I got that going on. How are we doing over here? Still planting all the TNT. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. It's fine. So with that, what that means we'll need to do is get rid of this. It's not adequate enough. Neither is this. We're just going all the way down in there. That said, that water's looking pretty clean now. It's got a little bit of contamination in it, certainly. May need a path at the bottom. Alright. So we got all of that sorted out. You're almost done with the last of the building up there. We got freshwater reaching so much more of the map now. And then this is the big one, is to get this area being literally not anything but freshwater ever. This will go back and forth based on bad tide and all that garbage. Yeah, we'll have a bunch of these to clear out. Oh, there's a lot of these up here. Okay. That's gonna take time. Okay, not seeing anyone getting marked as contaminated yet. And that's what we're worried about, is those 3 blocks right there. Yeah, so you see the fresh water's getting here. And it is mixing with the other water, but at this point, you know, it's one of those versus one of the other ones. 50-50, you're not going to notice. Like I said, this is the one that I'm going to keep it slightly down from the others, just to make sure that, you know, this doesn't fill up so much that it's not producing. That's another thing we can do. Put a depth stick right there as our gauge for, is this still draining fine or not? That'll be actually... Oh, wait, no, that one will still be fine. Because that's a contaminated water source to begin with. The sleuth is too far... Oh, it's because we still are missing that one. Yeah, so as soon as we get that, they should be able to reach it. And that water just looks clean now. Alright, so it's going to take a minute for it to fill up enough to get over the gate. That's that way I can adjust it if, by chance, this stops producing. Where are you going? Oh, you're setting the dynamite. So we got drought coming. So we're going to have to just ride this drought out. Wait, Megan Stair Curve takes treated planks? Normal stairs don't? Is that right? Wait, does it take treated planks? It shouldn't take treated planks. It does take treated planks. What is this garbage? Well, that sucks. That makes it practically useless. Alright, in this case, slap you here, slap you here. We got drought coming. Okay, so yeah, so those are going on and off. That means we have enough for here. Okay, you're high priority. You're high priority. Because once we get that sluice done there, this whole thing will start working. Till those are blocked off, it's just going to keep dumping all of our water down here, which then flows up and out, which doesn't do us any good at all. But with that, we'll be able to route the contaminated water out this side, and then that could just be the way it is until we're ready for the next thing. It's also the thing I could do is put a wall off here and do the same thing with the contaminated water up there. Just because I believe the contaminated water likes to sit on the top. Mostly. And I haven't done enough experimentation with it. Alright, 14. How are you getting clean water into the small pool at your base? There is a water seep source in the middle of here. But what will happen is once this goes through, there's sluices here that allow clean water through. They'll pop through here, fill up this area, and then there's another set of sluices that also only let clean water through, just in case. That'll then let it go into my existing system. But first, I need to block that hidden underground area. That once we get this blocked off, I can do something about that. The drought has started, so let's quickly pause. Turn all this stuff off. Because it's a 9-day drought. This is a big one. We're probably going to lose our crops on this one. Yeah, I played a few patches. Those are news to me. Oh, the sluices are new to you? Or the seeps? The seeps are new to me as well. That I think they're the 1.0 patch brought them in. The 1.0 experimental. Alright, so bear with me, chat. I'm going to quickly run and grab myself a new drink. I'm going to leave the game running. I'll double time it instead of triple time, but I'm going to quickly grab myself a new drink. I'll be back in a minute, and thank you again for, Oh, the sluice are too. The sluice, man, those have been in the game for over a year now. But again, really, really cool stuff. Basically, they're just configurable where you say, hey, if the containment's over a certain amount, slam it closed, or if containment's below a certain amount, slam it closed. You can conditionally set all of it. So it's pretty good at just detecting, automatically opening and closing a gate effectively. Alright, so I'm going to quickly grab myself a drink, and I'll be right back. And thank you again for tuning in. Okay. Oh, last you played was right after Badwater got introduced? Gotcha. Yeah, no, so Badwater got introduced, and it was a lot of fun. It's a really cool mechanic. But when it first came out, the only way to really manage it was to manually take the floodgates and just slam them open and close when the Badwater showed up. Which worked. But it meant you could never like leave the game idle ever because if Badwater showed up and you didn't switch the gates, even if you were like super duper late game, you basically just died. Let's see, oh yeah, I think Floop was an update right after, so it was easier for people to build diversion system instead of manual floodgates. Yeah. Like, and that was just kind of the thing. Alright. So let's see how this is going over here. So that's what we wanted to see. So these are closed because contamination is at 0%. So what should happen is they should work their way up here, and that these will ultimately let clean water through, and the other ones will close. Meanwhile, even without that, all of this is evaporating away, so that'll help all that. And honestly, this could have been a sluice. But that's fine. Yeah, so that's depth at its greatest to gain to 0.4, which is not high enough to be a problem. Okay, and we got this. So then we can go here. Okay, so that'll be the first of the vents blocked. Because these, when there's a bad water event, will spill out tons of bad water. And there's no reason I'll ever want them to do that. And so what we're going to do is just slowly go through, meticulously, one by one, cap them off. So that we can, you know, keep this to being clean water as much as possible. By limiting how much bad water can even get into the system. Why use explosive and not just go one tile higher? I mean, I could do either. I'd do one tile higher and build it up, but eh. And just blast it. I've got tons of bad water coming in, so it's not like I have to be sparing about my use of bad water. Right, and we discovered that these treated... That's so... I'm actually pretty disappointed that these, that those stairs use treated wood just to go from straight to an angle. It really does be like, why would I ever use that, though? Like, the only way to use that is if I just had such a ridiculous amount of treated wood. I mean, they are fancy stairs. True, but, like, from a practical side of it, why would I do it? Okay, so that's all fine, we're all good here. Alright. So we still got 4 days left on the drought. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I could see way later, but it's just like, okay. But when I want them the most, they're just not an option. So our food is doing great. Water's doing great. Let's say you're hooked to watch this game. You never played a game like this. It is unique. Timberborn is a very unique game, that there's only one game like Timberborn. Now, well, actually, so we have Whiskerwood that's come out recently, and it's early access. And it has similarities without the water management side of it, but like the way you build everything is like that. And it's sort of like Tropico meets Timberborn. But it's very early access still, and kind of doesn't really match up with a lot of stuff. All right, so another thing we can also do to help our cause is bomb go deeper. So that way when we plant our bombs, I can really send them deep. Let's see, so you're just trying to create clean water, kind of build a settlement type thing like Factorio type games. So you're building a settlement, so like it's more like Banished and all that kind of stuff. The big difference is where Banished, it's, you know, spring, summer, fall is prepare for winter and then ride winter out, and Farthest Frontier is the same way. That's like the standard in survival city builders. And this one's like, no, forget that. There's no seasons like that. Instead we have normal weather, drought, and bad water. Yeah, like Frostpunk. And so the idea is, instead of trying to ride out the winter, you're trying to ride out anything that isn't good weather. And so it is all based very heavily around water management. Now, this particular map is a bit of a twist on the way most of the maps work, in that we have these seepage things and all that, and it's all based off of beavers. Yeah, no, that's the entire game is post-apocalyptic with sentient beavers. Like, this map doesn't have it, but there are water sources that are proper sources that have high pressure. And when you go to a bad water, high pressure source, you click on it's like, why do we have to clean up all the mess after the humans? Oh, that's right, they're all dead. But you see, like, these are actually the ruins of cities. So, like, human cities and all that. There's, if we could find one of the underground ruins. Yeah, the underground ruins. Buried ruins full of metal scraps. Whatever humans were doing down there, it sure required lots of metal. So the idea is, you know, the world has become basically inhospitable, and then for some reason there's sentient beavers, and they're just trying to survive in this awful world. And since they're beavers, it's all about the water. Yeah, so this should all be wired up now, that once the drought ends, and this gets water emitting again, it should slowly fill up this entire river area until it does get up to the point where it starts going through here. And so what should happen is these sluices, if the water's clean, should dump into my main reservoir here, and then finally we will have it so when we have droughts and all that. Are you in hard or more normal? Right now I'm in normal. I'm more worried about, like, doing Steam achievements and all that. The hard mode, for those who don't know, the big thing that ends up happening is later on. Well, I mean, it's early on it happens, but later on, the time between drought, or time between clean water and how long and all that, get pretty long. Will the map ever become green as well? Like, will it be restored? Yeah, as what Dark Souls is saying, it depends on you. You'll notice the areas that are green are where the water is. So if you take the time to, like, get water to different areas, say like you get clean water into these 3 basins, it'll make that whole area green. So it is a thing that when you watch the good and bad water go through. Alright, so give me a second. I'm going to turn all these back on. Now that we will have water supply again. But if we watch up here, see, this area is barren in the middle. Once the water starts getting through there, that'll start getting green. Granted, that's going to be underwater, but then this area will start getting green, this area will start getting green. You'll see it slowly spread out and, you know, start doing a bunch of that stuff. From what you remember, it was made as a engine to show water mechanics, and then they built a game on top? Yeah. I'd believe it. But yeah, so that's the reason why I can't really move around the map, is I have a little water resource that I can't do much with right here. Because this is kind of a challenge map where normally this would say a water source and then high pressure. And so what happened is if I boxed it off, it would just keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper, like it'd keep filling until it eventually spilled over. But these limited pressure ones, they'll only go one tile deep from where the source is. So I kind of have to move it farther along. But once this gets to a depth of about 0.6 or so, yeah, so it spills over here. So you see like that spot got green there. And then it'll fill this up to deal with the evaporation that happened during the drought. And then once that fills up, it'll spill over here. And then, you know, you get the idea. It's going to keep doing that. But this will turn green before it goes underwater. And then as this raises, those will become green over here. The building dam is very important. Yes. This entire game is based around water management. I mean, water pressure is also something pretty recent. Like 2 or 3 updates ago, we didn't realize we have a way to enclose water. But now with pressure, it can be done. It could do very cool things. Yeah. Alright, so it's just starting to bubble over, so that should start going down this way. So you see how, like, slowly it's turning green here? That's just because the water's close enough, because basically green is within n number of tiles of water. So now this will slowly fill up until it hits my sluice. How far you can zoom into the game? Pretty far. Pretty far. Beavers are cute when zoomed in? Yep. So you got the workout center. No, we're caring for injured beavers. We just have a lot of them. I actually have 6 different medical places for them. I actually don't know why we have so many injured beavers at the moment. I did turn the pumps back on, but thank you for double checking. I'd rather have people remind me and not need to than to think it's fine and realize it's not. Yeah, so that's closed. That should be going up. Yeah, it's very plainly going up. Surprised you haven't worked on that. Oh, right, because you're still running the whole way up here to cap you off. Because once he capped that off, that'll be another thing. You think the hardest part for you is this game would be learning the UI and menus? It's not too bad. Honestly, compared to a lot of city builders, it's not too... Like, I actually find the organization on this one to be pretty good. Versus there's definitely a lot of city builders I like that I would definitely criticize the UI as being one of its rougher features. But Timberborn's UI is a relative thing. Like, you know, you look at a lot of this, and a lot of it is pretty straightforward. Like, district management is a symbol that doesn't stand out. But, yeah, there's definitely been ones that have been pretty rough to get into, because it's just very unclear what it wants kind of thing. Alright, let's, that's all fine. We don't really need to prioritize that. And honestly, I don't think we need to prioritize this. Just basically let them keep doing their thing for right now. They're making plenty of the, like, extract and all that, which we can use to make better bombs. Because then what we can do is after we level this out, it's going to be like, hey, blast 3 tiles deep. And then kind of, you know, whichever ones are the odd ones out, we'll tell them to blast like 2 tiles deep to match it all up, so we can just keep blasting deeper and deeper to make our reservoir. I mean, actually, we probably don't need to just endlessly go deep. Probably just blast it all till it's all level. And that'll probably be deep enough for the time being. Because then we can just work on other projects around here. Yep, so now that's filling in, you see all this is starting to turn green because it's getting deep enough now. So we have all this has gotten green around the edges. So I could sit there and start planting stuff here. I'm not going to, because sooner or later we're going to get bad water in here, and then it's going to kill all that again. But this, on the other hand, this area should become green up here. That's worth me considering planting in. That's got opportunity for me. And sooner or later, they should finish that project up. And get the next one queued up. And we're just getting more and more research. There's monuments in the game you can do a bunch of stuff. Sure. We'll get the Monument of Labor. $200 logs. I want to say that gives you a buff of some kind. Yep, so now that that's got fresh water in it, you notice all this is turning green. So at this stage, I can actually start using some of this as more farmland and that kind of thing to help with our food supply. A lot of this isn't a great option. I'm kind of waiting for this to top over because I'm hoping this area will become growable. Because if so, I'm going to get a new crop up here. And that'll be a pretty good one. This area probably won't be growable because that's contaminated down there. And I'm keeping that as a contaminated water supply. I definitely could see slowly boxing it into just like the 6 tiles so I can have this pump right there. And get all the rest of that to be fresh water. We'll definitely want to expand our food options a bunch. Another thing we could honestly do, there's more options in here. There's also algae. And we could start getting some algae farms going. I gotta remember what you cook the algae with. Right, so it's algae and then the combined with the oil from, was that canola? That you combine then to make more food. Yeah, it's the oil press. That's going to require canola. And then you have the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we'll probably want to go up here. Maybe we put the canola up here. And then that'll open up the options for... Well, actually... Because I'm looking at stuff that's going to be easy to do. We'll probably do the soybeans next. Because, well, actually, no, the soybeans also are... So it looks like we're going to be doing the canola. Get the oil press. And then we can start working on the other things. So yeah, this is all green now. So this is definitely going to be viable for a farm. And finally watching this fill in with water. Alright, so we could definitely use this. So what we're going to want to do is put up a farmhouse up here somewhere. Normally you kind of preferentially want to have the farmhouse not on the good soil if you don't have to. And the only reason for that is that you're not wasting good soil just having buildings on it. Once you get later on enough, it's not as big a deal. So we'll go ahead and put a spot like that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put 2 farmhouses up here. One on harvest and the other on planting. Because now what we could do is go to our crop options. So I got the canola. That's going to be my main thing up here. So there's the canola. I'm also going to go over here and do the soybeans. And then we can go over here and we'll do the corn. There's a good chance that'll get flooded, so we'll keep that the way it is for right now. And I could also potentially use that spot over there for more stuff. So, with that said, I'm going to need more stuff. So we'll get the oil press. It only needs a tiny bit of horsepower. So put it there. And then we will need the food factory. So we can go over here and clean up some of this. And I'll put the food factory down there. And we're starting to get ourselves more food options, because each time we do more, we get a little bit more wellness. Yeah, so definitely want to contain that later. Sorry about that. Because if I walled this off, I could still put the pump there, and then all of this becomes usable farmland as well. And how are you doing up here? Alright, you're just about to finish capping this thing off. And then with that capped, let's see, so you cap that bad water pump to the south. So, weirdly enough, on this map, we don't get the cap. The cap's just not a thing on this map. The bad water is just here. It apparently is a map thing, which is certainly an interesting choice. It could be because these are seeps and not actual water sources, that maybe a seep can't be capped, but the water source can be. I don't know. Alright. So we're getting that one done. And then with that, this will all be figured out. And they can't reach this one yet, so I don't have to worry about them working on it. We keep them working on all this stuff. So one thing I could do... Oh, right, I have to rip up all the thorns. Which would be a challenge with this thing running. Because I mean, we'll have to contaminate our people. Actually, maybe when there's a drought here, like a really long drought, that might go dry. When it goes dry on a really long drought, we can rip it all up. Because this is not an urgent project. They can work on all that. We also got a spot over here I hadn't anticipated. Which would be another area for farming. We'll wait to deal with that. Because I'm feeling pretty good about our wood supply. I'm feeling pretty good about the other stuff. But we can go down here and get more usable farmland. And this is kind of one of those things that as you get later and later in the game, you get way more area to work with. Okay, so we've officially hit the point where this is so full. It is spilling over, and it's going to start going here, and you'll see like all of this start turning green around it. Now the problem is when a drought goes through, this will dry out again. It's kind of one of those things. Now another interesting thing is I could do No, I was going to say is I could deliberately put water through here down into this area. But then that'd fill up and then flood over my area and drown, like, just drown the city. But that's fine. So yeah, so you see all this extra usable area we've just given ourselves by taking the time to set this whole thing up. And when the water gets contaminated, it'll go through, these sluices will slam shut, and if it keeps filling up, it'll spill over that side, which is fine. That leaves the map. Or if it doesn't spill over, there's another sluice down here that'll eventually dump it out the side. Alright, so well-being is a bit higher because we have more stuff going on to help us. This is also the point where I can start working on stuff like getting the wet fur bonus thing and all that hooked up. Because I talked about wanting to do that earlier and then we just didn't do it. So we can get rid of this blueberry bush. And that mangrove. And there's another point because we got, again, more food options. So from here we can go well-being. And double shower the wet fur. And once they remove those, I'll put that there. Because wet fur is something the beavers want. And these are all mechanical things. Oh, actually, we can have them detail their tails. I forgot about that. Alright, so we got bad water on the way. Oh, I can't. I don't have treated wood yet. Alright, let's start working on our way of getting the treated wood. So there's the tapper shack. And there's the better wood. Alright. Let's see, so this is having a setting to close based on the depth of water after them, don't they? So you can let the water through and use the sluices to prevent flooding your city, you think? Yes. Yes, I could. That is an actual option. That was interesting that seemed to turn off for a moment. So honestly, with our setup right now, I should not have to change anything here. And this area here, I really could just get rid of the inner part of this. I probably should. One second. So I think what we do here is this inner part, we just get rid of it. At this point, I don't have to worry about a lot of the other problems. So let's go ahead and get rid of this part. I'm still going to keep all the pumps up top. Yeah, the rest of that can stay there. Can you just open the sluice at the bottom? I can, but I actually want to just make the capacity higher. So I want to reclaim most of those blocks to have more volume. Because with that, how deep it is, now the bad water should be all sorted. Okay, so you've got this ready, so you can go here. Get you your fur wedding spot. That'll make them happy. And we're going to end up wanting a place for them to go swimming. Which actually... Is there a limit on the swimming spot? So that's valid. Yeah, that's valid and that's deep enough. So what we could do here is I'm going to get rid of these spots here. Now put that there. Now put a swimming spot up here for, again, more recreation, more happiness, all that stuff. And so all of this should just already be set up. I'll make sure that this is working now because we haven't tested that. So this is all going to get contaminated with bad water. This whole area up here is all going to get gross. But this area should stay clean. All the bad water will get routed up this way and off the map. There'll also be bad water up here. Oh, it's not going to stay clean. I missed those. Alright, so this area is going to get contaminated. It is what it is. It'll just get contaminated. It'll go outside. I don't have enough time to fix it now. But I missed that these are up here. So let's get the project queued up here for dealing with those. Let's also try something. If I explode those 2 down, does that destroy the bad tide drains? So let's pause these 2 down here, and that'll be a plan of something to work on. Because if I could just straight up explode the bad tide drains and make them go away forever, that'd be fantastic. I don't think it'll work, but, you know, there's only one way to find out after all. Then you break it, it becomes like a permanent source of bad time that cannot be contained. Oh, meanwhile, before I forget, that's ready for explosions. And you're not quite ready for explosions. I think we actually reached how far you can get. Yeah, that's just too far. So then we can go here and get those done. Yeah, that does mean all of these plants that we planted are going to die. Because this contamination I wasn't ready for. But we'll get to see here. I'm suspecting it'll blow up the top block, and it won't mess with the lower one. But like I said, if it does blow up the source, then we're just going to go and dynamite a whole bunch of those, because I don't want those. I am hoping it'll explode, just so that I can, you know, realistically eventually terraform the whole map. Blocked by bad water. You should not have bad water in here. How do you have bad water in there? That's got contamination on that side, which is fair. Because the others aren't blocked by bad water. We're just waiting on them to craft those. Yeah, so as you can see, now you can see it's draining here. And then this is just spewing out water at a very high speed. That's because all this bad water that's dumping in from all directions is handled. So we got that one capped off. It's controlled. Alright, so let's see what the outcome is here. Okay, pretty much what I figured. It did clear down to that block, but that block is immune to damage. Because that'd be too easy of a solution to just fix it forever. Alright, so with that, we're going to go through here. And that'll need to be dealt with. We'll go ahead and set this to be a relatively high priority. Because as you can see, that is screwing this entire farmland over here. So we'll definitely want to get that capped off, because that'll prevent this from turning into bad water again. But the good news is all the rest of that's handled. It's fine. Oh, we also got the food processor we can put over here. Food factory, not processor. And with that, we can turn you to make... was it algae rations? No, corn rations. Yeah, because we're using the canola to make canola oil. That's our main crop over here. And then we got soybean and corn. And the soybean needs to go in the fermenter. So I have room for another building there. We're going to be pushing kind of the limits on this horsepower here soon. So let's go here. Destroy you. And then we need to go over here. Get our last fermenter here. Make you top priority because we just shut down all of that. And you'll do the fermented soybeans. And that'll get all that sorted. Because we did plant soybeans. Yeah, we got corn and soybeans. That'll give us 2 more food groups we don't already have. And that's a water seep as well. That can be another thing we deal with. Yeah, it's interesting going along this main river and just like capping off one spot after the other. Try and deal with it. Yeah, there is so much bad water coming out here. That flow there, that is a ridiculous flow. If I put water wheels on that during a bad tide, we could make some serious horsepower out of it. But we're going to go ahead and just start mitigating. That's because we have all of these things just dumping out bad water everywhere. Okay, so get that one up there to cap, this one to cap. That's already capped. And I'll have this one to cap, and at that point, I believe we'll have all of these handled. All right. Working on getting that done. Are you just capping them, or do you plan on building a full underground diversion system? I'm just capping them. If I just cap them, that'll stop them from putting any liquid anywhere, so I don't have to do anything about it. Versus these things, the water seep, since you can't put like the actual cap building on them, it doesn't exist on this map. All I need to do for those is I'll just put a little box around them. And because I can only go 1 tile deep, we can just put the box around them and pretend they don't exist anymore. Or in cases like this one, if I just have fresh water going over top of them, they'll also clear them out. But the big advantage here is, you notice, I didn't have to turn off any of my pumps. They can just keep running. This reservoir is big enough to keep us going for a while now. I guess we will allow the bad water pump to exist here as well. So right now we'll pause that one until that gets low. Because then if it does manage to pull out any bad water, it will slowly decontaminate this. That could be what we do down here. Get rid of one of these and make a bad water pump down here. Why is the bad water next to your right farm? That's what I didn't know, is like how that got down there. So we can go ahead and we're gonna get rid of the deep pump here. And I'm gonna get a bad water pump. And put it there. So we can clean out any bad water that gets there. Right side of the farm by the berry bushes. Oh, down here? Yeah, so down below the whole area, there's a lot of aqueducts in this map. So you see there's an aqueduct here that I had to block off. If we go a little bit lower, there's an aqueduct there. It is just a thing that this map has. There's like tons of underground tunnels for the stuff to like circumvent and all that. Does the game have any enemies to fight? No. The enemy is the environment, which it's doing a pretty good job if you look at it. All of this is all polluted and gross. So the enemy is pollution, and it will absolutely kill you. Yeah, that's a game all about, like, working the water physics and all that. But you can see, like, the negative environmental effects are going, because, like, right now, literally no good water is coming into the map. So, as you can see, my reservoir's already gone down a full tile. The bad water and the droughts will get longer as time goes on, and the time you have good water gets shorter. So it is a thing that you'll end up having it where it'll just stress you out more and more, that you'll have to be like, okay, I gotta manage to hold back more water, okay, I have to, you know, do something to manage this stuff, reroute it and all that. Because right now, like, the whole map is, for most part, hostile, except my little pocket here in the middle that I've got it. But we are starting to, like, slowly contain the bad water. Because those vent things are new. And they suck. I think they're a good mechanic, but also they suck. So, you know, that's the thing. So I want to try and keep this clean. So I'll cap all those off. I did see there's another set of those pipes over there. I wouldn't be surprised to find there's even more. So we can slowly get the bad water under control, so we can control more and more of the map. And as your population gets up, it's easier and easier for things to go badly, just by the fact that, you know, you need more food and water just to stay alive because your population's higher. You can go ahead and demolish those. Yeah, the whole farm died over here because I didn't catch that those were up there and they dumped bad water into there. The yucky water or the lack of water? Yup. The dynamic duo of misery. Because with the water stopping, like, you can see how the whole map is barren. If you have the bad water roll through, it kills everything crop-wise and all that, and you just die. If you let your water get too low from a drought and everything, it kills everything and you die. There's a lot of ways that you die. Alright, so we got the good water coming. So that should start flowing through here. You see this slowly start turning blue, and then that red rust toxic water will gradually get sorted. We'll go ahead and bump up your priority so far as doing that. You know, make you a low priority, just because I don't anticipate that being a problem very often. Same here. Like, if you see it in there, get it out, but I don't anticipate that being a normal thing we gotta worry about very often. Alright, so you're flushing all that bad water out, slowly but surely. It's gonna take a while to flush that all out. Okay, so we will have this one all capped off for the next bad water. And then once that's done, we'll start working on those two. And I'm sitting at a small mountain of science. Right, and we were working on getting the tappers set up. So I think what we'll do for the tappers is we'll try to set them up over here, I think. So what we could do here is I'll put a bunch of tiles there that are all capped off. Because then what we could do is we'll go here. There's the tapper shack. And there's the forestry place. Oh, I haven't built more storage in a while. That is a mistake. Okay. So we have one homeless beaver. Let's get ahead of that. We can make a large... Alright, the large barracks in this one, they're useful, but like the weird part is the door's on the second floor. So it is just a thing you gotta accommodate. So right now I don't want to deal with that. Right, so I need to get more storage somewhere on the map. I got plenty of places we can put it. Let's just use an area that's already barren that I don't anticipate fixing anytime soon. Honestly, down here is probably a good place right now. Okay. So get you, and you can carry the fancy new wood. And you will be the soybeans, and you'll be the fermented soybeans. None of this will be efficient, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be very upset by how inefficient this is going to be. Too bad. So this will be the processed corn. You can be the canola. You'll be the canola oil. Is that... I think the canola oil might count as a liquid, so we'll deal with that in a minute. So you'll be the corn itself. What else do we got going here? That'll be the pine resin, which I'll end up needing. They got the fancy stuff there. Alright, so we're going to need to add another large water tank thing. I'll put this over here by the tappers area. Yeah, probably along here, because that'll be polluted from this. And you are going to be holding... Oh, well, that's not... Okay. This is not going to be over by the tappers. We're going to get rid of that real quick. Okay, so the resin's going to be a solid object. So down here somewhere, let's add a container for the canola oil. I can put a pretty decent-sized building there. I'm saving this spot for the other monuments. We can just chuck it right there. And you're just going to be a big old container of canola oil. Alright. So now I got all those projects to go over there. Okay, so they've got this one capped off. Love to see it. And they're working on getting all this set up. So that we can, you know, cap this one off as well. But in the meantime, I'm going to interrupt that priority. Don't worry about this side. Okay, so I'll increase the priority on that. And I'm going to tell them to rip up all these trees that are here. But the plan will be covering that all up with stuff for getting the tappers and all that. We'll also be able to potentially get chestnuts, whatever. But that'll be another area for the trees that once we get the bad water, you know, flushed out of here again will be good. You can see, like, where this is all clean and this has the sparkle still. It's still pretty heavily bad water. It's just going to keep routing out of here until that's handled. Just going to take time. Meanwhile, more explodey bits. Alright, so let's go and do some adjustments here. I want to destroy this. So for right now, I will have this go down here. Trying to think of where I want to do this so I can have it, so they can easily get down here wherever they need to. I think we change our plan on this. So that we have this coming from here. Then you have a path up there and there. And then we can clean it up as we need to make it all explodey bits. And then some staircase to get down there. And then from here, I'm going to grab the explodey bits. We're going to go for the big explodey bits that go the... Can you plant those where you have your paths? Alright, I'm down to science. The little spot of green stuff surrounded by bad water. Yep. Build a road against the wall because after you remove the road, they can plant bombs in the wall. Plant bombs in the wall. Yeah, well, I'm curious if I'm able to just plunk it down like that and then just blast down the whole way. But the reason I want to go down this way is I needed that. Nothing to do in range. That's okay. We're getting there, buddy. We're just going to build this real fast. Replant dead trees. Alright. So we're not going to be able to do a lot yet. So we do need the pine for the resin. So there's the pine. We do have coffee we can plant. I'm not ready for that. We'll go ahead and we'll make that pine as well. And then you can be coffee back here. And you can get all the way back there. And I'm assuming that'll be gathered by gathering huts. Oh, I see. Yep, you are correct. Okay. Oh, and you can actually get to the other side of that road. I was not expecting that. That was blueberries again? Oh my god, please. There we go. So once that gets cleaned up, that'll all be good for that. This will slowly evaporate and that'll solve that problem. Yeah, you're high enough to be usable. Alright, for coffee, what do I need? Because I hadn't planned on doing coffee anytime soon. So that is 200 horsepower for the coffee brewery. Like I said, I'll probably need to box that off. And then put the geothermal on there, like box it off to not have it flooded. And then just put, you know, the coffee brewery thing right there. So I got the resin already set up. The coffee I'm just not going to worry about. Building understaffed. That's fine. Alright, so one of our beavers did get contaminated. So we are decontaminating them. And you got nothing to do for a while. That's fine. Once this clears out, we'll get to plant all those trees and we'll be good there. Meanwhile... Cool. And with that, we can put a cap on it. And then we can make sure the bad water can't get through. How long is the cycle between bad water and good water, or is it permanent? Basically, it'll start shorter and get longer and longer. There is a cap on how long it gets. The normal difficulty, it gets pretty manageable. When you get to the harder difficulty, it can be a pretty long time between it. Right now, we're on the normal difficulty, because part of it is I want to go after a bunch of Steam achievements and all that. And so that will very much get in the way of progress there. It's also one of those things that sometimes you get to that stage of the game and you're like, okay, well, I'd like to be being productive, but I just have to wait here for, you know, bad water to go away or whatever your delay is. The drought is approaching, but it also slows down the rate you get good water again, too. That's it, I'd rather have a drought than the other way. So this is still filling up. It's almost to the point of topping off, and a big part of that was all the bad water contamination that happened because of all of these. So we are getting ourselves to be kind of future-proofed for the bad water. Honestly, you know what? These should be sluice. If I make these sluice for when the bad water shows up, we can just not let the bad water through real fast. It could also be a thing I could use the dynamite to just pop a hole in the wall right off the side, and just if it's bad water, just like get it out of here. That could be something we can work on next. Let's see, you're guessing part of the goal is to create a catchment for some good water to last through the bad? Yes. So you want to retain a bunch of good water to hold out, you know, keep the good water handled until you get the bad. Oh, we're in bad shape. Let's see, why not dam that off entirely and blow through the fresh water to flow to the right? Oh, like, wall this whole thing off and then punch through here? Or I mean just punch through, like, this spot. Well, the problem is if we get a bad water event here, the freshwater thing will become a bad water, which means there's no controlling it. So I need a way to route the bad water off the map. So that's all I'm saying is I'd go through here, punch that, put a little spot here that says, hey, if it's bad water, get it out of here. So as it builds up bad water, it'll spill off the side of the map. Because these seeps, once it goes one tile higher, they turn off. So I'm going to have to handle that in some way or another. But we're really in bad shape. We're in really bad shape. Because I failed to realize this whole time, I just left this running. And this is all blocked off. Because this is, you know, we had all that bad water. It's only now starting to seep water in here to start flushing that. Quick project would save you for some bad water. Let's see, right now your water goes north of... Let's see. Right now your water goes north, dam that off, and punch a hole to the right. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, right now, because I'm going over top of this, I shouldn't have to worry about the bad water up there. Because I've got that piled up there, we're fine. I do see what you're saying, that I could punch through here, you know, block this off, punch through there, get the fresh water here faster. But that shouldn't ever get bad water out of it too much. I mean, when there's a drought and it dries out, it will. But this will emit bad water as well. this freshwater seep will become bad water. You know, periodically. So I don't see a reason to do that. Versus I'm going to have to be able to divert the bad water out of here. Because what happens is during the bad water event, this becomes a bad water node. Alright, so in this case, we are shutting down our pumps. We're going back to our original strategy because I failed to realize what I was doing. Yeah, it'd save you a tad during a drought, but not much. Yeah. Yeah, so this is bad. Luckily, it's not a bad drought. It's only a 6-day drought. That does mean all our crops are going to die here again. The good news is this does mean a lot of this bad water that's backed up here is going to just dry out as well. So what we could do up here is while we wait, destroy those, make these into sluices. If the water containment is above 5%, don't let it through. For right now, I'm not going to actually set that, though. We're not ready for that yet. We'll get that there. And then we'll want to go up here, and like I said, I'm just going to dynamite my way out. And then just that where that's dynamited through. That's 4 tiles. We have to do 2 rounds of dynamite. Yep, so that dried out real quick. But yeah, so I'd have to dynamite our way through here. And then we'd set sluice here to get bad water out. So I think for that approach, what I'm going to do here is immediately I'll just set those ones and no others. We'll put the sluice and everything else in this area. We'll just put that all in there, and once we get that in, then we dynamite the rest of the way. We can go here and add a stairwell there. Let's see, we have the technology. Cure a contaminated beaver. Nice. And everyone is exercising, which makes them happy for some reason. I mean, honestly, that can actually make you feel a lot better. I'm sorry to report. Yeah, so that's almost capped off, and that should take care of that. This will still spew out bad water. We're not ready to do anything with that. That's going to stay covered. Hopefully, if this doesn't drain, we'll be good for that for a while. You're already covered there. Okay. Meanwhile, we've also got all the TNT to place down here. A lot of projects going on. Anyways, I'm noticing the time. I've already gone well over an hour longer than I intended. This is one of the things this game does. You get working on a project and then the clock just goes away with you. But with that said, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you are not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're on the YouTube side of things, don't forget to like and subscribe. That's how this all works. But don't go anywhere on the Twitch side. We're going to go raid out to someone who else makes good content. I'm getting tired. That's part of the reason I'm doing this. And then if you're on the YouTube side, you are just going to get dropped because I don't have a host ready. But thank you so much for tuning in on the YouTube side and all that good stuff. But with that said, chat, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending screen and see who I can find to drop a raid on. But then again,